Chapter 301 Unimagined Road, Desperate Villain, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Steve is too impatient. The actions of Captain America did not escape Superman's sight. He left the Kremlin and got rid of Natasha, who was with him. Standing in the sky above Moscow, overlooking the Earth. Since coming to Moscow, several forces hidden in the Red Empire have jumped out one after another. Experienced the lessons of Atlantis, Namor and others. This gang of villains has realized that it is useless to come hard. Once the problem is not solved successfully, he will die on the spot and the whole family will ascend to heaven. It is a high-risk gambling with a very low winning rate. Winning is nothing more than kicking off the biggest stumbling block of Superman and successfully heading to the peak of power. In the meantime, I have to compete with other peers. After all, there are never fewer careerists and no fewer conspirators to rule the world. This is the main task of most villains. But if you lose, you must pay the price of life. Superman is said to be a war hero, a beacon on Earth, and the light of righteousness. But his heads that have been unscrewed by both hands are not in the minority, and they are definitely not a soft-hearted person. For example, Baron Strack once witnessed Superman in Paris and killed 3 warship classes in Berlin with his own hands. Since then, he has been a low man, not daring to take the lead, because this Hydra leader wanted to understand the truth. Superman is not a righteous hero with moral burden. He will not leave room in the process of defeating the enemy, nor will he spare his life after defeating the enemy, throwing him into prison and accepting legal sanctions. He never forgave anyone who was an enemy of him. He would only send them to see God or Satan. To apply the lines from the studio next door, your opponent is the most powerful person in the world. Even so, you still have to fight his idea and fight him. There is no doubt that this is an extremely stupid idea. Now, those villains who are hiding in the shadows and developing silently in corners are facing such an embarrassing situation. The methods they used to deal with the enemy didn't have the slightest effect on Superman. Whether it is a conspiracy, a trap mechanism, or assassination and sneak attack, kidnapping threats to Superman, these commonly used methods seem extremely inoperable. The other party is like a full-level queen who broke into the novice village, causing headaches for Hydra, Leviathan, or other villains. It stands to reason that the existence of Superman should be placed in the later stage. As the finale superhero, the savior who saves the crisis, instead of appearing early, so that the villains feel that they have nowhere to go. The Hydra, who realized the problem and figured it out, began to adopt a gentle and squeeze approach. Although they have lost a villain, they have to fight against the basic dignity of positive characters. Even more lost, the opportunity to stomp on those positive figures fiercely, laugh wildly, and tell the evil plans and terrible ambitions. However, there are gains and losses. Accordingly, they survived without being beaten to death by Superman's iron fist. It can only be said that this is a road that Hydra had never imagined. It is also true that Luke did not take the initiative to act on Baron Straker. He intends to come to the last negotiation and be elected as the new leader of Hydra through a democratic vote. As for whether anyone voted for himself, Luke believed that he would not be too stubborn if he could become the villain of the careerist and conspirator. They will understand that abandoning the dark and turning to the bright, abandoning evil and doing good is the only way out. Maybe this is the deep friendship between Jim and other people are going to their heads for love and family affection. Converging his distracting thoughts, Luke watched from a distance the Volga car that was galloping all the way, raising the wind and snow, and thought, Captain America is different. He is going to stun his head for his love. He fully understands that Barnes is the obsession of Captain America. Only when he meets his friends again and sees that familiar face again can Rogers feel at ease. However, Luke thought of being still in Brooklyn, waiting for Rogers to complete this task, and then Margaret, who stepped into the marriage hall, couldn't help but mourn for the other party for 2 seconds. That petite and lovely blonde nurse might never know that in his boyfriend's heart, there is actually another man living. If Steve is really married and Bucky is there, then there will definitely be a classic famous scene. Luke's thoughts diverged, and scenes appeared in his head. Bucky, Obviously I came first. Rogers, why is this happening? Stepping into the palace of marriage, my best friend is the best man. Two happy things coincide. Still think about business. Shaking his head to shake off those famous scenes, Luke wrapped himself in a biological force field, tearing open the viscous air like a cannonball. Now that Captain America has acted, there is no need for him to wait any longer. The cold wind beat Rogers in the face like a whip. The Volga car's fuel was exhausted, and he was replaced by a German-made military motorcycle. Captain America in a coat and windproof goggles. It is like a warrior who has traveled thousands of miles to rescue the princess. That is, the physique of a super soldier is different from that of ordinary people. Otherwise, in such cold weather, riding a motorcycle all the way, I am afraid that people will be frozen stupid. After 10 hours of long journey, all the way from car, motorcycle, and then to train, Rogers finally arrived in Minsk, a city with a history of nearly 1,000 years. However, there are no old houses or places of interest in the streets or urban areas. During World War II, Minsk was occupied by the Germans for 3 years, and the smoke and artillery of the war destroyed everything. Until the Allies became the winner, Minsk talents rebuilt the city from the ruins with the Svezluk River as the central axis. Rogers is not a tourist, and he is in no mood to experience Minsk's customs. Directly follow the information given by the Brotherhood to find the long-abandoned collective farm. As Banks said, the perimeter of the farm is heavily guarded and there are constantly rotating guards. From east, west, north, south, there is a guard post similar to a guard tower, and several machine guns can be vaguely seen on it. This reminded Rogers of the camp of Hydra and found the feeling on the battlefield. Novel.com. How should I sneak in and find Bucky? Captain America is hiding among the dense forests, looking at the collective farm not far away. He really wanted to be like Luke, like a cannonball into the siege. Then, against the rain of bullets, he rescued Bucky from the raging suffering. I seem to be able to do it too? Rogers suddenly realized that he was already a warship class that had undergone 24 mutations, rather than an ordinary super soldier. The firepower of the Hydra should not pose a fatal threat to him. The longer you stay by Luke's side, the more you get used to rude methods of solving problems without using your head. Captain America held the vibrating shield and took a deep breath. Bucky, I'm here to save you. Chapter 302. Your name, Winter Soldier. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. It's not like Steve's character at all. Luke crossed his chest and stood high in the sky. Following his downward gaze, you can see Captain America hiding in the dense forest. The other party seemed to be observing the surrounding environment, thinking about how to sneak into the heavily guarded collective farm without disturbing others. But it didn't take long for Rogers to use the vibrating shield against him and hit the door of the farm like a cannonball. This blatant and unscrupulous style of doing things is completely unlike Captain America's cautious character. Unexpectedly, Steve, the man with big eyebrows and big eyes, also learned the assassin method of just killing all witnesses. It is a perfect lurking, Luke said with emotion. Rush all the way, break into the siege, and solve all the enemies. This is Superman's most common method. Compared to Captain America's long journey, Luke arrived in Minsk earlier. The former took 10 hours, but he only took dozens of minutes. Then I found a hotel to live in to experience the local customs. Originally, Luke wanted to finish the task of saving the soldiers before Rogers arrived. And by the way, he would have a face-to-face conversation with Hydra. However, considering the former's disregard of the principle of action, he left the team alone and traveled thousands of miles to meet his friends. He couldn't help dispelling the idea. Waiting so long is for the satisfaction of the moment of meeting. But Steve and Bucky don't necessarily want to meet in this way. Luke glanced lightly, as if thinking of something funny, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Seeing a stranger break in, the machine guns mounted on the guard tower spit out long tongues of fire. The fierce firepower was no accident. and all hit the vibrating shield on that side. Although the red and white round shield was painted with the big 5-pointed star, it could only block Roger's upper body at best, but no one shot his lower body. It seemed that the shield was so attractive that people couldn't look away. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Seeing a bullet hit the center of the shield, Luke complained. The gang of Hydra, do you dare to be in a shooting competition? See who beats more accurately? Of course, for Captain America's vibrating shield and the 5-to-5 halo, he has already taken no surprises. It seems that after the end of World War II, the technology tree of Hydra has not been significantly improved. Luke looked at the battlefield showing a one-sided situation and couldn't help shook his head. After the 24 mutations of the blood of Warden, Captain America is no longer the super soldier who needs to be afraid of human tactics and firepower strikes. He got a wave of ultimate reinforcement. Don't talk about being close to the rest of the Avengers. Even if Thanos is coming, Rogers can rely on his own strength to fight the opponent head. But Hydra was still standing still, and did not point out any effective black technology. It is still the old one, strengthening the fighters with modern weapons. Due to the loss of the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, even the only weapon capable of harming Captain America, the energy gun, has become out of print. Where is Bucky? Rogers didn't know that Luke was staying above, eating melons and watching the show. He threw up his shield and smashed a Hydra fortified soldier blocking him. The Tomato strong man with a big waist and round waist flew out with a boom like a weak wind. Even the crossfire formed by several machine guns did not make Captain America take a step back. While braving the bullets, Rogers broke through the siege. While looking around, looking for the suspected location of Bucky, he was like a giant mammoth. His running feet shook the ground and made a violent noise. Boom, 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 boom. The hot electric light contained in the eyes formed a few fast of light, which flew to the towers standing in all directions and exploded into fragments. This collective farm, which was used as a base by Hydra, could not stop Captain America from moving forward. Those reinforced soldiers may have an overwhelming advantage over ordinary soldiers. But here is not enough to see the enhanced version of Captain America. A strong body that can block small caliber bullets, fragile like paper paste. With a punch of a Hydra, Rogers, who was invincible, suddenly fixed his sight on a building in the northeast corner. Maybe it's the attraction of friends, or a man's intuition. In the dark, he felt that Bucky was there. Boom. Stepping heavily on the ground, as if releasing a war-trampled skill. The fortified soldiers rushing up suddenly became unstable and fell into one piece. Rogers relied on the force of recoil, like an arrow from the string, with a swish, bringing out a strong wind. The distance of hundreds of steps is only in a flash. The closed metal gate is like a shoddy product. Unable to resist, he was directly knocked open by Captain America, and the deflated steel door was thrown out and hit the wall on the other end. The shocking movement echoed in the house. Bucky. Rogers stopped and stared attentively. This building seems to be converted from a collective dormitory. Several bunk beds with iron frames are placed at the door, and slogans such as "Our cause is justice and victory will ultimately belong to us" are on the wall. However, the eyes of Captain America did not stop at these. He just stared at the tall figure blankly, his expression a bit complicated. First surprise, then surprise. In the end, it turned into a bit of surprise, and some subtle feelings that couldn't be explained. The tall figure picked up the clothes scattered around the corner of the bed, and put it on casually. He didn't notice the arrival of Rogers, stretched his body to relieve the tight muscles after the intense exercise, put on the black combat uniform and then put on the half-covered mask. Finally, he set his sights on Captain America. Who is Bucky? There was a trace of cold killing intent in those hollow eyes. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with Rogers, who was bothering him. How so? Although Captain America has thought about it, when he sees Bucky again, the other party will change a lot. However, not even remembering what I called www.mtlnovel.com is really unacceptable. This means that Bucky has abandoned his past identity and is no longer his best friend. And Roger's eyes couldn't help but glanced at the blonde woman lying on the bed. More than one. Thinking of what Luke had said to himself, Bucky became a breeding machine for Hydra, and a touch of anger rose in his heart. "Your name is James Buchanan Barnes," Captain America tried to explain, awakening Bucky's memory. But the latter didn't want to listen. His eyes were filled with filaments of white electric light. An explosive light ball containing energy blasted directly on Roger's vibrating shield. "My name is the Winter Soldier." The tall figure walked out the door, watching the Captain America who had smashed a big hole. Chapter 303 Domestic Violence of Love, Physical Sobriety, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Rogers was lying in the pit that was smashed out with his body, with a trace of stunned in his eyes. He didn't expect that Bucky would do it to himself, and he was merciless, and he was killed. If it hadn't been for the passive effect of the vibrating shield, it would block the light ball of energy that contained fiery heat. Maybe he was about to be blown apart and died on the spot. Realizing that the person in front of him is not a familiar friend before, Captain America finally wakes up. He stood up and looked directly at each other. "Bucky, you have forgotten who you are and what you said before." Rogers squeezed the shield in his hand and his eyes became firm again. "If you once saw you become a tool in the hands of others, I believe that he will feel angry and agree with what I will do next. I want to take you back, leave here, and return to Brooklyn. Get rid of this tragic fate." Captain America raised his shield, abruptly withstood several powerful of energy, and several rushed to the front of the Winter Soldier. "Throw a punch. The airflow makes a loud noise. Demonstrate an extremely amazing strength." "Only this level." The expressionless cold man raised his left hand and took Roger's heavy punch, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Like the opponent, he is also a battleship class transformed by the blood of Wooden. Regardless of power, speed, and energy attack, the two maintained a similar value. It can be said to be evenly matched. "Although I don't know who you are, I remember the organization gave an order," Bucky, who has been brainwashed many times, said coldly. "If you see a guy who likes to use a shield as a weapon and dresses like a clown, then kill him." Bucky's voice fell, and the arm that held Roger's fist pulled back, his knees pushed up fiercely. The action is clean and neat, and the shot is quick and decisive. Boom! It's like the muffled sound of hitting a sandbag. The heavy power poured into Captain America's abdomen, almost causing the opponent to kneel to the ground and lose the ability to fight. With a tenacious will, Rogers struggled to overcome the clear pain that rushed to his brain, and threw out his shield before Bucky launched the next offensive. The Winter Soldier's combat experience seems to be more abundant than that of Captain America. He fully predicted that there would be such a counterattack, and stretched out his arm to take it firmly. "You don't look like a veteran," Bucky said. "So your body is about to rust." It's slow in movement, there is no belief in victory, and no determination to kill the opponent. A fist hit Roger's face door, and the tall bridge of the nose wailed, the hard bones suddenly shattered, and a stream of blood dripped out. In just a few rounds, Captain America, who has rarely suffered defeats, fell into a disadvantage. TSK, this is domestic violence. As Luke looked down, the two men were fighting fiercely. Compared to Roger's passive parry, Bucky seems more proactive, fist and foot offensive like a violent storm, occasionally mixed with a few energy light balls. The flat ground is full of ravines and potholes. The two battleship classes, like humanoid machines, constantly carry out the most primitive physical collisions. If this situation continues, Steve seems to be unable to stand it. Luke could see that Captain America was thinking about old feelings and always left room for it. The brainwashed Winter Soldier has no psychological burden, and every punch and every kick should greet the vital points. Boom, 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 boom. Several ball-shaped lightning bolts, like tracking missiles, drew a flexible trajectory, circled around Rogers, who was dodged, and then detonated instantly. The terrifying air wave rolled up, like tons of explosives ignited together, releasing violent energy. Luke was slightly surprised. In terms of control, it was obvious that the Winter Soldier was better than Captain America. It must be Hydra who conducted special training on Bucky, but Rogers rarely had the opportunity to do it after the war. It is not surprising that the two are 1+1-, showing a rolling battle. I'm Steve Rogers, I live in Brooklyn, and I have a friend named Bucky. In the smoke that spread, there were difficult voices and violent gasps. The tattered long windbreaker was almost half destroyed, and his body was covered with scorched black marks. The Captain America, who looked rather embarrassed, walked out slowly. "Leave Hydra, leave this place, Bucky." Rogers stared affectionately, seeing that physical persuasion could not work. He could only hope in the call of love. After all, if you can't beat it, you can just talk about it. This is also the basic operation of many protagonists. Steve Rogers, Captain America. Bucky's expression was a little dazed, as if he was remembering something and retelling it subconsciously. "Yes, we used to live in Brooklyn. You earn pocket money by being a newsboy. I shine shoes." Seeing that there seemed to be some success, Rogers wanted to strike while the iron was hot. As he walked forward, he approached Bucky. While slowing down his voice, he said softly, "Your father served in the 107th Infantry Regiment, and you later joined in. Remember?" The Winter Soldier couldn't help lowering his head, his eyes more tangled. "It's like thinking hard, trying hard to remember." "Bucky, have you forgotten all those warm, interesting, and profound things?" Captain America continued to talk about their common past, and wanted to use this to pry the other side's memory gate and awaken the other side's inner self. "I remember." When Rogers was about to walk in front of him, Bucky suddenly raised his head, a cold light burst into his eyes. "You are the enemy." The moment he made a sound, his palm came out like lightning and quickly strangled Captain America's neck. The latter was caught off guard. "I am considering whether to kill you now or take you back to the organization." The Winter Soldier with a cold voice shattered Captain America's last illusion with his actions. Attempting to use memories to awaken a brainwashed person is not that simple. "Ho ho, Bucky." Rogers squeezed the name from his throat, his eyes with plea and a trace of pity. The look of boredom made the Winter Soldier tighten his palm and pinch harder. There seemed to be some abnormal fluctuations in rational emotions. "Why should he look at me with sympathy?" This is a question generated by the brain. Forget it. Let's solve it on the spot. Bucky was a little unsure, as if some memory fragments that he feared were emerging. In order to ensure his calmness and not be disturbed by foreign objects, he even gave up his plan to bring Captain America back to Hydra. "Kill him." The sane brain on the other side urged Bucky to take action. He tightened the copper iron-cast palms harder, and he could break the opponent's neck in the next moment. "I advise you to let him go, Sergeant Barnes." The dark red cloak was blown by the wind and rolled like waves. The tall and straight figure slowly fell and stepped on the ground. "And who are you?" Bucky was wary in his eyes, and blocked Rogers, who was strangled by his neck, in front of him. As a veteran on the battlefield, an ace killer with amazing business volume, his keen intuition told him that this uninvited guest is very dangerous. "I is your other friend." Luke smiled relaxedly, and said to Rogers, "Wait a moment, it may be a little bit painful." The red face of the latter was puzzled, and Bucky didn't understand the meaning. They just saw Luke make a stepping motion, and then the Winter Soldier holding a hostage, first felt a sharp pain. The chest seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and the hard bones were about to crack. Then, I heard the sensation of vibrating eardrums, as if a violent wind hit my face, blowing painfully. Finally, I saw the tall figure standing in Bucky's original position. As for Rogers, he was snatched from the Winter Soldier by Luke, but his neck bones were a bit misaligned and he couldn't position his head. "Hi, your plan to rescue the hostages is really simple." Captain America grinned, tilted his neck and said, "Leaving the team without permission. I haven't punished you yet, Colonel Rogers." Luke's face was stern, showing the majesty of a general. "I go back to write a review and reflect on it seriously." Rogers admitted his mistake obediently, It was indeed his problem. Forget it. I'll take care of Bucky for you first. Luke shook his head. He just said casually he didn't really want to find Captain America to settle accounts. G has a deep friendship, and this is understandable. At that time, I will remind Roger's girlfriend at most, let her pay more attention to Bucky, and be careful of being green. He doesn't remember his past at all. Captain America leaned on his neck and said lowly, considering that he nearly died in the hands of the Winter Soldier just now, the feeling of rejoicing that he had recovered his life reminded him that the person standing in front of him has become a loyal tool of Hydra, rather than growing up in Brooklyn together. Old friend. I can remind him of who I am, Luke said lightly. Then, in Roger's surprised gaze, he walked to Bucky, who had a cracked sternum and could not move. "What is your name?" Superman asked condescendingly. Boom. A ball of lightning is ready to go in the eyes of the Winter Soldier. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up, and he put his hand on the opponent's face, pinching the head. He held it to the ground with no expression on his face. Boom. The solid ground smashed into a deep pit. Bucky, who wanted to release energy, fell into a mess. Dizzy. "What is your name?" The Winter Soldier, who is strictly trained and never reveals any information, still intends to use actions to answer Luke's questions. He endured the sharp pain in his sternum and his dizzy brain, holding Luke's right arm with both hands, twisted in the opposite direction. The latter's tall and straight figure, as steady as a mountain, did not waver at all. Bucky's resistance is like a child facing a towering tree. No matter how you kicked, there was no response. Boom. Again. Severely pinched to the ground. "What is your name?" Luke continued to ask. www.untitled.novel.com. Bucky gritted his teeth and said nothing. "He is the most powerful fighter of Hydra and the most loyal one. How could he easily succumb to others?" Boom, 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 comma. "Luke is like a rigid machine, asking questions and beatings repeatedly." I don't remember how many times later, the Winter Soldier, who felt his bones were shattering, said weakly, "Barnes." "My name is James Buchanan Barnes." "Very well, you finally remember who you are." Luke left Bucky, who was only breathing, turned his head and said to the dumbfounded Rogers, "Steve, look." He remembered. Chapter 304. Strongman and Power, Meeting and Dictatorship, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. When Baron Strack learned that the collective farm had been invaded and the Winter Soldier had been taken away, it was already 2 hours later. It only takes 40 minutes to change to the previous Hydra. This fully reflects the insufficiency of the Remnant Party's strength and is completely unable to roll out an extensive and timely intelligence network. 2 hours before the hand of the clock was set back, Baron Struck had stayed in the Tower of the Savior with peace of mind, considering Leviathan's suggestion, that is, to have a face-to-face conversation with Superman. The other party has already revealed this meaning, and let Natasha convey it. Whether it's Leviathan or Hydra, you have to make a choice. It is unwise and dangerous to test Superman's patience. Besides, using countless methods is not as good as a serious and sincere positive exchange. The only thing worrying about Baron Straker is probably the issue of personal safety. If Superman has the idea of fishing law enforcement, he wants to catch the Hydra all at once. Then he took the initiative to send it to the door, which was purely an idiot behavior. Zemo, what do you think the of the world wants to do? Baron Strack put his hands on the table and looked at Zemo, who was sitting on the opposite side. The entire force of the Hydra Remnant Party, whom he admired and entrusted with important tasks, were only the other party. On the one hand, it was because Zemo had the same background as himself. The SS, who has participated in the Mustache Head of State, is undoubtedly loyal to the organization. On the other hand, Hydra also has a serious brain drain, and no elites can be found. The scientists were packaged and taken away by Dr. Zola and given to the then Strategic Science Corps. Only the Intelligence Department was retained, and it was incorporated and integrated by Baron Straker. I can't be sure. Zemo shook his head. He hasn't been so arrogant that he thinks he knows Superman well and can guess the other's mental activities. how the ants speculate about the giant's thoughts. This is the true inner portrayal of Zemo. The position is different. The gap is too big. The results of psychological analysis are naturally ridiculous. From the perspective of that human god's style of doing things in the past, he often made amazing actions that were beyond the expectations of the outside world. This is one of the reasons why I can't figure it out. Zemo, the generation wearing a purple mask, paused, some hesitant to speak. Such behavior was reflected in the change of tone, and it was not unexpectedly noticed by Baron Straker. He supported the monocle and frowned slightly. There is no one else here. If you have any thoughts, you can speak up. Don't shy away. With approval, Zemo continued, Your Excellency Baron, I think that since Superman has conveyed the message of meeting, he might as well try. The leaders of the other factions of Hydra refuse to break their prejudices, put aside their barriers, and are unwilling to work with you to rebuild a more perfect, stronger, and more difficult to resist Hydra Empire. They don't have the broad minds of Your Excellency Baron, the forward-looking vision, the keen insight ahead of the times. As a subordinate, you must flatter your superiors before throwing out your own opinions. This is not only the unspoken rule of the workplace, but also one of the wealth codes for promotion and salary increase. Baron Strack was very helpful to this, even if he knew it was flattering. It sounds comfortable, and makes people open their pores, and the corners of their mouths can't help but smile. Talk more if you can speak. The leaders of other factions indulge in power and only care about their immediate interests. They are destined to not go far. Omitting hundreds of words of praise, Zemo continued. If we can take the lead in getting on the line with Superman, get the recognition of the other party, and even reach a cooperation, promise a part of the benefits, so as to obtain the support of SHIELD Bureau. In turn, use this support to gather the power of other factions into your hands. Wouldn't it be? Zemo didn't say it too clearly, but the meaning was obvious. Use SHIELD to deal with other Hydras, hold Superman's thighs tightly, and the future can be expected. This. Baron Strack frowned more tightly and looked at Zemo with a strange look. Isn't this guy a 25 kid hiding in the Hydra? Want to sell the organization to Superman? This thought was fleeting, and then disappeared. Baron Straker shook his head slightly. Zemo has done meritorious service for the Hydra and shed blood. He shouldn't doubt the opponent so much. This proposal seemed tempting, but it failed to impress Baron Straker. Zemo, the unequal status of Hydra and Superman cannot guarantee their own interests at all. The bold Baron had a clear mind. He was not biased, but worried. The result of unequal conversations can only be repeated concessions until everything is offered. Zemo curled his lips, seeming to hold different opinions. He believes that everything that Hydra has lost is nothing compared to the benefits that can be gained. That's Superman, the most powerful man in the world. This is quite an established company that was once strong, facing the world's giants in full swing. Continue to be proud, do not accept the acquisition. Can only be beaten to death on the beach by the back waves. Within the Red Empire alone, there are two major organizations, the Brotherhood and Leviathan, competing with themselves. If placed in the world, other Hydra factions, and various local forces, can completely overwhelm them. Plus mutants, aliens, all kinds of aliens in the dark world, magicians, etc. Where is the living space of the Hydra of Baron Straker? But if you join the world giants, you may have the opportunity and capital to make a comeback. Forbearance for 3 years, and then grow up silently, counterattack the upper rank. Zemo to this idea. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth could not help but a weird smile appeared. Zemo, do you have a different opinion? The question of Baron Straker brought the crooked mouth Zemo back to reality. He shook his head repeatedly, denying, I didn't think about it. Well, I didn't expect this level, or the Lord Baron's vision. At this point in the conversation, there was a deadlock. A silent atmosphere filled the room, until the phone from Minsk rang. Baron Strack picked it up, and within a few seconds, his face changed from shock to anger, then to frustration. The conversation didn't last long. and the bald baron quickly put down the microphone and fell weakly on the seat. This time, he had lost even the last hole cards, and he was not even qualified to sit at the gaming table. Maybe you are right, Zemo. After a few minutes of silence, there was a bitterness in Baron Straker's eyes, and his ambition was extinguished by a scoop of cold water. Losing the Winter Soldier is tantamount to losing the last hope of copying Aryan Superman. There is no bargaining chip to discuss cooperation with Leviathan. I am afraid that the spy leader Tillers will soon attack himself. What's happening? Zemo asked in a low voice. Superman took the Winter Soldier away. This may be his signal or warning. Baron Struck replied. He wants to tell us that Hydra has no right to choose, either to obey or ... like the Red Skull, and die silently. He waved his hand, seemingly discouraged, and ordered Zemo to say, "Let Leviathan pass the word, and we will accept the meeting." Just tomorrow www.mentalnovel.com at the tomb of Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. The latter nodded, with a hint of joy on his face, without the frustration of Baron Straker at all. Isn't it much better to follow Superman than to stay in the Soviet Union? The appearance of a strong man will inevitably give birth to another power. Perhaps Superman has no idea of becoming a dictator, but it cannot be denied that sooner or later the world will be overshadowed by him. His voice will determine the pattern of a country and a continent, and everyone will look at his face. Invisible dictatorship, that is also dictatorship. A generation of Zemo thought so. He exited the room and stood on the Savior Tower overlooking the Kremlin. The new era belongs to Superman, and it also belongs to the new Hydra. Chapter 305 At the Tomb of the Great Man, in the National Anthem, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. On the west side of the Red Square, in front of the magnificent mausoleum made of red granite and black feldspar, Baron Strack and his henchmen, a generation of Zemo, arrived early. They stood under a stable pedestal, looking up at this solemn and simple building. The body of the great man who was hailed as a mentor by the world was placed in a crystal coffin inside the mausoleum, covered with the Soviet flag. There is not a lot of traffic here, and every Soviet or famous tourist who passes through the Red Square will come to pay their respects. Are you here too? A Volga car stopped, and Baron Strack saw the spy chief Taras coming out. As a former member of the KGB, as well as a high-level Leviathan, his appearance is much more high-profile. After a few orders, several guards rushed to the Red Square and set up guards around the mausoleum to prevent pedestrians from approaching. Hydra can't defy Superman's will. Can Leviathan do it? Tillers said. Baron Straker had a sorrow. When did the villain become so humble and lose any dignity? I heard that the ace in your hand, the Winter Soldier, was taken away by Superman. Before the bald Baron's sympathy lasted long, Taras made the chat awkward. Barnes is Superman's former comrade-in-arms, and it is normal for Hydra to return the opponent to the past. Struck coughed twice and corrected, "Please don't describe Superman as a robber. This is completely voluntary." Taras was a little bit contemptuous, so he licked it. As the leader of the Hydra, he doesn't even have the least arrogance. It's really da. Hearing the sound of footsteps coming from behind, Taras' cold facial paralyzed face changed and he smiled. "Your Excellency, to be able to see you again, this is really good luck for me from heaven." Pooh, the flattering villain. Baron Strack sneered secretly, turned and greeted him, not to be outdone. "Your Excellency, I was fortunate to witness your heroic defeat of the Aryan demon in Paris, the Red Skull, and the Axis, the Holy General of Berlin. They are trying to kill themselves if they are against you." The bald guy slapped his flattery, and he was quite unscrupulous. "I have repeatedly discouraged them. It is very unwise to be an enemy of Superman from heaven. I suggest surrendering, but they are not listening and stubborn." Taras was dumbfounded. He could even lick himself. "No way. I can't lose." As a former KGB senior, the spy leader of the Red House, Tillers also has his pride. "Your Excellency, actually my respect for you." Okay, let's talk about business. Two people. Luke waved his hand and interrupted the dog-licking contest between the two guys. He has no interest in these flattery. Although it sounds very good, it is still far from the White Queen's flexible tongue that can tie the cherry stems. The reason why I want to meet with you is that I don't want to communicate each other's opinions through intermediaries. That would make us seem less sincere. Luke put on his trench coat and stopped at the tomb of the great man. The song of the Red Empire, the Unbreakable Alliance, faintly rang in the distance. Taras laughed awkwardly and confessed, "Your Excellency, Leviathan respects you very much. We are just a part attached to this country. When the machine is running, the part cannot control its direction. No matter which camp you are in, General, Leviathan has no intention of being an enemy." The spy chief was very clever, and first picked himself out. The barriers of the bipolar pattern are getting stricter, and who knows which faction Superman is. In any case, Leviathan relied on the Soviet Union to develop. The fall of this red bear is not good for them. Don't get me wrong, as we all know, I am a pacifist and a firm supporter of the community of shared future for mankind. Luke smiled slightly and explained his position. Which side Leviathan is on has nothing to do with me. It's just that SHIELD lacks intelligence training talents. I don't know if you have any ideas about changing jobs. Taras was stunned for a moment, but did not react. Is this to dig people still in front of Hydra? It's really enviable. I can actually get the appreciation of the general. Baron Strack seized the opportunity and began to be strange. If it was me, I would definitely agree to it directly. Taras was in a dilemma, and the bald guy next to him was bound to let the news out. When the time comes, the organization feels that he has rebelled and is not loyal enough. What should I do? Working in Leviathan, loyalty is not absolute, that is, absolutely disloyal. Taras was already panicking, and he subconsciously looked at Superman with a smile on his mouth, and his heart chuckles. As a spy leader who has presided over counter-revolutionary work, he is well aware of the harsh methods used to deal with traitors and unresolved elements. Don't worry about answering me, Taras, you can go back and think about it slowly. Luke signaled that the other party could leave. Leviathan was not a requirement of the mission, and naturally there was no additional interest. At most, she would pack and take away the girly version of Natasha. Tune it up, it would be good. Secretary. Now the driver is Nick Fury, and the secretary is Black Widow. Then get Thor, the of Thunder, and gather the achievements of the Avengers Elders to complete half of it. Strack, do you have anything to say? Luke looked at the leader of one of the Hydra faction with a kind smile. Staring at Taras slowly back, the bald Baron was shocked. He didn't want to be designed and digged by Superman, so he simply confessed, James Buchanan Barnes was originally the material for the Red Skull to conduct human experiments. Later, the Saint General took a fancy to him and chose him as the Aryan Demon. Candidates, it really has nothing to do with me. As early as Your Excellency the General arrived in Moscow, I wanted to return him to you, but Baron Straker spoke quickly and urgently, his mouth like a machine gun. The Winter Soldier has a great friendship with Captain America and is a friend of Superman. Although Hydra knew the news, who could be willing to send a warship-class soldier out? Besides, without the Winter Soldier, Baron Strack could never reach a cooperation with Leviathan. This is the important position of high-end combat power. There is no need to mention the past. Luke behaved very generously, which made Baron Straker, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief. However, this ease did not last long. But, Straker, your behavior has caused extremely serious damage to Bucky's psychology and physiology. Luke's tone became serious, and he said seriously, I hope you can compensate. This is what it should be. No problem. The bald Baron smiled bitterly and nodded in agreement. He really wanted to ask Superman to finish talking in one go. Otherwise, the heart is like riding a roller coaster, ups and downs, and it is easy to get sick. Specific compensation. You can talk to Captain America. He is Bucky's representative. Luke finally got to the point and said softly, I am not the enemy of Hydra, and I am not interested in completely destroying you. I have said these words to Dr. Zola, and I will tell you again now, I hope you can feel my sincerity. Before Superman could launch a cannon to persuade Hydra to influence Baron Strack, as a small transparent generation, Zemo raised his head and said, "Your Excellency, just like you are a pacifist and a staunch supporter of the community with a shared future for mankind. The head snake actually has similar thoughts. The program we agree with is also to eliminate war and create a better and brighter future world. It's just that it was later used as a tool by the evil Axis, and by the ambitious Red Skull as a weapon for seeking selfish desires. The Red Skull is really an almighty man." Hearing this, Luke couldn't help but sigh. Therefore, Hydra has been charged with a dirty charge and has become a target of spurn. A generation of Zemo completely ignored the look of Baron Straker and spoke more vigorously. "I hope your Excellency General, you can give Hydra a chance to behave. Let us join your team, feel the light of the beacon of justice, and experience the spirit of freedom and peace." This is a talent. Luke's eyes flickered. If he could say such brazen words without changing his face. The generation of Zemo obviously had a better view of the situation than Baron Strack. "What do you think of you reading www.uukanzu.com?" He did not answer, but looked at the bald Baron with a complicated expression. "What else can I see?" Baron Straker squeezed out a smile and echoed, "What Zemo said is exactly what I thought." "Very well, I am willing to give you a chance to start again." Luke smiled contentedly, chatting with people who know him, always so happy. "Strack, Zemo, let us say that together, under the tomb of the great man." Three people stopped and stood. From the red square on the west side, repeated singing, the national anthem that is nearing the end, "Unbreakable Alliance." "Long live the Hydra." This slogan was submerged in a loud and passionate tune. Chapter 306. After this battle, I will go home and get married. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. Since it is impossible to resist, simply enjoy it directly. This is the idea of Baron Straker. Simple and plain. As a mature Hydra, he understands the truth that his arms cannot twist his thighs. What's more, Superman's thigh is much thicker than his own 2 arms and 3 legs combined. If you don't know what is good or bad, you must go down to reunite with the Red Skull. As a villain, Baron Straker's advantage lies in his outstanding qualities of being a rudder, knowing the current affairs, and never wanting to fight to the end. Faced with a situation where the situation is stronger than that of people, there is no need to take personal dignity too much into consideration. Kneel and lick when you can kneel. Of course, the villain also has no loyalty. When the catastrophe is imminent, he will be very conscientious if he doesn't backstab you. Long live the Hydra. After saying this, Baron Straker figured it out. Belonging to Superman, it's actually good to be a long-lived young man, and it's not shabby. Just like what Zemo said, with the help of SHIELD, all the stubborn Hydra faction leaders were taken down. Today you are indifferent to answering me, and tomorrow I will make you unable to afford it. Be one step ahead. Join Superman, and become a veteran in the future. Baron Strack, who has completed his psychological construction, has already begun to think about what to use to deceive. No, it should be to persuade the remnants of the Red Empire. Infiltrate SHIELD to penetrate the enemy's lurking operation. The former Hydra has its base camp in Europe, which is known as the top of the world. Later, he hid in Tibet and went into exile to Siberia, where the climate was cold and snowy. Now, we have to board the big ship heading to North America again. After experiencing so many twists and turns, Baron Strack stood in front of the tomb of the great man and suddenly realized that he was the remnant of the old age. But Zemo, who was also a member of Hydra, had a completely different mood. He believes that it is time to get rid of the past and welcome a beautiful new era. Holding tightly the little power in his hand, hiding in the corner and playing with national politics, there is really no future. If Hydra wants to rise, it needs a broader stage. The world is bipolar on the surface, but in the eyes of Zemo, Superman is fully qualified to become the third pole. Attaching to such a strong man is not a shame for Hydra. The so-called great existence behind Mrs. Viper, whom Whitehall talks about all day long, may not be much better than Superman. The furthest distance in the world is probably standing beside each other, but with completely different thoughts. Luke captured the subtle expressions of the two of them. A sigh of emotion. An ambitious one. Let's do it. I hope we meet next time in Washington, D.C. Having negotiated that Hydra was merged into SHIELD, Luke waved his hand and left alone, leaving the Baron Strack and Zemo standing in the cold wind. They need a little time to integrate the forces at hand. When I came, I was alone. When you go, big bags and small bags. Thinking of this, Luke smiled satisfied. A journey without gain is incomplete. He has always pursued that wherever he goes, he must put some worthy of collection into his bag. It can be a person or a thing. Another beautiful day. Thinking of the villain evergreen of the Marvel Universe being drawn into his camp, Luke felt that he had made another contribution to world peace. Without the troublemaker like Hydra, maybe the Avengers in the future will be a bit easier, and the number of times the Earth will be violated will be a bit less. In this way, he is really a good person. I don't know if the Cold War will continue to brew. Luke walked to the Red Square, ignoring everyone's eyes, breaking away from the gravity of the Earth, and slowly rising to the sky. He looked down at the Red Square, the Kremlin, and even Moscow. Then he looked up. His line of sight seemed to penetrate the atmosphere, breaking the barriers of space, and looking farther away. Hydra's mission is probably the countdown to staying on the Earth. After I mentioned the Krypton spacecraft, I was about to embark on the journey of the Sea of Stars. This small planet is like a house. Staying inside, the growing Superman feels more and more restrained. No wonder those dimensional demon gods will eventually leave the Earth. Luke curled his lips. For those veteran powerhouses curled up in the dimensional world, the planet may be just a narrow room, especially in the eyes of the Crimson ruler Cetoluk, the Trinity Wish Handy. The Earth is probably like a glass marble. It reminds me that there is a madman who likes to collect planet civilizations. In the next studio, Luke strolled above the clouds, enjoying a moment of silence. A few days later, the talks that had more apparent meaning than actual meaning finally came to an end. The competition between the two superpowers will not stop just because of a conversation. Leviathan raised his hands to welcome Superman about to leave Moscow, and they were eager to send each other away. Despite losing the spy leader Taras and the elite agents of the Red House, Leviathan did not act too angry. On the one hand, I dare not but curse in my heart. On the other hand, compared to the Hydra that was taken away, their fate is pretty good. At least Superman left some for Leviathan, but didn't take them all. Therefore, a person's judgment of what happened to oneself often depends on the surrounding environment. As long as he is not the most unlucky one, everything is within an acceptable range. Send it here. Luke and his party appeared at Irkutsk airport. It is estimated that Hydra's migration activities will take a while. Only him and Captain America and the Winter Soldier were the only ones on the return trip. In addition, the spy chief Taras, 3 female agents of different sizes, namely B, C, and D. Steve, can Bucky recognize you? Luke stepped onto the gangway. Since the Winter Soldier was brought back, Captain America has kept guarding each other. I bring food and water every day, and wash my body. It is really exciting to think about it. Oh no, it's touching. This deep friendship between brothers is simply teary. He refused to admit that he grew up in Brooklyn, and he refused to accept the fact that he was my friend. Rogers frowned. Although the last time Luke used his fist to persuade Bucky to admit his identity, the symptoms did not cure cause. The latter was brainwashed by Hydra for too long and completely forgot his previous memories. The Winter Soldier has become a label imprinted on him. Maybe you can change the method, such as using the scene to reproduce to stimulate Bucky's brain, Luke said casually. Regarding the brainwashing of the Winter Soldier, he had asked Baron Strack how to solve it. But brainwashing is like playing Lego. It takes a lot of time to put together a complete model, and it only takes a few seconds to destroy the broken parts. Hydra's brainwashing technique is to use various physical pains to stimulate the spirit, and then cut the complete memory into pieces, and then reinstill new cognition. The general idea is similar to that of a computer reinstalling system. After the installation is complete, it is a technical task to restore the previous state to again. Scene reenactment. You mean, take Bucky back to Brooklyn, let him walk through the familiar old places, and awaken the deep memories. Roger's eyes lit up. Untitled.novel.com. This is a way. No, those are not deep enough. And the excitement is not big enough. The corner of Luke's mouth turned slightly and suggested, Steve, I remember you said that after this trip to the Soviet Union, you will return to Brooklyn to marry your girlfriend, right? I still remember that you told Bucky before that you must ask him to be the best man when you get married. Simply, you will take care of your lifelong events, by the way, stimulate Bucky's memory and awaken his ego. Captain America was stunned for an instant. Luke's advice sounds well-founded and convincing. But why did his inner intuition tell him that this might be a pit? Marry? Rogers held a complicated mood and fell into tangled thoughts. Chapter 307. Las Vegas, Better Than Hell, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Luke, who returned to Washington, D.C., did not live a few quiet days. The White House, the Pentagon gang, take turns visiting each day. The Red Square meeting has almost clarified the contradiction between the two superpowers and the future situation. The whole world wants to know which side Superman is on. To be more precise, everyone is worried. Will Superman become a weapon and be dropped on the battlefield? Luke had never thought of being a doctor of Manhattan, and in case Howard couldn't think about it, he regarded him as the biggest threat in the world. Then designed a series of conspiracies, and finally ended the U.S. Soviet struggle for hegemony with the lives of nearly 8 million people in New York, and the three wars broke out, and he went to Mars and completely lost his humanity. That's boring. The world line of the Watchmen is destined to be impossible in the Marvel Universe. So, in order to avoid the harassment of politicians, and to prepare Captain America for the bachelor party before getting married, Luke specially took Howard to Las Vegas together. They are sitting on a passenger plane flying to Nevada, due to limited conditions and not wanting to be victimized by public criticism. The two did not call a bunch of flight attendants to dance pole dancing in the first class. That kind of corrupt and depraved extravagant life can only be done by Iron Man. Why would you want to open a hotel and casino in Las Vegas? Howard asked curiously. Nevada is mostly barren desert, discovered by Mexican merchants. And then a group of Mormons came. It wasn't until the Union Pacific Railway was connected that it gradually thrived. Later, it was the gold rush that prompted a large influx of people. But just like the mining towns in the West, when the resources of the gold and silver mines are exhausted, the gold prospectors will leave and look for the next location. First of all, gambling in Nevada is legal. Secondly, the War Department has built a lot of military bases so that I can radiate my influence. Finally, I believe Las Vegas will become a paradise for the rich and a paradise for gamblers, Luke said with a smile. The casino plan he had considered before had already been completed and entered the state of business. Mafia who traveled across the ocean from Sicily to the North American continent. Under Luke's instruction, they neither competed with their compatriots for territory business, nor did they conflict with the Irish. The newcomer Corso Alessandro, after taking his brothers to a firm foothold in New York, only managed a few blocks of underground casino business. In Luke's words, it means practice hands first. It is not easy to run a casino. From security to customer source, to chip exchange, capital transfer, etc., it is necessary to accumulate experience. Most of the gangsters have no skill. In addition to using violence, not many people know how to use their brains. Therefore, they are keen on high-risk businesses such as smuggling and drug trafficking. There are thresholds for serious industries. Once Wall Street stockbrokers, their favorite clients were gangsters because they give money quickly and never ask about the economic situation of the account. This is like the entertainment circle of the later generations. The most popular investor is the coal boss. There is a high degree of similarity between the two in essence. Later, an astonishing case occurred. There was a brave liar who pretended to be Morgan Stanley's gold broker and played around with the heads of the 5 major Italian families. Even the accountants specially hired by the mafia did not notice that something was wrong. In just half a month, the liar got nearly $1.5 million and then slipped away. Of course, the leaders of the 5 major families later issued wanted warrants, which were more efficient and faster than the federal police, and arrested people 4 months later. As for the end, the liar was not dismembered or sunk. Instead, he was imprisoned in a local prison in accordance with legal procedures. 2 weeks later, he died of fissure. It is said that he has changed 4 roommates from white to black, from macho to pervert. Every roommate has a special hobby of being strong and locking men, adding men to men. The liar is like a tunnel through a volcano, being in and out every day. Finally, he was overwhelmed and died of fissure. This incident also reflects from the side that gangsters are very good at fighting fiercely. But when it comes to economic savvy, dealing with wealth is not true. Luke doesn't want the Alessandra gang to become thugs who depend on him and only do illegal businesses. The more stable the social environment, the less room for the gang to survive. Anyway, sooner or later, I have to be washed ashore. Why not refuse to go to the sea from the beginning to reduce the stains on my body? Just like the phrase "the way to get rich is written in the criminal law," businesses that have huge profits are basically illegal or in a gray area. In a liberal and democratic beacon country, the only thing worth investing in is probably gambling. From the past to the present, the skin and meat business and the gambling business have been too. It has never been outdated, and it has always been a hard demand of mankind. The rich man's paradise. I do have a lot of friends who are attracted to Las Vegas. Howard thoughtfully, at this time the gambling city has not spread to the world. Its name is only circulated among a small group of wealthy people. Those who have money and no place to spend, like to drive their lovers to Las Vegas in groups. The salon reception in New York, horse riding and golf, can no longer satisfy them. Once the threshold of desire rises, it is difficult to lower it again. It's just that you have something to do with the mafia. Howard leaned on the seat of the plane, asked. He has heard the legend of Superman assisting the Allied forces in the raid on Sicily. But dignified lieutenant generals should not and could not take the initiative to mix with the mafia. I was originally an Irish immigrant, and my uncle even gave an Irish gangster a house. Luke shrugged, turned his head and asked, "Do you know how influential the International Truckers Union is? Their chairman Jimmy Hoffa has more than 2 million registered members and 8 billion pensions. How many votes are these? What a golden investor." Howard, don't underestimate the gangs. Their era has not passed, unless the Cold War ends and peace comes. Even Kennedy, who will become president in the future, his family has a delicate relationship with the Irish gang. Many people say that Italians do business in black and white, while Irish fight and fight politics. It means that the mafia goes to sea first, then goes ashore. From a gangster to a business tycoon, the Irish people specialize in solidarity with trade unions, making political donations and political investments. Their most successful thing is probably to send JFK to the White House. It's just that the result is not good, and the Kennedy brothers are not as behaving as their father. Pay attention to a fair deal and exchange of interests. After they came to power, they turned around before they could sit down to rectify the collusion between the Union and the gang. That's right, Jimmy Hoffa has always been a man of the world. Howard looked at the gathering and scattered clouds, ended the topic of the gang, and brought up another matter. Rogers really intends to get married? Luke nodded. His unintentional words seemed to be heard by Captain America. On the surface, it seems like a reliable plan to wake up a good old brother with a wedding. Las Vegas is where Steve spends his single night. Talking about this, Luke was excited. On the other side, www.mentalnovel.com. Las Vegas. The old man wearing a half-top hat and leaning on a silver cane appeared in the deserted desert. Maybe the sun is venomous and the temperature is too high, and his figure is distorted. I smell an alluring smell. The old man twitched his nose and grinned at the corner of his mouth. It's like a hungry diner's, seeing a table full of feasts. When I came last time, there was nothing in this place. The old man murmured and took a step. The space seemed to be automatically shortened and quickly disappeared in the desert. Unsatisfied greed. Hard to fill lust. It's more like than hell. Chapter 308 Investment Plan, National Hero, the fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. When Howard came to Las Vegas for the first time, he was attracted by the city that never sleeps standing in the desert. It is like a hot girl wearing a tulle, and charming. There is an impulsive desire that people can't help but want to explore and discover in depth. You should bring me to such a good place soon. Rogers will definitely like it too. Howard sat in an extended limousine, admiring the roadside scenery through the car window. The turbulent waves and undulating curves can't help but remind people of Hawaii's beaches and bikini girls. Steve, his staid personality, may not know how to enjoy such a drunken and degenerate life. Luke shook his head and smiled. Compared to Howard's status as a big capitalist, Captain America is a national hero. Yes, if you say a dirty word in front of Captain Rogers, you must be educated by him, Howard complained. A few days ago, Luke took Malina, and then Rogers took his girlfriend, Howard, alone in the role of being fed dog food. They had a family party together in Brooklyn. As a result, Howard said Dolly Shetton was seriously educated by Captain America. Don't speak swear words in front of Captain Rogers. It has become a classic saying circulated in SHIELD. Italian business seems to be doing well. As soon as Howard and Luke got off the plane, members of the mafia came to greet them. And the scene is very big. The extended version of the convertible luxury car, plus 4 police motorcycles marked by the Las Vegas city government to clear the way. Of course, any visitor to Las Vegas, as long as he enters the casino to spend, his personal safety will be protected by the mafia. Luke smiled and said calmly, so only in the old city will there be thieves and robbers. If they dare to go to the new city and attack those guests, they will be chopped off by the mafia and thrown into the desert to feed scorpions and vultures. The police in Las Vegas are only responsible for maintaining law and order in the old city. As for the order of casinos and hotels, it belongs to the work of the gang. In this regard, everyone has a tacit understanding and the division is very clear. It sounds like a Hell's Kitchen. Howard thought of a place in New York. To be honest, when he saw a group of big men in black suits and sunglasses lined up in 2 rows, then he is respectful to himself, to a certain extent. He can satisfy the rights and vanity of men. Will Stark Industries invest in a few projects? This will definitely become a gathering place for the rich in the future, Luke said suddenly. Regarding the Las Vegas casino construction plan, at the beginning, he planned to invest money to build 2 luxury hotels. Of course, building a hotel is just a cover, as supporting entertainment facilities, casinos and spas that entertain guests are the top priority. In the plan handed over to Alessandro, there are also related content of the construction of a golf course and a ski resort in the later period. Are you so optimistic about the development of Las Vegas? Howard was a little surprised. Investment is no problem. He served as a military tycoon and a scientific advisor to SHIELD. Regardless of the size and competitiveness of the company, or the connections and back office, there is no shortage of orders from the Pentagon. It's just that Howard is curious about where Luke's confidence comes from. You must know that Nevada was a barren desert 20 years ago. Except for gold diggers and workers, almost no one would come. Never doubt my prediction of the future. Luke's answer was a bit mysterious, like a bluffing liar. The reason why Las Vegas has become the gaming city and the entertainment capital of the world for later generations. In addition to the support of the local government, it is also related to its own geographical advantages. First, it is the only water source in the Mojave Desert in the southwestern United States, and it is also a transportation hub. If you want to go from the east to Los Angeles, San Diego and other southwestern cities, you must pass through Las Vegas. Later, It was connected to the railway and formed the Los Angeles-Chicago Interchange. After the rise of air transportation in the future, Las Vegas will also become the 4 major air cargo transfer stations in the United States: Chicago, Houston, Atlanta, plus this famous casino in the world. As we all know, the superior location of the traffic throat can gather popularity and attract investment. The terrain of the Plateau River Valley, coupled with natural hot springs, gives Las Vegas good conditions to serve as a holiday destination. Under various conditions, the rise of casinos is not accidental, but destined. My requirement for Ray Alessandro is that the city must not only attract gamblers, but also the rich and Hollywood stars. Luke lowered the car window, and a fiery atmosphere poured in. You can see honey-colored thighs wrapped in shorts everywhere on the street, and a superb figure that makes people unable to move their eyes. No wonder Howard was so excited just now. Many people's cognition of Las Vegas is limited to the developed gaming industry and more banks. I don't know. It is actually the world's #1 convention and exhibition center. In the future, there will be the largest and best racing track on the West Coast, the top golf courses and ski resorts. Because of the special climate and non-industrial environment, it is one of the best lung disease retreats in the United States. If the mafia can operate seriously, build steadily in accordance with the plan given by Luke, in a few decades, Las Vegas will become an inexhaustible huge gold mine. Your eyes can always see the long term. Howard was not shocked by Luke's grand blueprint. Skynet, a company funded by Stark Industries, which provides technology, is mainly engaged in communication services. The scope of its business development and the technology developed are basically implemented in accordance with Superman's vision. AT&T, American Telephone and Telegraph Company, which owns Bell Labs, also failed to withstand Skynet's siege. Do you know? I recently found a chief financial officer, Howard said with emotion. He is a very capable and insightful young man. He admires your plan very much. Novel.com feels like he has a pair of eyes for the future, watching everything that will happen sooner or later. Luke raised his eyebrows, wondering if the CFO Howard found was a bearded bald Obadi Stan. That was the villain who almost made the Stark family the last general. The hotel is here. The extended limousine was parked on the side of the road, and the soft carpet was spread directly from the hotel to the door of the car. On both sides stood welcoming ladies of all skin colors, countries, and their own characteristics. Is it a bit too high profile? Howard felt the beauty search radar on his lower body flicked slightly, and instinctively told him that tonight will be a sleepless night. General, Mr. Stark, please go upstairs. Miss Yingbin surrounded the two people who got off the train, and walked into the elevator with the envy of the tourists. Chapter 309, Hell Hotel, Soul Bargaining Chip, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. It's dull. Staying at the Flamingo Hotel under the name of the Mafia, Howard, who had been indulging in fun for a week, collapsed on the sofa. His eyes seemed to be out of focus. He looked bored. Baccarat, Texas Hold'em and other games are tired. Alpine ski resorts are under construction, and you can play golf when you are idle. The natural hot springs are soaked almost every night. Lying in a hot spring pool large enough to hold hundreds of people, looking down at Las Vegas below, it is simply an imperial enjoyment. And there are beautiful women rubbing their backs and watering them. It sounds like a heavenly comfortable day, but for Howard, who likes the new and dislikes the old very fast, there is no interest in experiencing it a few times. Even if the mafia leader Ray Alessandro had hinted intentionally or unintentionally, the welcome lady in the hotel, croupiers and waitresses could all come to serve. Howard, who can enter the time of the sage, did not follow the flow of the boat and wantonly prostitute, but righteously rejected such illegal acts. Well, that's the reason. In fact, it was because when he arrived in Las Vegas on the first day, He was doing multiplayer sports and overdrawing his body. Nevada is the only place in the United States that allows and is recognized as legal. Playboys like Howard have run out of ammunition and food after only a few days. No wonder it is a paradise for the rich, where you can do whatever you want. Howard slumped on the sofa and took a sip of juice. He showed such a boring state because Luke didn't fool around with him. For men, going out to hijack must have fun in a team. If you are alone, your interest is automatically halved. Obviously, they have avoided the White House. The Pentagon group helped Captain Rogers prepare for the bachelor party. In the end, they still have to talk about work. Howard complained. 2 days before Luke arrived in Las Vegas, he did experience local customs. Not only in the hotel casino, it set a record of winning 43 blackjacks in a row, and then played other types of games: poker, dice, points, odd and even, roulette. These gameplays developed by humans are not difficult for Luke. Therefore, just immerse for a moment. He got out and returned to work. Nevada has not only Las Vegas, but also a national security zone. The U.S. Department of Energy has set up the Nevada test field in the desert southeast of Nye County, where their military has conducted more than 900 nuclear explosions. This also attracted a large number of nuclear bomb tourists, and the atomic bomb became popular in Nevada and became a fashion in an instant. There are many Miss Atomic Bombs in Las Vegas, beautiful girls wearing mushroom cloud bikinis, which is a major feature. Anyway, it is here. Luke will naturally go to various military bases to visit and sympathize as a war hero. Therefore, he left Howard in the hotel. This is a rare vacation. How can I just waste time in a hotel room like this? Howard squinted his eyes and slept for a while, touched the two mustaches, and decided to go out and have some fun. Even if you play golf, or go to the hot springs for a while, staying in the room, this does not fit his style. Is there anything worth visiting nearby? Putting on the brand new high-end suit, spraying a little cologne, dressing himself up more like a poker, Howard caught a glimpse of the waiter in charge of running the elevator up and down. "Sir, there is a newly opened Hell Hotel outside the 2 streets of the hotel. I heard it's very interesting." The waiter took the tip into his pocket and then pointed out the direction. "Hell Hotel," Howard murmured. "The name seems a bit interesting. A fallen soul like me should go to hell." Howard picked up a glass of champagne and said to himself. He followed the directions given by the waiter and soon saw the newly opened Hell Hotel. "Wow, the atmosphere is hot. There is a long line." Howard raised his eyebrows, and waiting in line peacefully was not what he should do. "Hi, man, if you are willing to give me your place, then all of this will be yours." Opening a road with money is always one of the best ways to solve the problem. Howard unsurprisingly came to the front, and the 2 security guards at the door glanced at him, and stamped the seal of the horned devil on his arm. "Go in," the security guard said gruffly. Howard put a hand in his pocket, and walked into the door smartly. He sniffed and frowned slightly. "It feels like there is a smell of sulfur," Howard thought to himself. Only his attention was quickly attracted by the decoration inside the Hell Hotel. The dark red color fills every corner of the line of sight. The soft carpet emits slight heat. There is also a faint light flowing, like magma. The walls are carved with various patterns with horror and weird temperament, and there are even waiters dressed like demons and demons traveling back and forth. It's really strange to use as a hotel theme. Howard became interested and walked to the front desk where the chips were redeemed. "Sir, we don't accept checks and cash here," the waiter with a hooked nose said so with curved horns on the top of his head. He rejected the check signed by Howard and the banknote he took out of his wallet. "Then what do you charge here?" Howard raised his mouth and asked curiously. "Sold. The Hell Hotel exchanges soul for bargaining chips. There is a place to weigh your soul," the waiter answered stubbornly. Pretending to be like that, Howard looked in the direction pointed by the waiter, and there was indeed a huge scale not far away. Many guests entering the hotel stood on it, waiting for the final result. "Soul redeemed chips. Then if my soul can't exchange enough chips, untilnovel.com, or I have lost all the chips and want to continue the game." Howard put his arms around his chest, like a deliberately making things difficult for guests. You can sign a contract to mortgage your soul in the Hell Hotel forever. The waiter was expressionless and took out a thick stack of papers. We have 10, 30, 50 and 100 years of short-term pledge contracts, and 2 to 1,000 years of long-term pledge contracts. Howard just glanced at it, and the dense English words were enough to cause headaches. He pouted his lips, randomly drew out a pledge contract with an unknown period, and then signed his name. In the waiter's dark eyes, a ray of fire flashed. He stacked several stacks of chips of different denominations, neatly packed them in a tray, and handed them to Howard with both hands. "Welcome to the Hell Hotel, I wish you a good time." Chapter 310. This old devil, I've beaten it before. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Southern Nevada, Lincolnshire. This is the US military base with the highest level of secrecy. On the surface, it is used to secretly develop and test Air Force aircraft and conduct other research projects behind the scenes. Because of the air control and the prohibition zone, various strange anecdotes are often made up by the outside world. For example, a lot of people just claim to have seen UFOs. Others believe that there is an alien corpse in this military base. Every newly elected president of the United States will come to visit. Yes, this place is called Area 51 inches by later generations. General, the soldiers are very happy to see you. They see you as an idol, like a Hollywood star. "I want to take a photo with you and shake hands with you," an important military officer said excitedly. "I will stay in Las Vegas for a while, and if I have the opportunity, I will participate in these interesting activities." Luke showed a standard business smile. With curiosity, he visited this military base specially. As a result, no alien wreckage was found, and no frozen Cybertron was found. "I have to say, this is a bit disappointing." The mysterious Area 51 was originally used as a bomb and artillery practice area. It was abandoned after the end of World War II. Later, Lockheed's Skunk factory selected it as the test site for the U-2 spy plane, and built a 7-kilometer runway. After uncovering that layer of mystery, Area 51, which caused countless people's speculation, seemed so ordinary. According to Nick Fury's habit of building safe houses all over the world, this is a good place. Luke looked around and finalized his thoughts. Then, he was in the eyes of everyone worshipping or admiring. The tall and straight figure soared into the sky, causing an atmospheric explosion. Superman. Below is the excited American soldier. Area 51 is only 130 kilometers away from downtown Las Vegas, and at Luke's flight speed, it almost arrives in an instant. Boom! I saw an afterimage swept across the horizon, and the billowing airwave made an explosion. The dark red cloak brought strong wind, and Luke landed steadily on the apron of the Flamingo Hotel. "Alessandro, you look a little nervous. What happened?" Luke pushed open the tempered glass door and saw that Alessandro, the hotel owner, guest of the city government and mafia boss, had something wrong with his expression. The Italian was sweating on his forehead, eyes dodged and worried. "General, you are finally back." Alessandro seemed to have seen a savior. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face to wipe off the sweat. "Mr. Stark, who came with you, he has disappeared for 2 days." Luke raised his eyebrows, and that fellow Howard would have an accident, which surprised him a bit. As a result of the last assassination of Essex Biotech, the latter has become more vigilant, carrying his own portable power armor wherever he goes. As for the armor of the Iron Overlord, it was placed in the basement of Stark's mansion. If someone wants to fight Howard's idea, whether it's a sneak attack or a visit, the process will not go smoothly. Is it kidnapping, or something else? Luke's calm voice quickly calmed Alessandro's anxiety. Neither. The mafia boss struggled to organize the language, and he seemed a little unsure of what to say. 2 days ago, Mr. Stark entered a newly opened hotel and never came out again. I was worried about Mr. Stark, so I sent a few people to look for it. But when they stepped into the door of that hotel, they seemed to disappear. Luke listened patiently while riding the elevator to his room. "What's the name of that hotel?" he asked the key question. "Hell Hotel," Alessandro replied. Luke thoughtfully approached the sofa. He was only skeptical before, but now he is basically certain. Howard's disappearance must have been caused by Hellord Mephisto again. It's just that old devil. Why would he stare at Iron Man's father? Although Howard is an out-and-out capitalist. In order to obtain wealth, he also had his hands stained with blood. Arms dealers originally sold death. But a person's soul does not become very important because of doing good or evil. The weight of the soul depends on a firm will, a strong spirit, or some kind of fanatical belief. When did this hotel pop up? Luke condensed his thoughts and asked softly. This is not the first time he has dealt with the old devil. Before, in other universes, in order to help Stephen Strange win the position of Supreme Mage, he had done something with Mephisto. The old devil is not the opponent of Superman, let alone now in the world. I don't remember clearly, it seems. A week ago or 2 weeks ago. Luke looked at Alessandro, who seemed to be affected by some strange force, and his memories became confused. Obviously, this is also the ghost of Mephisto. This guy moved to Las Vegas. Luke raised his eyes and looked into the distance, looking through the obstacles, and saw the dark tower soaring into the clouds. Obviously the shape is so peculiar, billowing thick smoke and flames. But the pedestrians passing by turned a blind eye to them. Instead they were attracted unconsciously and joined the long line. One time is born, the second time is cooked. The corner of Luke's mouth evokes a slight arc, and he chuckles. If you beat it once, there will be a second time. ... Mephisto, leaning on a silver cane, stood on the top floor of the Hell Hotel. He looked down at all the sentient beings with the arrogant eyes looking down on the sentient beings. The long queue outside has blocked the traffic on the side of the street. But there were still people joining in, as if possessed by a demon. Too tempting, so satisfying. Mephisto took a deep breath, and the city crawling under his feet was home to 1.7 million people. To the old devil, this is 1.7 million delicious souls, and it is a huge order of inestimable value. They are all voluntarily and put their souls into my hands. Mephisto grinned with a smug smile. He didn't get the human souls through coercion or grabbing. Every guest who walked into the Hell Hotel used their souls to exchange chips and sign a pledge contract. I didn't violate the precepts of the Supreme Mage, and there was nothing wrong with Gu when he came to the door. The soul has already confirmed the ownership, and sooner or later, he will fall into hell. Mephisto thought of this, and the smile on his face grew brighter. He was a little upset. Why didn't he discover this method earlier? In the long life of the old devil, he is looking for people who are hard to fill, ambitious, or who are extremely thirsty and easy to be fooled. Then, sell them the personal safety insurance of hell. A devil's words tricked the past and waited for the other party to sign the contract. The time-consuming and slow efficiency is really indescribable. In the past, the old devil liked to play such games and witnessed those human beings with their own dark emotions such as greed, tyranny, and viciousness being seduced. Watching them kill each other for money, power or women, and finally fall into with a face full of regret, unwillingness and fear. Mephisto has been enjoying the complexity of human nature and the distortion of human nature, treating it as a cup of wine with strong flavor. It's just that after playing the same game for a long time, it will inevitably feel boring. It's time to change the game. Mephisto poured himself a glass of red wine, and the scarlet liquid rippled in circles. Jingle, jingle bell. The harsh phone call interrupted the old devil's complacency and enjoying his successful personal time. Months, I hope you are really in a hurry, otherwise I will throw you into the 9th level of and let you be eaten by evil spirits that have been hungry for thousands of years. Mephisto spoke the most terrible punishment in the softest tone. As the manager of the casino, Mons trembled all over, and there was a strong fear on his face full of flesh. The demons in know that Mephisto has always been merciless to his poor men. There is a human. He always wins. He won a lot of chips. There was a hint of panic in Mun's voice. Hashim can't stand it anymore. Mephisto frowned slightly. Hashim was the champion of the World Poker Tournament before his death, especially in the game of Texas Hold'em, which can be said to be a master of the gambler level. Of course, he can possess such superb technology because he signed a contract with the old devil. The young gambling king Hashim, who was in the limelight, died in an accidental car accident, and his soul fell smoothly into Mephisto's hands. Now that everything is used to its fullest, the enslaved Hashim soul is placed in the poker area of the casino by the old devil as the existence of the town venue. For human souls like Hashim, Mephisto still has many more. In his casino, it is impossible for anyone to keep winning. Trash. Let a human being so arrogant in the hotel. Mephisto cursed and hung up. Then www.untilnovel.com a dark flame rose up, rendering the casino screen on the 12th floor. At the Texas Hold'em table, two people sat opposite each other, surrounded by a large group of translucent shadows. It's actually Hashim's best Texas Hold'em poker. Mephisto frowned more tightly. He couldn't figure out how Hashim could lose a game in which he was proud of it. The old devil caught a glimpse of his opponent's chips and had already piled up several hills. Obviously it has been winning streak and never losing. Sorry, I'm still older than you. The young man sitting opposite Hashim spread out his trump cards and once again won a pile of chips of various colors branded with the Shiffer demon. It looks like your luck today is very bad. Goddess of Luck lifted my skirt and raised her to you. Chapter 311 Hell Blessing. The Abyss of Gambling. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Set the hour hand back to 1 hour ago. Luke looked up at the Hell Hotel with billowing smoke and dark flames, and walked to the front of the long line of dragons. Just like Howard did, he held a few banknotes between his fingers and handed them to the little black man wearing a big gold chain. The latter took it happily, and then gave up his position. No matter when, the ink smell of banknotes is so addictive. The residents of Las Vegas turned a blind eye to the strangeness of this hotel, but they kept coming in. Luke swept over with the all-seeing eye in the book of Emperor Wai-Shan and looked at the two security guards guarding the door. Beneath the human skin is a hideous body lingering in the flames of and wearing a devil's horns. Entering the door of the hotel, the welcoming lady dressed as a succubus looks almost the same as herself. They all have red skin, enchanting figures, evil chests, and a slender tail that keeps shaking. This fits Howard's taste. Luke suddenly remembered something very serious. According to Alessandro, Howard walked into the Hell Hotel and never came out again. He preconceived that Mephisto had engaged in a conspiracy. Another way of thinking is that old-fashioned critics like Howard may have been drained by the succubus. In a state of exhaustion with exhausted ammunition and food, legs are weak and unable to walk. After thinking about it for a while, Luke actually felt that such a possibility was extremely high. After all, Howard even had a female vampire, and the taste was very mixed. Let me find Mephisto. Where is that old devil? Luke walked to the front desk where he was redeeming chips. His attention was instantly drawn to him. Under his all-seeing eye, the blue, red, and white bargaining chips with the horned devil pattern turned into distorted faces. All are human souls. Pain and suffering are the currency of Hell Hotel. The waiter who redeemed the chips read the written lines and said blankly, "Guest, everything you need can be obtained at the Hell Hotel. But the premise is that you have to give your soul to win game after game." Luke pursed his mouth. Mephisto is also a wizard. With the Soul Chip Plus casino model, a circulation system is constructed. It seems that the old devil has been proficient in various ways of cutting leaks during these years of wandering in the world. What Devil Securities Company, lending campaign slogan has been thought out: borrowing without threshold, guaranteeing the lowest interest, and never violent collection. Can I go to the gambling table without chips? Luke glanced at the scales that weighed his soul, wondering if he stood up to expose himself. It doesn't matter, we have a pledge contract here. As long as you sign your name, you can get chips. The waiter took out several paper contracts with circles of exquisite patterns on the edges of the paper. 10 years can be exchanged for 1 blue chip, 30 years for 3, and so on. The blue chips are equivalent to the casino's 10,000 yuan bills. There are red chips and white chips behind them, which represent different values. Wow! There is actually a pledge contract for 1,000 years. Luke gave an exaggerated cry. The old devil was still cruel enough to cut the leaks. If anyone thinks this is just a game, sign this pledge contract. Once the soul bargaining chip is exhausted, he will give Mephisto 1,000 years of free work, and he will never rest in peace in his life. I want to sign for 1,000 years. Luke drew out the pledge contract and signed without hesitation the name of the Supreme Mage. This kind of contract is binding, so it's better to use Yi as a shield. Anyway, the Supreme Master should be very experienced in refusing to collect and repay debts. Okay, guest, this is your bargaining chip. The waiter happily put away the contract, and handed Luke the tray full of blue chips. Let me see what's fun. Texas Hold'em, that's it. Luke turned around, squeezed into the large poker area, and sat down at a gambling table casually. Here is another fat sheep. Hashim, pretending to be a gambler, glanced at the chips in Luke's tray and smiled coldly. Time goes back to now. Texas Hold'em has always been a popular gameplay in casinos. The number of participants generally ranges from 2 to 20. There are 3 categories: limited betting tables, staking limit tables, and unlimited betting tables. The rules are more complicated in detail, and it is easy for others to misunderstand the number of words. So to briefly summarize, at the beginning of the game, each player will get 2 cards face down. After several rounds of card dealing and betting, players must combine the whole cards with the community cards to make up the largest card, and then compare it with other players. From big to small, there are almost 10 hand types. The biggest is the royal flush, and the smaller ones are 3, 2 pairs, 1 pair, and so on. The Texas Hold'em competition is to calculate the card type and psychological game. Experts can read cards and guess cards. Basically, at the beginning of the round, you know what kind of card you should use in this round, and then you start to guess the opponent's card type, and start a fierce psychological game. For example, some people are obviously not big, but like to call frantically to put pressure on their opponents. There are also veterans who are very good at using bluffing methods. Speak loudly, act arrogantly, use this kind of performance to scare the opponent out of calling, or feel suspicion, to achieve the ultimate goal. Hashim was once the re-elected champion of the World Poker Tournament and is proficient in a variety of playing cards, including bridge, stud, blackjack, and so on. Texas Hold'em is even more of his specialty. His innate card reading talent allows this guy to form the most suitable card every round and win the opponent's chips smoothly. Since the soul fell into and lost its free body, Hashim endures the scorching heat, the scent of sulfur, and the inferior demons who chatter every day. Hell is not a good place. Otherwise, those demons, and even Mephisto himself, why would they go to the world to wander around twice? It wasn't until the establishment of the Hell Hotel, that Hashim, who was a betting on dogs, was remembered by Mephisto. He has become a devil's minion, temporarily leaving the terrible lower hell. Become the regional manager of the hotel and casino, responsible for all matters related to playing cards. In just a few days, Hashim has ruined dozens of guests, lost all their soul chips, and became a slave to the Lord of Hell. In short, his performance is very good. Until Hashim met the sitting opposite, a young guy who won 32 games in a row. You definitely cheated. Hashim was incompetent and furious, and the blue veins on his forehead appeared. With bloodshot eyes, he stared directly at the cards that Luke had spread out. A, K, Q, J, 10, 5 cards of the same suit form a royal flush. How can this kind of card appear? With thin cheeks, Hashim, like a drug addict, felt his brain explode. According to his calculations, the ratio of a royal flush is 30,939 to 1, which translates into a probability of 0.003%. In other words, unless there is a miracle or Luke cheated, it is completely impossible to make up this rare card type that takes the whole game. If you win, you can't afford to lose. It's a very bad behavior to blame your opponent for cheating without evidence. A blue chip with the largest face value rolled between Luke's fingers, and within 2 hours of entering the casino, he had already won 5 souls. Let's stop here. You have lost my interest in continuing the game, and you have lost all of it. Luke bent his finger and flicked the rolling chips to the lady succubus next to him. The bargaining chip emblazoned with the devil's horns www.mentalnovel.com just fell into the middle of the latter's chest. You are so charming. The Hell Hotel will always welcome high-profile guests like you. A blue chip is roughly equivalent to an third to a fifth of human soul weight. This is not a small sum. Miss Succubus wanted to stick her body to Luke. The Hell Hotel also has performance evaluations. They can earn a certain amount of soul bargaining chips if they work for Mephisto. The old devil knows how to drive the employees under his hands, so that the demons can enjoy the benefits of social animals. Wait, I can gamble again. Hashim thought of his achievements and bonuses, and his face showed a cruel look. I can bet on my soul. Chapter 312. If I lose, I eat it on the spot. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Your soul does not belong to you, so what qualifications do you have as a bargaining chip? Luke hugged the succubus lady who was pasting, and let the latter carry a tray full of chips and swagger to the next gaming table. He didn't even look straight at the devil's minion who lost all the chips. This is the contempt of the winners against the losers. Moreover, no matter how many more rounds of the game are played, you will not be my opponent. Luke spoke in a standard villain tone, full of mockery. Human gambling games are not at all difficult for him. Hashim proudly reads and counts cards, and puts nothing in front of Superman. Not to mention the ridiculously low probability of a royal flush. If Luke is willing, he can play 10 such pass-kill cards in a row. Besides, his supervision sees his opponent's whole cards clearly. You can't beat me by playing Texas Hold'em.jpg. Luke wanted to give him an emoticon. Blackjack. Leaving the Texas Hold'em table, he began to harm the next place. Only a look of despair was left behind. The desperate subordinates were defeated. If Mephisto doesn't come out, I will win all the chips at every table. This is Luke's idea, anyway, in order to cut the leaks. The old devil's casino does not limit the amount of bets at all. In theory, as long as he wins the chips fast enough and enough, he can close the Hell Hotel. Dear guests, this gentleman will pay for all the consumption tonight. Luke walked halfway and whispered in Miss Succubus' ear. The latter relayed the original words and immediately caused cheers inside the casino. The easiest word in the world to get the favor of others is inviting guests. The easiest thing to do is white prostitution. Hearing that someone was paying for consumption, the guests who came in for fun flocked to the buffet counter. They haven't realized that if they can't earn enough soul chips, they will never leave this hotel. I wish you all have fun. Luke is like a lavish hawker, throwing out a lot of red and white chips. Once again, a large group of people gathered around to fight, and he took Miss Succubus and sat at the blackjack table. Due to previous performances, madly won the chips. Throwing a lot of money, Luke at this time brought the spirit of gambling. Not only the guests next to them took the initiative to make room, but the dealers who dealt the cards were a little trembling. With a relaxed smile on the corner of Luke's mouth, he pushed out all the chips in the tray and said softly, "Let's start." This calm appearance made the succubus lady who was snuggling next to her heart radiant with stars in her eyes. She couldn't help getting closer, and the slender tail flicked back and forth. Luke kept his eyes open and focused on the gaming table. He had no interest in the succubus lady who couldn't close her legs with a smile. Even in a friendly match, the players must be like the queen of the frontier. Months. How many more did he win? Sitting on the top floor, Mephisto, looking at the casino, could not see the joy or anger on his face. This human, he has won 17 in a row, and every time it happens to be blackjack. Even across the telephone line, Munds could feel the anger boiling in the hearts of the Lord of Hell. This kind of smashing behavior, even in the world, will provoke a serious warning from the casino. What's more, the boss behind the Hell Hotel is Mephisto, an old devil who has absolutely no mercy and mercy. Hey, it's all blackjack. This is really arrogant enough. Mephisto's tone was soft, but the more so, the more anger in his heart accumulated. The rules of the game of blackjack are very simple. Let the cards in your hand, the sum of the points do not exceed blackjack, and try to be bigger than the others. Generally speaking, players will continue to draw cards when the sum of points is 48. At 17 o'clock and above, no more cards. Worrying about explosion. The number of points exceeds 21. If someone can win 17 games in a row, maybe it can be attributed to good skill and good luck. But if it is on this basis, not only is the winning streak, but the hand is exactly blackjack. This is also a pass-kill card, just like the royal flush of Texas Hold'em. As long as you get it, you win. The disadvantage is that it is difficult and risky. When the hand reaches 19 points, the probability of blow will increase indefinitely. Wanting to make up just enough for blackjack, Munds couldn't think of any other way besides cheating. It's time to meet this guest, so as not to say that my Hell Hotel is not well received. Mephisto hung up the phone and stood up. A smile was squeezed out of the yin bird's face, and the flames of lingering on the body turned into a red suit. He built the Hell Hotel in the world, just to harvest more souls. But Luke's appearance made the old devil's plan somewhat stagnated. Play Texas Hold'em with the royal flush. To play blackjack, the hands are all blackjacks. The points of the two cards in the hand add up to 21 points, such as an A and a flower card, or 10 points. This is simply pointing to the nose of the casino owner and saying, "Master is cheating, what can you do?" Mephisto was never a good-tempered devil, and someone had offended him before. Except for the previous generation of Supreme Masters, this generation of Supreme Masters, and the next generation of Supreme Masters, those guys are dead. With that silver skull cane, Mephisto came to the casino. He walked straight to the blackjack table, looked at Luke and said, "I want to play a few games with you." "Okay." Luke nodded and agreed. After gaining the authority of Seth, the of death, his gleaming, like the light of the soul of a firefly in the night, was finally able to hide. Otherwise, the old devil wouldn't think of himself as a human being. If you can see the light of the soul, Mephisto should reflect seriously at this time. What exactly did I do will provoke the evil star in front of me? How about a stud? Mephisto snapped his fingers, and the waiter behind him pushed a small cart with blue chips that could cover the entire gaming table. "No problem. I also like this exciting gameplay." Luke nodded again, seeming not to notice that the succubus lady sitting next to him had gradually moved away from him. Wow! Stacks of blue chips pushed into the middle area of the gaming table, which was one after another of fresh souls. 2 for the player and 2 for the dealer. The choppy croupier's hands trembled slightly. "It looks like you have confidence in yourself." Mephisto glanced at his exposed and hidden cards, and took a sip of the red wine he brought up. "I just think that the goddess of luck tonight always seems to be on my side." Luke smiled slightly. He couldn't see the old devil's hand. A thick and incomparably dark flame enveloped the area he was in. It seems that the Lord of has already noticed that Luke's method may not be a cheating method in the usual sense. Showdown. Mephisto, who confirmed that he would no longer hold the card, looked confident of winning. In his long life, he has also been addicted to gambling games invented by mankind. In other words, this old devil is actually a senior gambling dog. 19 o'clock. "What do you use to beat me?" Mephisto turned over his hidden cards and added them to the points of the exposed cards, which was exactly 19. The distance was burst, only a little bit. The old devil stared at Luke the whole time, but he didn't notice anything unusual about him. No one can cheat in front of oneself without being caught. Mephisto firmly believes in this. In addition, Luke has only one card, and roughly estimated that the sum of his points is between 810. It's a win. If you can lose my 19 o'clock in seconds. Untilnovel.com. I will eat this table on the spot. The old devil sneered. There was a glimmer of fire in his eyes, and he saw Luke's hand directly. Sure enough, there are only 10 o'clock in total. That's what you said, Lord Mephisto. The corner of Luke's mouth curled up, spreading out all the cards in his hand. Sorry, Blackjack. I was calculated! Exclamation mark. Mephisto reacted, those eyes filled with flames, looking hard at Luke, who became the winner. Who are you? The old devil asked with a gloomy expression. Chapter 313. What? You are the Supreme Master. Smile with crooked mouth. JPG. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Who are you? Even if Luke hides well, he does not reveal the fact that he is a big brother. But it just happened that the blackjack card was opened, and even if Mephisto was dull, he should understand that the guy sitting opposite was extraordinary. Can play tricks under his nose and win this round. Not only has to be bold, but also have enough strength. The only time Mephisto lost to a mortal dates back to the Faust period long ago. That cunning, dumb, and shameless guy was able to fool the same cunning, dumb, and shameless old devil, mainly because there were angels secretly helping. To be precise, it was a battle between and heaven. The mortal Faust is just in the middle. To put it bluntly, a boss like Mephisto sitting at the gambling table will certainly not abide by the rules. Cheating if you can cheat, cheating if you can cheat. If you lose, you won't admit it, and if you win, you will make a mockery. In the end, without the chips, you can still lift the table and leave. Even more shameless, it can also grab back the chips that the opponent has won. This is the real devil's demeanor. As long as you can play in, never head to head with your opponent. Facing Mephisto, who doesn't care about face and dignity at all, wants to win him. Unless the opponent is of equal strength and can prevent the old devil from playing tricks, it is impossible. You know my name, and you can win this round. It's definitely not an ordinary person. The Mage of Carmitage, Scythorn, the spokesperson of Cetolic. Mephisto kept asking questions with a sullen face. He didn't expect that he would capsize in the gutter. The young people sitting opposite did not reveal too strong aura of magic. In addition, he has a strong physique, unlike a serious mage. Except for that slightly handsome face, a little handsome face, and quite outstanding mysterious temperament. On the whole, it looked like an ordinary human being. This is Mephisto's judgment before sitting at the gambling table. Luke smiled, and seeing the old devil's unexpected expression made him feel comfortable in his heart. Can't tease the scheming and scheming lord. This is an interesting talk worth mentioning. An ordinary person who is not worthy of Mephisto remembering his name. Luke replied, ordinary person. If you are an ordinary person, I will treat this table as forget it. Thinking of the cruel words he had released before the game started, the face of Mephisto's dark bird looked a little depressed. For a long time, no human dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. Had it not been for Luke's identity, the old devil would have overturned the table long ago. He opened his mouth and ate his blood basin and ate the other's soul in one bite. How about another one? Mephisto saw Luke put those soul chips in his pocket, and he couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Those are his private property. You still have chips? The latter raised his eyebrows, and he remembered that he had deprived the Death Set's authority and occupied the other side's underworld world. In this way, he seems to be able to use it as the soul of hell, heaven, and currency in circulation in all dimensions. Try it. Luke squeezed a bargaining chip and put it in his palm calmly. An imperceptible dark light flashed in his eyes, and the blue chip equivalent to a third of the weight of a normal human disappeared. Bargaining chips, as much as I want. Hearing Luke's question, Mephisto smiled contemptuously. He is the owner of the Hell Hotel. How could he be short of chips? These days, human beings who are greedy and full of selfish desires have provided themselves with countless soul chips. It just stopped abruptly in the middle of the above sentence, and the old devil's dark face suddenly became serious. The guests around the gaming table stopped talking. The noisy voice became stagnant, and gradually became quiet. They sensed the terrifying aura released by Mephisto. Fortunately for humans, the demons working in the casino, especially the croupier closest to the gaming table, have weakened their legs and almost fell to their knees. While shaking, they secretly guessed what happened, so that the Lord of was furious and couldn't control the power in his body. "Where did you hide your chips?" Mephisto asked each word in a deep voice. "Losing a game, losing a bit of chips, losing some face. This is nothing to the old devil. He doesn't care about winning or losing unless it concerns his personal interests. I don't even care about the soul bargaining chip. Anyway, it will eventually flow into his hands. As for face, the Lord of Hell, who has been beaten up by the Supreme Master for many years, has no face at all. His prestige is limited to Hell. The other big devil, the dimensional devil. Most of their perceptions of Mephisto are negative labels such as sinister and cunning and turning face and ruthless. The big guys who really have emotions of respect and admiration, sorry, there is no one. Mephisto's reputation is not because of his tyranny, but because he always gets the most severe beatings. "What should I do with the chips I won? Do I still have to report it to you?" Luke remained calm, and Mephisto's boiling anger was just a breeze in his eyes. The blue bargaining chip, after being thrown into the world of the underworld, turned into a vague, distorted shadow, silently blending into the gloom. In the vague perception, the underworld world like a dilapidated house seemed to have eaten the tenth herd of the soul. The benefit is that the broken house in the world of the underworld, the transparent walls on all sides, seem to fill a gap. The energy provided by the soul can also repair the underworld. No, more accurately, it should have an effect on any dimensional world. Luke realized the key. Why do those dimensional demon gods, the various gods, and the two camps of heaven and hell, have to ask for their faith and soul? This may be an important foundation for maintaining their world. The Hell Hotel in Mephisto is of great value. Luke's eyes flickered, and he looked up at the old devil who was near the edge of rage. In his eyes, the opponent exudes a green light. Do not misunderstand. Not the power of forgiveness. It's the color of leeks. Human, you are seeking your own death. Mephisto, whose patience was gradually exhausted, stood up abruptly. The guests in a circle stepped back. They thought that the old devil could not afford to lose, and wanted to beat others, and quickly called the security of the casino. Piles of flames burned the red suit to ashes, exposing magma-like skin. "It's really boring. The Lord of Hell can't afford to lose even a little bit of soul chips, so he's embarrassed to come out and open the casino." Luke leaned on the seat and waved his hand. All his chips on the table disappeared and flowed into the world of the underworld. "You will regret what you have done, and you will kneel before me begging for forgiveness when your soul wails helplessly and screams miserably." Mephisto was heartbroken as he saw those souls lose their senses, and his eyes burst out with a substantive black flame. In this scene, the guests of the casino were scared to run away. Untitled.novel.com But any human who had signed a contract and exchanged their souls for chips could not leave this hotel. They turned into illusory shadows, all drawn into the crystal ball in Mephisto's palm. "It's not too late. Don't be so anxious to dream." Luke Chiron stood up and no longer concealed his strength. As he chanted the mantra silently, a stream of pure white light shone down. "Emperor Wai Shan, Supreme Master." Mephisto was about to release his anger and frustrated Luke, but he felt the familiar force and stopped his movements subconsciously. Pure white light, and the breath of Emperor Wai Shan. Except for not having a bright bald head, Luke fully meets the conditions of a supreme mage. Chapter 314 Pressing harder and harder, swallowing, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Thinking of the supreme mage, Mephisto could not help but have some bad memories that were not so good. As the most famous big devil in hell, he has dealt with two generations of supreme mage. Guys like Bizeb, Samael, and Asazli are all standard hell otaku. Only when there is an amazing change in hell, will you open your eyes and look at them. At other times, I was either sleeping or eating. Rarely put time and energy into the world of this world. Mephisto is a stranger, He is keen to make things difficult and like to play conspiracies. As long as you are free, you can sneak into the world to find some delicious and powerful souls to improve your diet. Luring heroes to fall, appreciating human tragedies, witnessing moral collapse. These are Mephisto's favorite shows. As the saying goes, often walking along the river, there are no wet shoes. The very active old devil met Agamotto, who had just debuted at that time. The latter was transformed by the tears of the ancient Uazatu, who was gifted with magic. He wants to clean up the world, expel the dark minions, and rebuild a stable order. The old and cunning Mephisto confronted the stunned Agamotto. At the beginning, the two sides were still evenly matched, winning each other. However, under the worldview of the Marvel Universe, a second generation of gods like Agamotto, the improvement of strength is unreasonable, and the plug-in is open. The ancient Uazatu directly poured all the white magic into Agamotto. It was as if he had eaten an experience book, and his skills reached the full level in an instant. Later, the precious things such as the rough time stone were handed over to Agamotto for refining magical artifacts. Waiting to meet again a few days later, Mephisto was almost beaten to fine teeth. Can't fight head to head. The old devil is thinking about playing small tricks. It should be okay. As a result, after investigating the background, I found that my mother is the of ancient times, a top boss who can be better than the underworld Scythorn and the Serpent set. Forget it. JPG, can't afford to provoke. JPG, Mephisto, who had always been unwilling to suffer, had a violent temper, silently swallowing broken teeth with blood and tears, as if everything hadn't happened. The old devil stayed in for hundreds of years, until he waited until Agamotto retired honorably. He swaggered into the world, thinking that he could finally exhale. At this time, his heart swelled, thinking that Carmitage had lost Agamotto, and everything must be under control. Therefore, Mephisto, who smiled so that his mouth was crooked, took the initiative to make trouble to attract Guy. Then, he was beaten up to fine teeth. Moreover, Guy, who inherited the position of the Supreme Master, was more irritable than Agamotto. Not only has he beaten Mephisto in this world, and when he is in a bad mood, he will open the portal and run to hell, beating him like a sandbag. Just like that joke, eat and sleep with peas. For a certain period of time, Mephisto was the unfortunate pea. Therefore, the fear of the Supreme Master, as well as the heart of hatred, are completely imprinted in the bones of the old devil. When Mephisto saw the pure white light enveloping Luke, he felt the familiar, lingering and terrifying strength of Wyshandi like a nightmare. He almost turned his head and drew back into hell. "Are you the Supreme Mage?" the old devil asked in a trembling voice. "When did Guy abdicate?" "He has not received any news." "To some extent, I am indeed a Supreme Mage." Luke shrugged and said lightly, "It seems that with the approval of Emperor Wyshan, all parallel universes can communicate with each other." He just called the names of Uazatu, Hogs, and Agamotto, and quickly got feedback. The Supreme Mage of this universe is naturally still the Ancient One. But Luke is in Universe 91. He named the universe where he participated in the Supreme Mage Contest 91. He is also a Supreme Mage appointed by Emperor Wyshan. "What did you say?" Luke stood up and looked directly at Mephisto, who appeared to be a devil. "Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings." Seeing that the situation was not right, the old devil quickly put away his anger and squeezed out a smile. "Mr. Master, let's sit down and talk slowly. It's not good to fight, kill, and kill. That's something that only savages can do." The body of the devil gradually shrinks and becomes a human again. The fire of that gushes out has also changed into a red suit again. "Oh, Your Excellency Mephisto, your attitude was not like that just now." Luke was expressionless and said lightly, "He is not the kind of good temper that can be easily fooled by saying a few good things. If you want to swallow the ruthless words released, how can you do it without paying a price?" I just lost the game. I was a little gaff. Please don't take it to heart." Mephisto skillfully lowered his posture. "Anyway, It was not the first time to be soft with the Supreme Mage. The dignity and reputation of the Lord are of course very important. It is more important to protect yourself. Not every great devil can repeatedly test in front of the Supreme Mage, do all kinds of death, and still live well. Mephisto had been stumbling for so long, and he hadn't been beaten to death. Moreover, there is no rule that faces more than anything else. To survive, that is a powerful role. Can live a long time, that is the real boss. In the cognition of creatures, a momentary power is useless. Long-term existence is the meaning. Your Excellency Mephisto, I am not a narrow-minded, unmeasured, and very vengeful person. Seeing that the old devil's attitude was extremely good, Luke couldn't press too hard, so he had to turn around. It's just that I have a friend who never came out after he entered your hotel. Mephisto's eyes twitched, realizing that the other party didn't seem to want to let him go. He clenched the crystal ball that contained the soul in his hand, and a trace of anger showed in his eyes. Really don't put the Lord in your eyes? The Supreme Master is amazing. Can you be arrogant with the backing of Emperor Waishan? These three consecutive questions echoed in Mephisto's heart. Then, he gave the answer with a sullen face. The other party is indeed qualified not to put the Lord of Hell in his eyes. The Supreme Master is really amazing. With the backing of Emperor Waishan, it can really be arrogant. Mephisto glanced at www.untitled.novel.com. Circles of pure white light rippling from behind Luke's head. Silently put away the inner dissatisfaction and put on a smiley face. Mr. Master, your friend, don't know what's the name. Can this be tolerated? Luke was a little surprised. He thought Mephisto would be angry, then turned his face and fought himself. Unexpectedly, when the old devil was weak, his ability to swallow his breath was first-rate. Howard Stark. Luke said his name. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Mephisto frowned slightly, then thought of a human with an abominable face. That who harassed the casino croupier, is your friend? Chapter 315. You are operating without a license. Tax evasion. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. Harassing casino croupiers? Luke raised his eyebrows, not surprised. In his impression, how it is indeed possible to make this behavior. He first flirted with a few words, and then put on a confident expression of I am so funny, handsome and charming. Don't you want to roll the bed together? The reason why such a trick can be profitable is more because his name is Howard Stark. Wealth and status can give men a deeper level of charm. For example, when Howard was holding a bunch of luxury car keys, he talked about Stark Industries' tens of billions of orders. At this time, his attraction to most women will increase exponentially. Stark Industries, arms tycoon. These names are useless in hell. Luke shook his head and smiled, guessing Howard might have hit a wall. Hell and heaven have never lacked all kinds of historical celebrities and high-level elites. The big guys of the two camps like collecting this kind of soul. For example, Beelzebub and Mephisto once fought for the soul of the moustache head. After a certain celebrity passed away, the popular phrase what God wanted to do, so he took him away. Under the worldview of the Marvel Universe, it is not nonsense. Your Excellency Mephisto, can you give me a face and forgive Howard for his unreasonable actions? Luke looked at the old devil whose attitude had reversed 180 degrees. He had come for Howard. Originally, I was taking the other party out together, and by the way, I prepared Captain America's bachelor party. Who would have thought that I happened to meet Mephisto, who left and came to the world to start a business? No problem. The old devil readily agreed. If a human soul could be used to send away this supreme mage who didn't know where he ran from, then he would definitely be happy and raise his hands in favor. Then I will replace Howard. Thank you Lord Mephisto for his generosity. Luke's eyes flashed and he kept smiling. He was saying good things, but he had other plans in his heart. In addition to Howard, there are so many soul chips in the Hell Hotel, which is also very attractive. As a Superman, a positive person, I can't just sit and watch Mephisto harvesting souls and killing lives. I have to stop it. Luke thought silently, as if feeling the blessing of this belief. He suddenly became righteous. his eyes bursting with awe-inspiring light. The sudden change caused the old devil sitting opposite to cock in his heart. "How do you feel? The momentum is different." Mephisto dare not say anything, dare not ask anything. The two tragic failures in the devil's career have proved that if you are right with the Supreme Master, there is a high probability that you will not end well. "Mr. Master, I will take you to the vault." "Your friend should stay there." Mephisto walked ahead. His pace quickened. He just wanted to quickly send the other party thousands of miles away, so as not to disturb his business. When did such a young supreme mage pop up on the earth? The old devil thought while leading the way. The opponent's familiar breath of Wychandis power is absolutely impossible to fake. Coupled with the blessing of pure white light, this is the treatment that the Supreme Mage can get. The authenticity of the identity is beyond doubt. Does Mephisto want to lead me into some trap? When the old devil guessed Luke's identity, the latter was also suspicious. Normally, the better a devil's attitude towards you is, be prepared for everything, like a nanny. Then you should be vigilant. Be careful that the other party digs a pit, waiting for you to step in. Arrived. Passing through the corridor outside the casino and taking the elevator all the way down, Mephisto took Luke to the vault of the Hell Hotel. He took out a bunch of keys in a decent manner, raised his hand and waved back the demon security guard with a big waist, and opened 3 thick and solid alloy doors. "What's the use of you doing this?" Luke squinted. And a hellord like Mephisto actually set up a complete set of human security systems in his hotel. The style of painting is very contrary to harmony. "Do as the locals do, Mr. Master. Please." Mephisto opened the last door of the vault. A dazzling golden light filled his vision, almost blinding Luke. I saw pieces of golden bricks neatly stacked, illuminating the huge vault. In just a few days, Mephisto has harvested so many leaks. Luke was a little surprised. In his all-seeing eye, those golden bricks are twisted souls, all marked by hell. Howard's dark. "Please wait a moment and let me find it." Mephisto paced slowly, holding the crystal ball in his palm, as if searching for the personal information of every soul. Before long, his gaze was fixed on a golden brick. "That's him." Picking up the gold brick, Mephisto respectfully handed it to Luke. The latter glanced twice, as if the banknote would have Franklin's head printed on it. "There is also Howard's face on this gold brick, but it is slightly distorted with fear on the face." "Yes, look at these 2 mustaches." Luke didn't need Mephisto to do it. He crushed the gold brick by himself, and an illusory shadow jumped out. "Save me, Luke, you are finally here." In a ghostly state, Howard shouted for help, wishing to hold Luke's thigh tightly. Presumably the taste of the soul being harvested by the old devil is uncomfortable. "Calm down, Howard. You seem to cause some trouble every time you have fun." Luke calmed the opponent's emotions and chuckled, "From vampire to lord, I hope you will continue to work hard." Howard chuckled and did not answer. "Mr. Master, your friend's soul exchange. As for the body ... all in the guest room upstairs." Mephisto lowered his posture as he walked out. The implication is obvious. After finishing the business, leave quickly. "Don't worry." Luke squeezed Howard's soul into a bargaining chip, put it in his pocket, squinted his eyes and smiled. "Your Excellency Mephisto. Untitled.com. You treasury. Really good." The space is big and strong enough. In Mephisto's heart, he cocked again. He didn't mean to gossiping with Luke at all. He dealt with 1 or 2 perfunctorily, and then he wanted to pull him out. There are countless souls in the vault. It seems that Lord Mephisto is not only proficient in gambling, but also good at making money. It's just... Luke paused, glanced at the anxious old devil from the corner of his eye, and continued, "I have something very curious. Do you have a legal business license? Do you pay taxes on time? If you don't have the above, then you are operating without a license. Tax evasion, which is illegal. I have an obligation to make you rectify, and punish you." A series of question marks appeared on Mephisto's head. "You let me, a big devil, abide by the law?" Chapter 316. Hell Holdings, listed in 3 years. the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Operating without a license? Tax evasion? Mephisto looked dazed. The laws of the world can still control the head of hell? Yes, Your Excellency Mephisto. First of all, declare that I have no prejudice against hell, and I treat the devil equally. Luke raised his head and said loudly, so this is definitely not a personal grudge or revenge. Mephisto was full of disbelief. You were clearly targeting me. Mr. Master, have your hands stretched too wide? The old devil pointed his throat and said yin and yang weirdly. Don't think of the human world as the Karmitage who gives orders. The rules set by the three sanctuaries are not necessary for humans to abide by. Similarly, the laws of the world are invalid for the mages and the devil. Furthermore, what position do you have to intervene in the laws of the world? Didn't Karmitage claim to be independent of the world and never ask the problems of the world? Mephisto put his arms around his chest and sneered constantly. There was a wave of anger in his heart. If it weren't for the pure white light of fear, the power of Emperor Waishan, he would have rushed forward and screwed off the other's head. Not every supreme mage has a Gamodo. Yi is so powerful. The old devil thought so. Karmitage has been a strong player for 2 consecutive generations, and it's time to pull the hips again. I have repeatedly tolerated it, just because of the good qualities of the devil. It's definitely not afraid, Mephisto said silently. He felt that his patience was approaching the tipping point. The other party is a supreme mage, but he ran over to teach the magic to the great devil in hell. Isn't this done if you are full? Mephisto works his whole life, so why explain to mortals? Not to mention complying with the laws of the federal government, he doesn't even care about the precepts issued by the three sanctuary. I smuggled over when I was fine and wandered in the world. Tax evasion? This accusation made the old devil want to laugh a little. If you have the ability, the tax bureau can go to and ask him personally for the missing taxes. You mean, I am not qualified? Luke's tone was as usual, but there was no irritation. No matter the world, hell, or Karmitage, there is a set of rules for normal operation. Mephisto said solemnly. Any intervention will only lead to worse consequences. Even if my hell hotel does not comply with the laws of the world, it will not be your turn to deal with it. The old devil continued to run verbally, trying to force the opponent to stop. He has already made it very clear that the laws of the world cannot control hell. Even if it can be managed, it will not be the turn of the Supreme Master to dictate. Excuse me, in fact, in addition to being the Supreme Mage, I'm also a Lieutenant General of the Pentagon, and a member of SHIELD. The corner of Luke's mouth curled up and opened his whole card. He looked at Mephisto, who was once again bewildered, and said slowly, with my identity and the scope of power, I can completely replace the tax bureau to deal with social worms that illegally operate and evade taxes. So, let's continue to talk about your hell hotel's immediate closure of business for rectification and the payment of fines. There is a mess in the old devil's head, and his thoughts are like intricately tangled threads, which are not clear at all. Who are you? After a long silence, Mephisto asked again. He just came to the world, and he doesn't have the habit of reading newspapers or watching TV on weekdays. He doesn't know that Superman is also normal. It doesn't matter who I am, the key is what you are going to do, Mephisto. Luke put away his smile, a hint of danger in his eyes. Are you planning to violently resist the law, or accept punishment? The pure white light suddenly shined brightly. Horrible fluctuations. Shocking space. The sturdy, thick vault seemed to be crumbling, about to collapse at any time. I am the Lord of Hell, and the law of mankind is not the shackles that imprison me. Mephisto's face twitched, and in the most ruthless tone, he said the most intimidating answer, but since the Supreme Mage is acting on his behalf, it's all right. Luke had some regrets. He still wanted to beat the old devil. After all, the Supreme Master who had not beaten Mephisto was incomplete. It's just that the opponent behaves well, and no matter how aggressive he is, it is easy to look like a villain. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, just know to correct it. Even when dealing with the devil, I will maintain a fair and just attitude. Luke smiled and looked at the neatly stacked gold bricks, which were difficult to estimate. Mephisto was a little flustered. Wouldn't the Supreme Mage want to cut my leaks? What does he want the soul to do? Karmitage does not belong to either of the two camps of heaven and hell. Emperor Waishan of the Trinity has little demand for soul. If the earth is compared to a large market, heaven and occupy an absolute monopoly. About 80% of the souls flowed into these two camps, and then they got the demon gods of various gods and dimensions. As for the Hell Hotel, first of all, you do not have a business license, which is an illegal act. According to the normal channels, you need to immediately close the business, resubmit the application to the city government, and make up a certain amount of fines by the way. Luke retracted his gaze and looked at Mephisto, who was anxious. This is not an unsolvable problem. The local government in Las Vegas is very supportive of entrepreneurs like you. A wry smile appeared at the corner of the old devil's mouth, and instinctively told him that the main event was behind. Sure enough, Luke did not stop there. After a moment's pause, he continued, but in the Federation, tax evasion is extremely serious. There is a proverb in the United States: only death and paying taxes in the world are eternal. I believe that the story about Al Capone, the mafia, was finally planted in the hands of a diligent accountant who was sent to prison for failing to pay taxes in time, so I don't need to say more about it. Since then, the gang has circulated three classic sayings: heavy machine guns are better than submachine guns. You must pay taxes to the federal government on time and wear a condom when you have sex. Similarly, the three stupidest, most stupid, and most mortal things in the world: trafficking drugs in the Chinese dynasty, taking hostages in Russia, and evading taxes in the United States. Through the above warnings and exhortations, it is not difficult to see how difficult it is for the tax bureau to deal with it. So, Your Excellency Mephisto, you will not only have to make up for the missing taxes, but you will also be punished with a large fine and a longer period of imprisonment. Luke showed an embarrassed look of "I can't help you either," and the old devil was already scolding his mother in his heart. "Oh, is there any prison in the world that can hold me?" Mephisto tried to maintain the last trace of dignity of the Lord of Hell. SHIELD has just reached a cooperation with Karmitage to jointly prepare a special prison for the imprisonment of fallen mages, evil creatures, and demons. Luke smiled as if to remind. "Then Mr. Master, do you have any idea?" the old devil said weakly. He had already seen it. This supreme mage was more annoying than Agamotto and shameless than Guyi. In fact, it is to intimidate oneself and pay a certain price. To put it bluntly, no protection fee, no benefits. Untitled.com don't even want to open the Hell Hotel. This is simply a robber, bully. Guyi is really ignorant, and he has turned Sucha into a supreme mage. Mephisto scolded bitterly. After silently venting his emotions in his heart, the old devil still had to wait for Luke to make the offer. "I hope not to be too much, otherwise this world." "Don't wait." "Your Excellency Mephisto, have you ever considered bringing in other monsters and establishing a complete joint stock company?" Luke picked up a brick and said lightly, "The market in Las Vegas is too small, and we can fully expand this business to the world. At that time, it will be listed in 3 years, become the world's top 10 in 5 years, and surpass heaven in 10 years. It is not a problem at all." Mephisto was stunned again. Hell Holdings, a hotel chain all over the world? Chapter 317 The Past in Heaven, Kneeling and Begging. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Mephisto found that he and this extremely young supreme mage had always been in a passive position during the conversation. From beginning to end, as if walking a dog with a rope, he was taken around the street. When to stop and when to move, all are in the control of the other party. Of course, such a description is too hurtful. To explain it tactfully, it may be that the old devil likes to listen to other people's opinions and has enough patience. It's also possible that Luke's thinking is too wild and unpredictable, and it is also difficult to keep up with the rhythm. Hell Chain Hotel. The corners of Mephisto's mouth twitched, excluding the listing ringing the bell. It has become a joke like the world's giants. Don't you dare to speak out even beyond the heavens. Are you not afraid of getting troubled by the birds? You must know that Gabriel and Michael's gang of archangels are very small-minded and very vengeful. The old devil turned the spirit of vengeance created by God into his own slave, and was thus on the blacklist of heaven. The two sides have fought many times, each with its own victories. For example, the famous poetic drama Faust in the history of literature was adapted from real events. The archangel Gabriel used the soul of human Faust as a bait to play Mephisto fiercely. For a positive person like me, heaven shouldn't mind if you say a few offenses. Luke shook his head and smiled. Compared with the next studio, God is the supreme being. The identity of the God in the Marvel Universe is much more ambiguous. He seldom shows up, and he has almost never appeared hidden. Even the existence of heaven was introduced later. There were originally only 9 kingdoms on the earth, but in the original sin event, the 10th world heaven appeared. There is not much information currently known. It is said that there is a kingdom where angels inhabit, and there are 2 pairs of wings behind the creatures that live in it. Thousands of years ago, Haven, the leader of heaven, betrayed Asgard. In a rage, Odin used Gangle to cut the connection between heaven and the world tree, and completely exiled it. But in this story, God is still the background board and does not appear directly. According to the answer given by the Marvel Universe Travel Guide, the Lord of Heaven is not God, but the Queen of Angels. If not, it would be impossible for Odin to make a bold move of exile in heaven. The only person who can see the figure of the Supreme is probably the birth of the spirit of vengeance. After the flood that destroyed the world thousands of years ago, Noah's Ark opened a new era. God discovered that the original sin nature of mankind has not changed. It remains the same. Thus, he created the spirit of vengeance and descended to the world in the form of rain of fire. He intends to supervise human beings with the help of the spirit of revenge, whose eyes cannot tolerate a little bit of sand, and erase their greed and arrogance. Those spirits of revenge that have landed in the world will merge with the souls of human hosts with suitable conditions to perform the ultimate task of eradicating evil. But God, the old man, probably overlooked whether it is good or evil, and which camp you are in. Too extreme will often cause catastrophe. The spirit of vengeance did not completely eliminate sin, but was tempted one after another and fell into hell. The blue flame that originally symbolized justice has also become a red flame that imposes punishment. Mephisto took the opportunity to enslave him and infuse the fire of hell. The spirit of vengeance also became the evil spirit knight under the old devil's command. Luke thought for a while. The paradise that can be sanctioned by Odin, it is estimated that it will not be too strong. As long as the old man continues to be the background board, and he does a little more presumptuously, it shouldn't be a big problem. Are you really the supreme mage? Mephisto frowned slightly when he saw Luke lift up heaven in a frivolous tone. This guy looked more like a heresy than the devil of hell. Of course, I was officially certified by Wyshandi. Luke raised his brows, and the pure white light that enveloped his whole body was brighter, almost blinding Mephisto's eyes. A serious mage only needs to learn a shot of lighting. I believe it. Believe it. Your Excellency Master. The old devil's eyes were sour and he shed tears of regret. The pure white light roasted him into smoke and sizzling. If Agamada is the supreme mage who hates the most and discriminates against the devil, Yi is the most violent and violent supreme master. The one standing in front of him is undoubtedly the most shameless and most asshole-like supreme mage. I just raised a little question. Is it necessary? Mephisto loves his red suit, which is all made by the fire of hell. To lose a little is to consume one's own strength. Let's continue to talk about business. Luke pretended that nothing happened. His face was as usual. He is very clear, dealing with the devil of hell. Don't behave too well, but be beaten all the time. It's best to beat it when nothing is wrong, so that the other party will not be free and make some meaningless little moves. The devil is a capricious villain, a credible liar. Putting sympathy and trust in them is the most stupid behavior. For a long time, the soul has been monopolized by heaven and hell, but there is only one leader in heaven. But there are 7 demon kings in hell, and the seat of Satan is still vacant. Luke started to output his mouth, and use Constantine's skill card to deal with the devil. Maybe there is an extra bonus. After all, that guy, there are countless demons who have pitied him. As a result, the boss reserved a VIP room for him, looking forward to the degeneration of Constantine's soul. In addition, is a conceptual general term. Asgard's high underworld needs to divide a part of the heroic spirits, and Hades has to take away a part, as well as various miscellaneous death gods. Luke broke his fingers and counted the market share for Mephisto. I won't talk about the other dimensional demon gods. They have a lot of believers, and their souls are not returned to hell. In the end it seems that you are one of the biggest winners, but in fact they are all illusions on the surface. It is undeniable that the overall strength of is still inferior to that of heaven. Sometimes you have to look at the faces of the bird people. The old devil originally put on a calm expression of no matter what you say, I will not be moved. But don't know why, the more he listened, the more angry he got. I only feel that the sense of substitution is very strong, and there is a sense of agreement in my heart. Your Excellency Mephisto, I'm a pure passerby. I have one thing to say, that a lord of your level would actually have to go out and develop business in person. No one believes it. Moreover, the soul that you harvested diligently and conscientiously may not always flow into your pocket sometimes. Tell me, is there a king's law? Is this in line with the rules? Luke glanced at the red face of the old devil, continued to add fuel to the fire, and persuasively said, why did it cause such a situation? Because there is no Satan in for a long time, and everyone fights on their own. The souls harvested in heaven belong to themselves. Those archangels earn a lot of money and eat so much. That has to be diverted layer by layer, which invisibly weakens its own strength. One goes down and the other grows, and naturally it is getting more and more unable to catch up. Mephisto nodded subconsciously, feeling very reasonable. Satan is the title of the king of hell. It not only represents a kind of honor, but also symbolizes the supreme power. As long as you become Satan and sit on the throne, you will be the true lord of hell. Mephisto also has ambitious ambitions to fight for the name of Satan, but he is limited by his lack of strength and cannot overwhelm other great demons on his own. In your opinion, what should do? The old devil asked humbly. Naturally, they are going to join forces and form an alliance of interests. Luke tried his best to output, and continued to talk, trying to make Mephisto take the initiative to step down the high ground of IQ. Most humans often have the problem of not being firm enough to indulge in pleasure. It's not just casinos that can harvest souls and trick them into signing contracts, but other methods are also okay. As far as I know, the 7 demon kings of each have a beloved soul. Beelzebub likes the glutton, while Asmode appreciates the lust. As far as I can see, the Hell Hotel can fully expand its business scope, including fast food, and online live broadcasts, so as to differentiate the souls, place them accurately, and harvest them accurately. Wonderful. JPG. The old devil's eyes glowed and he nodded repeatedly. Then how can I convince the other big demons to reach this alliance? Mephisto gradually tended to be crippled and took the initiative to ask questions. If you think of the Hellchain Hotel as a company, you can give up part of the shares and core business as a bargaining chip to attract other allies. Luke had already thought about it, and said in a whisper, let Beelzebub go on fast food and eat, and Asmode will be responsible for the live broadcast of the lively sentiment. You think the harvested souls fully meet their requirements, and they will be harvested at a fixed point, saving time and effort. In order to achieve better performance, the big devil will work hard to open up the market and develop the business. If the ups and downs are effective, the devil employees underneath will also work overtime. At that time, they will promise any share dividends and empty checks such as financial freedom for listing. Let alone 96, 2007, there are no complaints. As the major shareholder of the Hell Hotel chain, we have such a group of hard-working employees who create wealth for ourselves, as well as a large blue ocean market, and we will become a giant in the industry within a few years. In this way, Your Excellency Mephisto will greatly increase your strength. Won't it be easy to win the name of Satan?" Mephisto became more excited as he listened, and the beautiful blueprint Luke sketched out made him excited, and he couldn't wait to start his own business right away. And many more. "Something is wrong." The old devil seemed to recover, and asked unconsciously, "We mean, of course it is you and me, Lord Mephisto." Luke smiled brightly, hooking the old devil's neck, with an affectionate attitude. "The expansion of the hotel chain in must require Karmatage's permission. Without the Supreme Master as a protective umbrella, how do you develop your business?" Seeing Mephisto's face sinking, he tightened the strength of his arm, as if he was trying to strangle the opponent alive. "Then I won't be a kneeling beggar?" the old devil said with difficulty, thinking of starting a business.untilnovel.com and still having to pay protection fees to others. The Lord felt a little reluctant. "Your Excellency Mephisto, you haven't started a company. I tell you, to be a boss you must learn how to make a name, win politicians, squeeze employees, and reward you." Luke shook his head and explained, "To create a name in a clever way, you have to know how to make accounts, so that the shareholders will feel that the company has been profitable and the future can be expected. And you must also learn to fool the regulators and try repeatedly on the edge of danger. To win politicians is actually to make friends. Heaven will not sit and watch the grow. You have no allies. How can you compete with the Birdman, right? Winning a Supreme Mage can not only allow you to avoid the obstacles encountered in the development of the company, but also add an ally to you. Why not do it? Don't have a psychological barrier, Mephisto. You have to know how many people want to kneel and ask for this meal. There is no way out yet." The old devil looked tangled, and gradually realized that Luke made sense. If the hotel chain can be done so easily, it will not wait until now, let alone his turn. Chapter 318 finalized and negotiated. The future can be expected. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Seeing Mephisto's trustworthy look on his face, Luke had to sigh that Constantine's skill card was simply a big killer against the devil. This lord is known for his insidious cunning and scheming. Under the output of his mouth, the high IQ was gradually occupied. "I have begun to imagine the beautiful scene of hotel chain becoming bigger and stronger, and ringing the bell on the market." Mephisto looked forward to winning the name of Satan in one fell swoop and becoming a veritable king of hell. At that time, Beelzebub, Asmodeus are little brothers, and they can only obediently surrender at their feet. Not to mention the Birdman of Heaven, Karmatage's Supreme Mage. Forget it. The King of Hell, Satan, can't provoke the Trinity Wishandi. Regardless of whether they are facing the Dimension Devil or the Ancient Boss, they are all three of them together, playing more with less, and never paying attention to singles. Well, don't rush to imagine the future, but keep your feet on the ground and fight steadily. Luke glanced at the old devil who was smiling from ear to ear, cleared his throat and said, "The plan looks perfect, and I can't fault it. However, it is also necessary for the executor to have sufficient ability, otherwise it will only be a matter of fact, with no practical significance." Mephisto coughed awkwardly, realizing that he was a little overwhelmed. "Before starting a business, I think about going public and ring the bell, and my vision is too long-term." "Mr. Master, I think your plan is very feasible." The old devil's attitude slowly warmed up, and with the in-depth conversation before, he had a strange impulse to introduce Luke as a confidant. In Mephisto's view, under the cloak of the opposing Supreme Mage, there was obviously a devil's heart hidden. As long as there is a moral bottom line, conscience and integrity, who can come up with such a perfect way to harvest the soul? It is simply the material that is born to be the devil. Compared with a Gamoda, Guy's disgust and resistance subconsciously produced when he met him. Mephisto has a completely different sense of Luke, and vaguely agrees with him with sympathy. "I will go back to later, and I will first find a few acquaintance friends to see if we can achieve an alliance." The old devil stroked his chin and hooked Luke's shoulder with his backhand. "Who can think of it, a Supreme Mage, a Lord. The two can also go in the same way and get mixed together. By the way, Laumo, There are so many soul chips in the casino that can be used as a display of results. Luke made suggestions, doing his best and thinking about Mephisto. You bring those big devils to Las Vegas and let them see what is the real harvest of souls and what is entertainment culture. The paradise set has long been outdated, and it won't be long. Compared to believing in God, people prefer Necker who can warm the cold heart, and prefer pictures of naked bodies. Luke led Mephisto into the elevator, as if he could foresee the future. His tone of voice revealed a heroic gesture of guidance. With the advent of the internet age, heaven's religious system will only become weaker and weaker. Reaping the soul is compared to the number of pan-believers. If represents the big devils of the 7 deadly sins, they will fight hard and entertain it. Those bird-off paradise people who emphasize truth, goodness, beauty, sacrifice, and sacrifice may not be better than others. In a materialistic society, what else can warm people's hearts more than Anshitu? Speaking of this, Laumo, you have to be careful of Asmodeus. He is the lord of and may become your biggest competitor in the future. Luke reminded, astringent feelings are the primary productive force of mankind. Remember? Mephisto nodded. Although he didn't understand why Luke said this, the Supreme Mage's foresight was not wrong. It's just that, due to the precepts of the 3 Sanctuary, there is still the existence of the Supreme Master. The old devil changed his mind to another question, and he hesitated. The great devil may not be willing to come to the world. Even if he does, he may not agree. Luke smiled calmly, not worried. The elevator reached the top floor of the hotel, and the two looked at the brightly lit Las Vegas. If someone disagrees, you just carry me out, although I am a gentle person and don't like to fight and kill. But when it comes to persuading others and reforming education, I don't say humbly, I have a lot of experience. Luke did his part and took the initiative to apply to exchange opinions with other big demons. How simple it is to reason. Punch down. What big devil is honest? Then, please leave this matter to Mr. Master. Mephisto was overjoyed. He has a deep understanding of Luke's way of reasoning with morals. It's time to let other big demons feel the power of the Supreme Mage's iron fist. Oh no, it should be physical persuasion. Then look, what should I do with this hotel in Las Vegas? The old devil's conscious pattern is very different from before. The mere business in Las Vegas can't satisfy his ambitions. You can continue to operate, but you don't have to hide yourself. Luke thought of the dark smoke billowing from the Hell Hotel, and he couldn't help but vomit. Laumo, you will be a serious businessman in the future. Don't think about using some crooked and illegal methods to open a hotel. Then follow the legal procedures. First apply for a permit, then buy the land, and then operate it earnestly and become famous. The Hell Hotel was so shabby on the surface, but it did not attract the attention of local residents. So many people entered here and then never came out, and the police did not receive a report. Obviously Mephisto used his power to exert an influence. Yes, I was short-sighted. I just wanted to play a small vote, and I didn't consider the follow-up development. Mephisto accepted it humbly and decided to change his mind and become a serious businessman. He now only wants to build his own group with his own hands, harvest the soul on a large scale, and strive to obtain the name of Satan as soon as possible. Reading www.uukanzu.com. Laumo, a big devil who has ideals, capabilities, and entrepreneurial passion like you will definitely succeed. I am optimistic about you. Luke patted the other person on the shoulder, encouraging. I will work hard to lead to become bigger and stronger, and surpass heaven. The old devil seemed to ignite, looked at the dark night sky covered by dark clouds, and said in a more accentuated tone, he has not forgotten the humiliation of the Archangel Gabriel to him, and he has tolerated for 100 years, so that one day, he can launch a counterattack. Well, the preparations for the Hell Group are left to you. I will come over and cut the ribbon on the day it is established. Seeing that the talk was almost done, Luke was satisfied and prepared to leave. Putting Howard's soul into the body, he will go to Karmitage temporarily to report the incident to Guyi. The Supreme Master and the Devil of Hell reached a cooperation, which was unprecedented. Chapter 319. It is impossible to work part-time, the fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. Luke, thanks to you. Howard's soul was stuffed into the body, and after opening his eyes, he immediately hugged Luke's thigh. You can provoke Mephisto, the great devil, that's also a skill. The latter is a bit speechless. Every time he takes Howard out, he will definitely get some unexpected gains. Last time in Paris, it was the Corvinus family and Serena. This time I came back to Las Vegas, but did not fail, and met Mephisto. After I met you, luck really became bad. Howard came up with a backhand shake. He felt that if it were not for Luke, he would not have become a troublemaker at all. If you can curb your urge to have fun, and the little brother who controls your lower body by the way, there will be absolutely no such surprises. Luke cast a scornful look. He still remembered the murder in Paris because of the gunshots. Howard chuckled and promised, I am determined to devote my energy to the cause of science in the future, at most, occasionally indulging in female sex. After 2 lessons, it really left a psychological shadow on him. You better get married and take that important responsibility. Luke smiled, but he wanted to see Tony Stark born. Although I have seen it once in the next studio, it is a middle-aged Iron Man. Marriage is the tomb of love. You can walk in easily and you will never get out again. Howard shook his head. According to the mainstream values of the lighthouse country, spending time and drinking before marriage is not a big deal. But after getting married, you must at least be loyal on the face and not mess around. Marriage is the tomb of love. If you don't get married, isn't it a place of death without burial? Luke talked about the old stork, patted the other person on the shoulder, and whispered softly, I have a hunch that you are not far from the day you were buried in the grave. Howard looked disbelief. He is still a staunch bachelor. I have said hello to Mephisto. You can have fun in this hotel, and the bills are on my head. Luke chatted a few words and opened a portal to Carmitage. Really? Then can I talk to those groupies offline? Howard, who just said that he would give all his energy and risk to the scientific career, instantly became excited. Roll. Luke answered and walked directly into the portal. Sure enough, expecting criticism to change its nature is far more unreliable than the devil's honesty. I'm not afraid of being squeezed dry, Luke murmured. He ignored Howard's problem, mainly because of his body. The succubus of is known as the juicer, which is more terrifying than the female vampire. Not to mention Howard's small body. Even a strong man like Captain America would have to be squeezed out of his legs and severely injured. This is not nonsense. The second generation of evil spirit knight Johnny Blazer once fell into hell. While mowing the devil madly, he did not forget to solve his physical problems. As a result, he met an adult succubus, and then, Johnny was squeezed to the point that he couldn't even release the fire of hell, and he almost ended up in an embarrassment of being eaten by the devil. Therefore, Luke vetoed Howard. In fact, for his sake, looking at the earth, the one who can compete with the succubus, and explore the depths, is probably only Superman. Am a serious person. Luke stepped into Carmitage. How could the dignified Supreme Mage be the sleeping succubus? If it is spread out, I am afraid that Emperor Waishan will be expelled from the sanctuary. He can make up for a small theater. It's the other way around. The little Supreme Mage is in the same way as hell, and Carmitage must be expelled. Yes, leaving Carmitage, there is nowhere for him to stand in the magic world. Let's see how he lives. Luke smiled crookedly and said the famous line, this Carmitage doesn't need to wait. Then add the 4 dimensions of the demon gods are in control. This slap hits you, Emperor Waishan his eyes but no bead. You can simply shoot a Superman with a crooked mouth in the Marvel Universe. What are you doing smirking at the door? After returning from a business trip, Guyi asked strangely when he was back on duty. From her perspective, Luke seemed to think of something happy, his mouth crooked. It's okay, no problem. Luke suppressed his distracting thoughts and waved his hand. Mage Guyi, you were not at Carmitage before. Where did you go? He and Guyi in this world are also considered old acquaintances. Entering the room, I directly poured myself a cup of freshly brewed tea. During the action, there is no restraint. You have become a supreme mage. Don't you know why I was on a business trip a while ago? Guy's gaze stayed on Luke for a while, and his eyes flickered slightly, seemingly surprised. She originally had the idea of passing the position of the Supreme Master to the other party. Judging from only the qualifications, potential and style of doing things, Superman is the right choice. It's just that as the guardian of the Earth, the leader of Carmitage, the Supreme Master still depends on the character. Luke's chaotic and neutral camp is hard to get the approval of Emperor Wai-Shan. Besides, the unborn Stephen Strange belongs to the Son of Destiny and is destined to take over the position of Supreme Mage. Retire early. You can only think about it. I'm only acting as a temporary agent. Sooner or later, this seat will be handed over to Strange. Luke is very close, and Wai-Shan chose himself mostly because of his desires. Hey, although I don't know what happened in the universe where you became the Supreme Master, you should be right. Guyi said slowly and quietly. Emperor Wai-Shan has requirements for character. A guy like you who doesn't like to follow the rules and often does amazing things. I think he is very sad at the level of Agamotto. He is an old-fashioned person. It's not a good fit by nature. Guyi commented on her teacher in this way, and there is no taboo in his words. It's true. He looks reluctant. Luke recalled Agamotto's tone and expression at the time, and it vaguely revealed a sense of helplessness. Don't worry too much. Untitled.novel.com. Just treat this as a transaction. There are many benefits to sitting on the position of the Supreme Master. In addition to the power bestowed by Emperor Wai-Shan, you also have the power to command the Three Sanctuary, to read all the power of Carmitage, including magical artifacts. Guyi picked up the eyes of Agamotto hanging around his neck, and said in a seductive tone, theoretically, it can belong to you. Unable to bear it, Guyi Mage, you should wear it yourself. Luke refused without thinking. Guyi made it clear that he saw that he had inherited the Supreme Master from Universe 91. And he wanted to take the opportunity to pick and fish. If he is greedy for the time gem in the eyes of Agamotto, he is equal to assuming the responsibility of guarding the universe. What a shame. When the time comes, like a firefighter, the Avengers have gotten into trouble and asked him to solve it. And if the Earth exploded, he had to ask him for help. Before the crossing, it was a social animal from the 1997 Fortune News. After crossing, they continued to work for Emperor Wai-Shan, but there was no door. Chapter 320. Open one eye, close one eye. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Anyway, when you are the Supreme Mage of one universe, you are also the Supreme Mage of two universes. You still do the same. What's the difference? Guyi curled his lips and seemed a little unhappy. The Eye of Agamotto is Carmitage's supreme artifact. There is an infinite rough stone inside, which can distort time and look back at everything. If this is to be replaced by another mage, I am afraid that I will be ecstatic, and nodded in agreement. As a result, it was Luke's turn, but he refused. The Supreme Master doesn't want face? Thanks to Master Guyi for his kindness, but unfortunately I just want to live a peaceful life, Luke replied rather perfunctorily. Guyi obviously dug a hole and waited for him to jump in. The Eye of Agamotto is not only Carmitage's supreme artifact, but also a heritage token of the Supreme Mage. If you really want to take over, it's tantamount to actively taking on Guyi's work. Although Luke has become the Supreme Mage. But how deep the water in Universe 91 is, he still hasn't ascertained. It was only forcibly appointed by Emperor Wai-Shan, plus rewards for the mission, and then he took that seat. Judging from the current situation, this universe is definitely more complicated than the movie universe. In case I just took over my seat, and then the celestial group called the Court of Life appeared, the five gods died, and the event of restarting the multiverse began. What should I do? As usual, in the face of the great crisis sweeping the universe, a superhero must first be sacrificed. There is Superman on the next room, and the Flash takes this job. Decades are like a day, waiting to be sacrificed. But changing to the Marvel Universe is much more complicated, because there is no fixed candidate. Iron Man, Captain America, Captain Marvel and others have all been sacrificed once or even many times. If you summarize the rules, Luke believes that the greater the reputation, the easier it is to get this hard-won precious opportunity. After all, no one cares about miscellaneous fish collar bento. In summary, becoming a supreme mage of the universe is enough headache. If there was another one, Luke worried that he would not be far from being sacrificed. Don't use the heart of a villain to save the belly of a gentleman. Your thinking is too narrow. In addition to protecting the Earth, the Supreme Mage does not need to sacrifice anything. Yi seemed to have guessed part of Luke's thoughts and shook his head. Having some suspicion and malice towards anyone is less likely to suffer. Luke smiled openly when he saw the Supreme Mage put on an open expression of "I am a positive person, how could I lie to you?" He himself is still a beacon on Earth, the light of righteousness, and he still occasionally does something violating the rules. Superheroes only have a higher moral bottom line, but with a certain right purpose. They make big mistakes and create disasters. This has become the daily life of the Marvel Universe, for example, the Ultron Crisis. Regardless of the movie universe or comics, the purpose of making Ultron was good at the beginning. However, the result was not satisfactory. The former led to the Sokovia incident and later the Superhero Registration Act, which planted a seed for the Civil War. The latter is even worse. Ultron has become the ultimate villain dedicated to destroying all life on Earth, bringing endless death and destruction to the world, which can be called the lingering nightmare of the Avengers. In addition, like the Light will exile the Hulk, triggering the Hulk World War afterwards. In order to prevent the Earth from being invaded, they broke into the Skrulian planet to show their strength, and then pretended to be overwhelmed, and gave away the heads one by one, leading to a secret invasion. The act of doing bad things with good intentions, making it impossible to end, and getting innocents to pay for them, is completely the traditional performance of the Marvel Universe. Therefore, Luke's trust in superheroes has always been maintained at a barely passing level. Good people make mistakes, and unlike villains, they always get the punishment they deserve. Good people will suffer internally and will fall into self-confession. But when he saves the world again, his previous mistakes will be forgotten, and he will still be sought after by the public. Luke didn't think this was the right thing. So, Agamotto judged you right. You are unwilling to sacrifice for others, and you have a strong sense of self. It is difficult to meet the requirements of Emperor Wei Shan. Yi thoughtfully shook the wooden fan in his hand. She has no prejudice against Luke and demands sacrifices from others. She is no different from a robber. It's just a pity that the bald mage, Superman's moral bottom line is improved a bit. That is, the perfect heir to the Supreme Mage. I was appointed by imperial authority. If Emperor Wei Shan thought that if I were to sit in this position, I would be able to change my mind, the Supreme Master, it would be inappropriate. Luke shrugged. The steaming tea in the cup has cooled down. He took a sip and looked at Guy calmly. Well, I take back the previous sentence. Guy put down the eyes of Agamotto and realized that Luke was resistant to the words responsibility, obligation, sacrifice, etc. She seemed to think of something, and the corners of her mouth were aroused. You should understand that you will face a choice sooner or later. The Supreme Master had a profound meaning, and slowly said, there is a saying in the East, the sky is falling and there is a tall man against it. As you gain more power and have stronger power, sooner or later you will stand in front of the entire world and the entire universe. What are you going to do then? Guy raised the key question. Ill talk at that point. Luke's answer seemed extremely perfunctory, and then turned away from this unpleasant and boring topic. He put down the teacup, raised his intentions, and got into the topic. Do business with the devil, and it's Mephisto? After listening to the narration, Guy narrowed his eyes, his face unhappy. She doesn't have her own teacher, and Agamotto is so jealous and hateful that she insists on being at odds with hell. It's just that, working with the great devil to harvest human souls, This sounds like something an evil villain can do. Karmitage can't allow it. If creatures are allowed to enter the world, those three sanctuary are equivalent to furnishings, and they no longer exist. Yi shook his head and refused. Luke has put forward many ideas. Some, she will agree. For example, the organization of the Magic Congress is more deeply rooted in the dunya. But some involve bottom-line issues, and then no agreement can be reached. Master Yi, you misunderstood what I meant. Luke also knew that he wanted Karmitage and Hell, the Supreme Mage and the Great Devil to sit on the same table. It was an idiotic dream. Even if the two sides are not completely opposing camps, there is no room for cooperation with each other. The final belonging of the human soul is either heaven or hell. Luke stretched out his finger to outline the outline of the 10 worlds. He has read related materials in Karmitage's library. It is precisely by doing the homework that I have the confidence to convince Yi. Different from religious classics, where you can enjoy blessings when you go to heaven and suffer when you go to hell. In fact, heaven and are just two vast dimensional worlds. Yi closed the wooden handle fan with curiosity in his eyes, as if he wanted to know what the other party was going to say. The soul is currency in circulation. This sentence is true in all dimensions. Luke pointed on the map of and said lightly, no matter whether you go to heaven or go to hell, the essence is the same. The soul is a consumable and cannot be regenerated. That is to say, there is no possibility of reincarnation or reincarnation once human beings die. In that case, what is the difference between heaven harvesting souls and harvesting souls? Yi slapped his palm twice, expressing his appreciation for Luke's long talk. The corners of her mouth curled up and she chuckled lightly. No wonder you can get along with Mephisto. Compared to humans, you are more like a devil and good at bewitching people. Is this a compliment? Luke twitched the corners of his mouth and asked, pertinent evaluation. Yi said. The two people in the room were silent for a moment. The Supreme Mage sitting at the top, then answered Luke's previous question. Heaven and hell, Taj Karma is not on either side. However, the power represented by the two camps is both light and dark, and Karmitage leans toward the former. Soul flowing into is indeed the same as going into heaven. Both are used as consumables to support the existence of the dimensional world. But there is one thing, the demons and demons of hell, they are born to sow the seeds of chaos and evil. Heaven is hypocritical, but angels still maintain the basic principles of justice and integrity. Yi denied Luke's idea, and Karmitage also had a stand. Between the black and white of heaven and hell, the Supreme Mage is obviously closer to the former. Then introduce the three sanctuary. Luke didn't stop there, he guessed Yi's answer. How can cooperation be so easy to facilitate? To put it bluntly, the image work of is too bad. Not as glamorous as the surface of heaven. The company needs to face the regulatory agencies, and the three sanctuaries can take on this part of the responsibility, which is a constraint on hell. Luke took the initiative to divide a piece of cake and sent it to the Supreme Mage. The rules and regulations are set by Karmitage. The group represented by Mephisto needs to play the game according to our rules, so that most of the problems can be avoided. As for the so-called harvesting souls, it's just a stamp for their final destination. This does not constitute an accusation of evil. With his head high and his chest upright, Luke paused for a while, and then said, even Emperor Wei-Shan will not refuse the soul he has obtained. Karmitage can also benefit from it. For example, use those reserved souls to repay the cost of casting spells. Yi did not speak. She was thinking, don't base Karmitage's interests on the suffering of the innocent. This is the bottom line of the Supreme Master.mtlnovel.com. Besides, Yi didn't have too many precepts to follow. About the group, about the soul currency, she could see that Luke wanted to use these to establish a strong and stable order. The prospects are very good, but whether it can be achieved is still unknown. Next time you talk to people, don't make your interest relationship so naked. Yi closed his eyes, then opened one. Karmitage will not cooperate with hell, but Mephisto will be under the supervision of the Three Sanctuary for any behavior in the world. As for the success or failure of your Hell Alliance formation plan, what will be the consequences? Seeing the expression and attitude of the Supreme Mage, Luke understood, and naturally said, I will bear it all by myself. Chapter 321 I will protect the reputation of Superman, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. With the acquiescence of the Supreme Mage, Luke did not leave immediately. Instead, he poured himself a cup of tea and savored it slowly. He was very curious about what Guyi did on a business trip before. I asked a few words before, but the Supreme Mage, who has always been refreshing to speak, covered it up this time and didn't want to say more. If it hadn't been for Guyi's gender and his innocence, Luke might think in an indescribable direction. Under the guise of a business trip, the practice of great health care. No one has done this kind of thing. You must know that Stephen Strange, who has not yet been born, is called the Kidney Deficiency Mage for no reason. Apart from that, he always drops the chain at critical moments, loses his magical power, blasts the demon when he is strong, and pulls his crotch when he is weak. There are also some physiological reasons. It is not just the second-generation evil spirit knight Johnny Blazer who has the rare experience of being hollowed out by the succubus and drained of physical strength. The ancient master, why do you think Emperor Wei-Shan chose me? Luke changed the subject. There is no free lunch in the world. If so, we must be psychologically prepared for bankruptcy, because the free one is always the most expensive. According to Guyi's analysis, Emperor Wei-Shan was attracted to himself, and the probability of being selected as the Supreme Mage was almost equal to Loki winning the favor of Odin, replacing Sol and becoming King of Asgard. It's not that it's impossible, but there must be some tricks behind it. Just like if Odin has Alzheimer's, it is indeed possible to make Loki the king. In other words, Emperor Wei-Shan might also be directed at Luke's outstanding appearance and extraordinary temperament, thus appointing him to be the Supreme Mage provided that they are all in the aura of wisdom. Although, the above advantages are facts. But it seems unreasonable to put it on the Dimension Devil. According to your narrative, Strange hasn't grown up yet, and then I am anxious to retire in the parallel universe. It is normal for Emperor Wei-Shan to choose a spare tire. Guyi's eyes are joking. Spare tire? The corners of Luke's mouth twitched. Needless to say it is so ugly. The position of the Supreme Master is not the Chinese cabbage in the field. You can pick up a few at will. Obviously, the highly competitive name of glory, to Guyi, immediately seemed cheap. You know how many people want to be this spare tire? There is no way out. Anyway, you don't have to worry too much. Even if Emperor Wei-Shan really asks you, what trouble is there that Superman can't solve? Guyi praised without sincerity. From the smile on her face, it can be seen that the Supreme Mage is obviously looking forward to the day when Luke is drawn to be a firefighter. Alright, Emperor Wei-Shan allows me to do things, but I have to be paid enough. Luke raised his head and finished his cup of tea. He doesn't give people a day job. I don't even have a door for free white prostitution. Then the two exchanged a few words. Luck opened a portal, ready to return to Las Vegas, to give Mephisto an answer. With the official certification of Emperor Wei-Shan, his ability to cast spells has now been greatly increased, and he can give full play to the huge potential of the Magic Superman template. It's just that, in order to avoid repaying the price, he was sick like Strange. Luke went slant forward, did not attack the turret mage, and learned a lot of spells. Instead, he added all the attribute points to the lighting technique, trying to get closer to the white-robed sword sage Gandalf in Middle-earth. His fighting idea is very simple. First use lighting to blind the enemy's eyes, and then blast him with an iron fist. Perfect. Right, Superman. Just as Luke stepped into the transmission tunnel with 1 foot, Guyi's voice came from behind. Take good care of your foreign objects. It's very important. What? Luke frowned slightly. He didn't like this kind of talking style. Foreign things. Luke turned this sentence in his mind. and his tall figure quickly disappeared into the transmission channel. The only foreign object on him is probably the 10th metal from the studio next door. This thing seems to be very important, and the wall of origin has been blasted by it. The feeling of getting together. Luke sighed. If you can't figure it out, let's talk about it later. He did not struggle too much and returned to the Hell Hotel in Las Gavs. How's the talk? In the office, Mephisto rubbed his hands nervously, his nose twitched and he smelled the disgusting smell. Gee, the old devil had been beaten so many times. He was no stranger to the breath of the Supreme Master. Although it is not very understandable why the Ancient One is still there, Luke can inherit the position of Supreme Mage. But this does not prevent him from cooperating with each other. It's settled. Luke squeezed his tone, suffocating Mephisto's appetite. The old devil established the group to become bigger and stronger, and the great cause of surpassing heaven. It not only takes a long time to accumulate, but also balances the forces of all parties. Without Karmataj's permission, Mephisto could hardly move, even the gate of hell. Laumo, you also know that business is not good these days. Luke spoke with a heart and soul, and conveyed the meaning of Gyi. The image of is not well done. If you want to set up a group, you will have to pay a certain price to seize the market share of heaven. This part of the problem still needs to be solved by yourself, Luke concluded. Mephisto thought for a long time, and finally nodded in agreement. Sacrifice some small interests in exchange for a brighter future for hell. It's a bargain. Laumo, I hope you will abide by the law and be a good citizen in the future. Luke patted the other person on the shoulder and explained some things to pay attention to. The old devil is sinister, cunning and scheming. But when he really came to the world, facing Karmataj, the Supreme Mage, it was useless no matter how careful he thought. In the past, he tried repeatedly on the verge of being beaten, and quickly slipped away after he died. After the establishment of the Hell Group, the family will have a big business. If you run away from the monk, you cannot run away from the temple. With a big family and big business, Mephisto will have to hesitate if he wants to make trouble. Of course, I am a serious businessman now. How can I do illegal and criminal things anymore? The old devil said as expected. He is a mature lord. Face and integrity are not important at all. Feel free to ignore it. As expected of you. Luke gave a thumbs up. 2 weeks later, Luke dragged Howard out of the Hell Hotel. They came to the airport and waited for Captain America. I heard that old man say, you have a stake in the hotel? Howard was wearing sunglasses and leaning against the car. He tried his best these days and didn't hook up with the succubus lady in the casino. This made Howard, a self-proclaimed prodigal son of love and an arsonist, frustrated. Yes, when the Hell Group is established, I will be a member of the board of directors. Luke nodded without hiding. He can be regarded as a middleman between Karmataj and Hell, building a strong bridge for communication. They are the devil, and you are a Superman. Doesn't it affect your reputation? Howard worried. The prestige of Superman is in full swing and is sought after by the public. Perfect porcelain. If there is a slight flaw, it will be magnified countless times. When the time comes, people will collapse and walk off the altar, and the loss will be huge. Don't worry, I use the name Howard Stark. You are now the spokesperson of the devil, a veritable merchant of death. Luke also smiled. Howard suffocated 10,000 words messed with fuck in his heart. Considering that he hit Luke in the face with a punch, it was only himself in pain. So he gave up his intention to do it. How can you spoil my reputation without consent? www.untilnovel.com. Howard was very angry. He didn't want to get involved with the devil. If it spreads out, it will have a great impact on Stark Industries and its own image. If you become the director of the Hell Group, then the succubus group you're in the casino. You know what I mean. Luke blinked, almost expressing. There are unspoken rules in hell. The succubus is not interested in ordinary humans, but it is not necessarily the case with the boss of the superior. It's a matter of course to make some sacrifices for friends. Howard's face turned quickly. He patted his chest vigorously, and said in a vibrating voice, small stigma, what should I care about? Luke, Don't worry. I will protect the reputation of Superman. Chapter 322 Bachelor Party, Whereabouts of the Apocalypse. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Howard does his part and is willing to carry this heavy stigma for his good friends. Even if he is misunderstood by the world, he is willing to do whatever he wants. You said that using the power at hand to intimidate others is a bit shameless. Howard leaned on the car body and heard that he became the director of the Hell Hotel and the succubus who could also be a croupier. He couldn't help being hardened slightly to show his heart. It's no big deal to cooperate with the devil. Anyway, the reputation of arms dealers has never been very good. No matter how much charity he participates in, many people still regard him as a black-hearted capitalist who sells death. Of course, this is indeed the case in the arms business. You can't attract people's attention because the wealth of Stark Industries, the halo of the world's top geniuses, is nothing in hell. Luke explained. There are countless heroes and kings in a long history, and their souls either ascend to heaven or fall into hell, stay in Mephisto's hands, or have been seen by celebrities who have been passed down through the ages, or have been stinking for thousands of years, and Howard would be attracted to them. It's like if you remove your title and ask you to wear ordinary clothes and go on a date with a female star in Hollywood, they will still reject you. Luke has reason and evidence to make an analysis. Because you are too ordinary, you don't have Stark's surname, you don't have the identity of a rich man, you don't have a smart brain. Without these, you are an ordinary person. But it's different now. You are the director of the Hell Group, a big boss who can equal Mephisto. Status gives you extra charm, so you don't need to use any means. Those succubus ladies will take the initiative to send them to your door soon. Luke watched the slowly landing plane on the runway. Without saying the last sentence, he thinks Howard should think of ways to nourish his kidneys instead of worrying about the minutiae. The nickname of the succubus juicing is definitely not a name. It is the experience of blood and tears gained through the efforts of the warriors of the past dynasties and active practice. Luke didn't remind. It was time for Howard to understand the truth of a knife on the head of sex. On a battlefield between men and women, it is almost impossible for the former to achieve long-term, complete victory. Even if Howard exhausted himself to death, he probably wouldn't be able to cultivate the fertile land of the succubus. Thinking of this, Luke looked at each other with a hint of pity in his eyes. Steve is here. Howard didn't know it. He was still immersed in his beautiful fantasy of showing off his power and killing all quarters. Through Captain America's bachelor party, I made an appointment with the succubus lady who was pure and charming with a hint of coquettishness, and then ... He. Long time no see, Steve. How are your wedding preparations? When a friend meets, the first thing is a warm hug. Captain America, who is about to enter the marriage palace, seems to be much more mature than ever. He scratched his head, obviously not sure how to answer. It should be considered successful. After organizing the language for a long time, Steve gave this answer. After returning from the Soviet Union, he adopted Luke's proposal and prepared to join Margaret to enter the marriage palace. Captain America booked a high-end restaurant, and then went to the jewelry store to buy an expensive sapphire and diamond ring. The next step is to find the right opportunity to create a romantic atmosphere. To be honest, Luke took a lot of effort to help Steve complete this part. Captain America is really not good at lying and concealing, and he almost exposed his flaws many times. Fortunately, Steve finally made it to the day of his proposal. The high-end restaurant under the charter is filled with the soothing and vague violin. Captain America knelt on one knee and gave out the diamond ring. This is basically done. After all, not many women can resist Steve's exaggerated chest muscles and American hips. Finding venues, posting invitations, and asking the band. All these aspects are Marguerite busy. I can't get involved at all, Steve said honestly. He came to Las Vegas to have a bachelor party and will return to New York the next day to welcome his wedding. I am very nervous and confused now. You know, Luke, I have imagined many times that I will enter into a sacred marriage with my beloved woman under the witness of relatives and friends. Steve bit the word slowly, and his tone was full of emotion. When I joined the army, I also thought about whether I would die on the battlefield, like sacrificing myself for my comrades, or being hit by a stray bullet. I didn't fall asleep last night, and my mind was full of previous memories. Captain America spoke incoherently after speaking. He pressed Luke's shoulder firmly, his eyes full of complex and sincere emotions. The little man in Brooklyn was finally about to complete the major events of his life and to reach consummation. Relax, Steve, and feel the warm sunshine of Las Vegas. Luke turned to look at Howard, and said to him, "Let our Captain America forget the bride waiting for him in New York. The task of experiencing the customs of casinos is left to you." The latter took off his sunglasses, hooked Steve's shoulder on tiptoe, and pulled him into the car. "This is the last day of your life to spend a single night. So, man, you have to put aside the burden in your heart and devote yourself to this carnival wholeheartedly." Howard took out the list of activities in his pocket, glanced at it and said, "The first stop is the spa. Let's go to the Emperor Hot Springs to wash away the fatigue." "That, Howard, wait. I also brought someone with me." Steve pointed to the plane and said embarrassingly, "Bucky is here too." Leaving him in Brooklyn alone, I am not relieved if he is not taken care of. Luke followed the eyes of Captain America and found the Winter Soldier who had been packaged as a salute. After Baron Hydra Strax's orders, Bucky no longer had any hostility towards Steve, nor did he take the opportunity to escape. The task he received was to stay by his side. Meet again. Looking at Bucky dressed in a leather jacket, backpack and sunglasses, dressed as a cool guy, Luke greeted him actively. The former caught a glimpse of Superman, and his body couldn't help shaking slightly. The steady pace also paused. The pain in the collective farm is still deeply imprinted in Bucky's heart, and it has become an indelible shadow. Humphrey, probably unable to think of what to say, the Winter Soldier had to snort it and continued to maintain his cold image. "Pretend to be an iceberg male now, and soon you will watch your good friends walk into the wedding hall, and then you can slowly experience the taste of bitter wine in your throat." Luke's mouth curled up, and he thought silently. He got into the car, next to Captain America. Howard acted as the driver and the co-pilot was the Winter Soldier. A group of 4 quickly drove out of the airport as the car started. California, very close to Nevada, on a dry mountain peak. Apocalypse, still wearing a cloak on a hot day, looked up at the dazzling sunlight. Behind him, followed by a large number of mutants in the same costume. In just a few months, through the talent of Caliban, this mutant has gained a large number of followers. Do you feel it? Tanky opened his hands as if to embrace the sky. Metalnovel.com. I didn't notice anything. Great God. Caliban lowered his head and shook his head to answer. What about you, Eric? Tanky turned to look at the smallest boy. I feel my emotions are very restless. Great God. The kid named Eric Lanchel said truthfully. Well, Tanky said with satisfaction. Time and space are shaking. I have found it. This mutant god, his sight seemed to penetrate the shackles of time and space, seeing farther places. The deep eyes gradually reflected a fiery red, gorgeous, and huge, phoenix. Chapter 323. The Power of the Phoenix, the Host of the Past. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Tanky and Phoenix can be said to be old enemies. After overthrowing the reign of Kang the Conqueror, the former abandoned its former name En-Sabana and changed its name to Apocalypse. It means the Supreme God. Because I was raised by nomads since I was a child, I have to fight against the harsh environment and adults who are more powerful than myself. Such a desperate and difficult life lasted until the day he was awakened. The Apocalypse that showed extraordinary talent was equivalent to in that era. Soon it got a large number of followers, a large number of believers. However, the cruel experience created Tankus' indifferent and stubborn character. It also made him unswerving, believing in the law of the jungle of survival of the fittest and the strong eating of the weak. Apocalypse replaced Kang the Conqueror and ruled the Egyptian dynasty. He provoked wars and created disputes everywhere. In order to use the most stringent requirements, Choose the target that meets your requirements. Tanki believes that only those who have passed the baptism of fate and the harsh test, only by struggling to survive from the sea of corpses and soldiers can he be called his vote. In this way, relying on his powerful abilities, Tanki continued to expand its territory, until he provoked Phoenix on the initiative. The power of the Phoenix is one of the best ancient powers in the multiverse. The Phoenix itself is even more awe-inspiring ancient existence. It was born in the primitive universe, and most like to find those with strong mental power as its host. For example, the mutant Kin Grey, her clone Madeline Pryorth, that is, the Red Queen Rachel Summers, in a certain timeline, Jean Grey's daughter, and the White Queen Emma Frost, etc. All of them were selected by the Phoenix and received unparalleled power. These are all things to follow. The entanglement between Phoenix and Tanki dates back thousands of years. The apocalypse at that time was full of thoughts about how to build a great empire with no weak, no defects, and no low-level races. It just so happened that the Phoenix discovered the Earth while wandering in the universe. It is like a group of energy storm, sweeping in mighty force. Apocalypse sensed this terrifying energy fluctuation. In order to verify his own strength and show his strength, he did not hesitate to go up. Then, the mutant was burned to hemiplegia by the power of the Phoenix, and fell into a long deep sleep. This is why the apocalypse is sleeping in the pyramid, mainly to heal injuries and restore vitality. As for the Phoenix that descended on the Earth, it later passed through Kunlun in the Celestial Dynasty. A punch to Wu Fengjai, an Oriental who possesses the power of a dragon, scattered all over the place. Looking further back, Kingirai got one of the fragments and became the Phoenix Girl among the mutants. The trajectory of destiny is so clear. It's coming. Apocalyptic Greyface showed a trace of excitement. Waking up from his deep sleep, besides learning to accept the changes of this era, he found his own 4 knights still tracking the whereabouts of Phoenix. Can burn yourself to hemiplegia. The horror of that ancient divine power can be seen. If you get the power of the Phoenix, master it and control it completely, you can definitely defeat Superman. At that time, there will be no obstacles on his way forward. Besides, Apocalypse always feels bad about losing to a human being. Even if Superman is so powerful, he is just a human. How can humans be better than mutants? This somewhat shakes the apocalyptic worldview. Therefore, he cannot accept this defeat. He must also prove mutants are the perfect race. Great God! What are you looking for? Little Eric, who is not tall, raised his head and asked, among all the believers who follow the apocalypse, he is most loved by the apocalypse. This mutant also implements that set of hierarchy for his compatriots, and whoever has the greatest potential is more appreciated. Power. Ancient and powerful power. The sound of the apocalypse is like a bronze bell, with a loud voice. He followed the scattered traces of the shards of the power of the Phoenix from Eastern Europe and Asia to California in the United States. Among them, most of the power of the Phoenix disappeared in an unknown space in the East. Apocalypse originally wanted to step on the point, but his keen intuition reminded him that this trip may be extremely dangerous. Considering that even the Phoenix was broken up, there was a high probability of giving it to him in vain in the past. Therefore, the mutant obeyed his inner will and honestly changed other places. The part of the power scattered in Eastern Europe has become very weak and has almost disappeared. Apocalypse can only collect the remaining Phoenix power while searching for the energy distribution reaction area. Finally, let him find a complete Phoenix in California. This will be the most beautiful existence you have ever seen in your life. In Tanka's deep eyes, the fiery red phoenix reflected in the reflection became bigger and bigger. After a few seconds, it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, and the space oscillated into circles of obvious ripples. Not only the future Magneto, Little Eric, and other mutants can feel it. Their inner emotions became restless. It is like boiling water, constantly emerging. The power of the Phoenix is the fire of creation of the universe and the embodiment of the life and spiritual power of the universe. Its appearance causes emotional changes in everyone, which is also normal. After a few minutes, The turbulent space resembled a cracked mirror, and several shocking black gaps appeared. After a while, those gaps gradually widened. The void of material annihilation suddenly rose up with a fiery color. Phoenix. A huge flame phoenix opened the space, spreading its wings and screaming. A terrifying spiritual storm, like a cannonball hitting the protective cover of the apocalypse. Even if the entire body is broken up, the power of the phoenix that can be put together again is still not to be underestimated. The tall apocalypse stood in front of those mutants. The energy shield shone with purple light, like a solid city wall, blocking the power of the phoenix. The flame phoenix that stretches the space and spreads its wings, permeated with the contradictory atmosphere of destruction and creation, rebirth and death. It is simply fascinating. I can control it. Tanki found that Phoenix had indeed become a lot weaker, and a sense of self-confidence rose in his heart. He raised his arm, and the space around him suddenly sank, as if filled with glue, slow down the action of the Phoenix trapped in it. Subsequently, the day turned into a strong grip. The invisible power of thought turned into a huge palm, holding the flame phoenix tightly. Kai kai. Kai 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 kai. The splendid flames of the destruction of the material stirred up blazing waves of flames. The space seems to be melting, and the gap is getting bigger and bigger. A painful expression appeared on Tanki's face, and the grey palms became scorched, and the smell of flesh wafted out. It can also affect my body through the power of thought. This mutant didn't expect it. He retracted subconsciously, and then clenched again, pinching the huge phoenix that was about to fly. How could I give up this great opportunity? Apocalypse's face was ruthless, and he didn't care about the pain in his hands, but increased the output. www.untitled.novel.com. The extremely powerful thinking power, which strictly limited Phoenix. The two sides seemed to be wrestling out of thin air. No one could overwhelm the other, and gradually fell into a stalemate. Hiss. The phoenix seemed to feel the pressure, and it vibrated its wings, and the open space shattered again. A terrifying flame erupted, melting away the energy shield of the apocalypse. In order to protect myself and the children who have finally gathered together from behind, the mutant had no choice but to withdraw his power. This allowed Phoenix to seize the opportunity. It flapped its wings suddenly and disappeared instantly. Shuttle space ... Where can you go? Tanki snorted coldly, leaving a sentence: you stay here, don't walk around. Stepped into the space channel and traced the past. Chapter 324. 1. Take a bubble bath. Your road is narrow. Why do you all want to soak in the hot springs together? It feels strange. Howard put his hands on his chest, pinched a corner of the bath towel, and sat on the side dazedly and refused to go into the water. He looked at the two big muscle tyrants, Luke and Steve, with sad and angry eyes. That strong and powerful perfect line, that strong and toned chest and abdomen muscles. In contrast, myself, who has been doing scientific research all year round and has not exercised much, is like a dead man. Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. Don't be like a girl, Howard. Luke leaned against the pool, tilted his head back and said. He wrapped his lower body in a bath towel and soaked in the pool water with moderate water temperature. There is a glass of iced sparkling wine and various fresh fruits on hand. Calm down. Don't worry, we won't laugh at your size. Luke was joking. He put a soaked towel on his face. The strong muscles full of strength relax, and the drowsiness and laziness spread and breed. A little sleepy. Luke narrowed his eyes. Enjoy this rare tranquility. What nonsense are you talking about? A man of the Stark family has always been proud of his strengths. Howard hurriedly sat in the hot spring pool water. It is impossible for any male creature to accept this question. It's just that he tries to stay away from Luke and Steve. The two of them. A superman, a super soldier. Howard, caught in the middle, felt the feeling of being a man for the first time. Steve, why can't you think about getting married at such a young age? The staunch single, liberal Howard did not understand Captain America at all. Sensual dogs and horses, every day of singing and singing, only have fun. If you get married, you have to face a lot of problems. Howard imagined that he would change his children's diapers, sing lullabies, and tell bedtime stories. He couldn't help but fight a cold war. Too frightening. How can you devote limited time to such trivial things? You won't understand. Steve glanced at Howard, the prodigal son, and shook his head. You have a relationship with a woman, just for a brief pleasure. So, Howard, it's hard for you to understand. When you open your eyes in the morning and find a person lying next to your pillow, she will gently smile at you, hold you and talk, and make breakfast for you. Seeing Captain America showing a faint smile and sprinkling dog food to his heart's content, Howard curled his lips. He held a purple grape in his mouth, and said in a vague voice, "The women who dated me, they can do the same, as long as I am willing to show generosity, or make them happy." Steve was speechless. No matter what the topic, it would always become nasty when it fell into Howard's mouth. This is probably some kind of talent. I've heard Jarvis complain many times. You take different women to Stark's house every night, and after sleeping, you run to the laboratory to work, making him want to clean up the mess for you, Luke said lazily. He may be the person in this world who wants you to get married sooner. Howard was embarrassed, and was just a recipe for when he was bored without scientific research inspiration. He doesn't even remember the names of those women. Anyway, it's just a night, there is no need to know too deeply. There will be the day. Howard laughed. He looked out of the window, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Las Vegas. Then, the horizon became red. A huge phoenix appeared suddenly and quickly approached. I am drunk? Howard rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had made a mistake. Although I have seen vampires, werewolves, and demons. But he is still an unwavering atheist, a scientist with a spirit of exploration and a desire for knowledge. It seems that the bachelor party tonight needs to be delayed. Luke, who was sleepy, took off the towel covering his face. He got up straight out of the hot spring pool and walked to the window. Luke, I know your thing is majestic, but there is no need to show it off. Howard, who happened to be sitting nearby, twitched his mouth and turned his face away. Although I don't know who caused it, it must be a big trouble. Luke ignored Howard's complaints. He wrapped the towels, but some of his strengths could not be concealed. What is that? The Captain America who found the anomaly also stood up and slammed in front of Howard. The latter really didn't know where to look, so he raised his head hard and looked at the ceiling. Please stay away from me. I will definitely have nightmares tonight. Howard looked helpless and took a bath with a good friend, which was terrible. That's Phoenix. Luke is naturally familiar with the three ancient powers of the Marvel Universe. He was in the sky above the White House and fought against Scythorn, the underworld god. The other party once used the power of chaos as bait to demand his own contemporary speaker. The power of chaos can rewrite reality and is extremely powerful. It is the source of the power of the Scarlet Witch's chaos magic. The power of the Phoenix at the same level would naturally not be much worse. It looks like it is heading towards Las Vegas. There are more than 500,000 innocent citizens in the city alone. Novel.com. I may not be able to guarantee their safety. There was a solemn flash in Luke's eyes. Although the Phoenix represents life and emotion, it does not distinguish between good and evil. The destructive personality of Black Phoenix when Kin-Gel becomes black is an obvious example. While the power of the Phoenix affects the host, it is also imperceptibly affected by the host. Steve, you hurry up to contact the city government and ask them to organize the evacuation of the urban population. Luke put on a Superman uniform and said, if you don't have time to evacuate, you can take them to the Hell Hotel. Howard, follow along. Don't think about putting on power armor to help. This is not a reinforced soldier of Hydra. Steve nodded, quickly took off the bath towel around his lower body, picked up the stacked clothes and put them on. Howard witnessed this scene. The area of psychological shadow expanded again, and he felt that his eyes were about to be blind. I need to see the nudes of 100 women to forget about these. He hurried out of the hot spring pool, Fearing that Luke would also learn from Captain America when he waited, Luke directly smashed through the glass curtain wall and flew towards the Flame Phoenix. It hasn't approached yet, and the heat is coming. He saw everything around the Phoenix melt and decompose. The gravel turns into crystals, and the vegetation burns into light smoke. Even the towering mountains along the way are like ice cream with half melted. Where can you go? In the high altitude, the semicircular space channel expanded, and the tall grey figure slowly walked out. He was not afraid of the blazing heat emitted by the Flame Phoenix, and a smile appeared on his cold face. "Surrender to me. Kneel before the great apocalypse." Flame Phoenix said that he didn't want to care about this weird person, and threw an energy ball at him. Boom! A huge explosion resounded high in the sky. Chapter 325. Sorry, Ugly Rejection. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Superman. Faced with the apocalypse that is in pursuit, the Phoenix raised his head and hissed, and the flame waves rolled. Its attitude is arrogant and contemptuous. It seemed that he didn't put the mutant in his eyes at all. Even if it is different now, his own strength was greatly weakened. But this cold attitude remains the same. Ha! Weak creature. The Phoenix exudes such mental fluctuations. The flame wings flapped abruptly, bringing out the fiery waves of flames that obscured the sky and the sun. In the high altitude, even the airflow became viscous. After a few breaths of ordinary people, they will be completely ignited and burned to ashes from the inside out. You are now better than me? Apocalypse's grey face twitched. Thousands of years ago, he was burned to the half by the power of the Phoenix. Had to sleep in the pyramid for a long period of dormancy. But now that the situation has changed, Phoenix didn't know what accident he had encountered, or what kind of powerful enemy he had encountered. That powerful cosmic energy does not exist, and it all depends on how you feel. Tanky didn't expect it to be this time. However, Phoenix still loses in the battle and releases his ridicule as much as possible. I really thought I couldn't take care of you? The clay figurines also have 3 points of anger, not to mention the apocalypse of self-proclaimed gods. He yelled, and a semicircular energy shield rose up all over his body. Then the bright purple light of his right hand flashed, forming several horrible thunders as big as grinding discs. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosion sound resounded instantly from high altitude. The energy collision set off a fierce air current, making a shock and roar similar to a sonic boom. In the high sky within a few miles, the celestial phenomenon has changed. Clouds obscure sun, and thunder rolls. Full of oppressive, suffocating grey clouds, it seems to be a background board. The huge flame phoenix looked particularly dazzling. It spread its wings and almost covered half of Las Vegas. "Why do you need to be strong? How much power can you show?" Tanky asked with a sneer. The former phoenix could decompose everything and reorganize matter within a single thought. Burning everything and erasing the fire of creation is even more terrifying. But after the fight just now, the heavens felt that the power of the phoenix had declined severely. No longer the deterrence of the past. "I heard that the power of the Phoenix is not a real thing, and I like to find a powerful host." Having found out the reality of the Phoenix's apocalypse, he completely walked out of the shadow of failure. "On this planet, is there a host more suitable for you than me?" Phoenix seemed to hear the joke, and his huge figure trembled. The psychic waves it emits spread all over the void. "Ugly." Grawl. Translated, that's probably what it means. The host chosen by the power of the Phoenix is both male and female. It may be related to its aesthetics. Most women are women and men are involuntary. One of the strongest iron fists in Kunlun history, Wu Fengjai, who broke the Phoenix form, needless to say, the standard Oriental girl, heroic, Jean Grey, White Queen Emma Frost, Laser Eye Scott, Wolverine Logan, Steel Lux, Mystery. To be honest, the value of the face is floating around in the upper middle. There is no such thing as Apocalypse that uglies its own characteristics and is unforgettable. Rage value plus 100. Tanky's eyes were round and wide, as if he was being pricked and scarred. When he was born with grey skin and blue lips. He was regarded as a monster by his parents and abandoned in the desert. From small to large, Tanky has always been looked at and disliked with strange eyes. You will regret this. Apocalypse rolls his eyes white, and displays his natural ability. Among the thick dark clouds, one after another, lightning with the thickness of an arm struck down. Like a silver-white fence, it surrounds the flame phoenix. At first glance, it looks like a huge cage, imprisoning him in place. The phoenix flapped its wings, and the fiery red flame waves tumbling, tearing apart the lightning and dark clouds. As if the meteorite broke down into thousands of flowing fires, the power of the phoenix swept out, blasting towards the grey figure standing in the air. Do you think I will be unprepared? Tanky raised his hand and put a layer of energy shield on himself. The rich purple light enveloped him, matched with dark clouds and violent thunder and lightning, setting off it like a god. He has the experience of learning to fight with nomads, cruel, indifferent, savage. These characters are almost integrated into his bones, and they have gathered the ability to fight. Therefore, he is not only the of mutants, but also a strong fighter. And good fighters are often good at summing up lessons. Tanky believed that the reason for the failure last time was that on the one hand, he underestimated the enemy. On the other hand, the power of the phoenix was too terrifying. Both energy and matter can be decomposed and destroyed. It can't be defended at all. It can't be stopped. Therefore, Apocalypse learned from the pain, contemplated and meditated, and found a way to deal with it. That is, fold the thickest armor and get the most venomous beating. Anyway, his blood is thick and high defense. As long as he can't burn to death, he can resist the power of the phoenix with all his strength. Sure enough, the turbulent raging wave of flames continuously burned through dozens of layers of energy shields of the apocalypse, and the successor was somewhat weak. The tall figure in metal armor is like a hard rock standing in the heart of the river, always remaining tenacious. He strode forward against the billowing flames of melting gold and iron. At the same time, mental attacks, energy output, all greeted Phoenix. The flame Phoenix, entrenched in the sky, couldn't break free from the lightning cage for a while, and could only be passively beaten. A dazzling light radiated from the whole body, gradually fainting. Accept your destiny and become my most powerful weapon to conquer this world. Apocalypse's face was cold, his right hand clenched a fist, and the force of horror filled it. Boom! The mutant god, who was equally powerful in his flesh, hit the phoenix with a punch. The power of Pyron that sank the mountain peak was like swinging a heavy hammer and hitting the red iron felt. Sparks splash. Thousands of bright flames, like falling meteors, fell downward. The towering buildings in Lascaux, like buildings piled up with sand, were melted and roasted within a few breaths. Reinforced concrete is so fragile in front of the flames transformed by the power of the phoenix. Fighting belongs to fighting. You damage city buildings, hurt innocent citizens, and cause heavy economic and property losses to Las Vegas. A clear voice containing a smile echoed above the dark and gloomy sky. Boom! A flash of silver lightning slammed down www.mentalnovel.com, reflecting the dark red cloak and the tall and straight figure. Luke had a bad face, staring at the fisting apocalypse. Are you going to pay the fine and then come back to SHIELD for coffee with me? Or do you want to fight the law violently? Superman put his hands on his chest. His eyes flashed with crimson light. Yengia is on a narrow road. I met you again, Superman. The apocalypse of defeating powerful enemies and stepping out of the shadows is full of confidence. He glanced at Luke coldly, no longer the same jealousy he used to. The power of the Phoenix is about to be handed over, and is it still necessary to fear Superman? It just happens to solve two enemies at once, saving time and effort. Tanky slammed the last punch, and terrifying power ran through the sky, as if to completely disperse the Phoenix form. Chapter 326 Superman's Wrath, Sword of Killing Gods. I allow you to do it. Luke raised his brows and his voice turned cold. He raised his right hand, and a gleam of silver light suddenly stretched. The 10th metal was turned into a long sword, and it was cut straight toward the direction of the apocalypse. The powerful forces poured into the extraordinary metal long sword, and the two add up to produce a terrifying effect. The atmospheric wind pressure is like a roar of a wild dragon, blowing away the clouds that have accumulated in the sky. The space is like a broken mirror, drawing a sharp straight line. The grey face of the apocalypse twitched fiercely, as if sensing a fatal danger. He quickly retracted his fist and added dozens of energy shields to himself. After that, the mutant still felt unsafe. Activate Talent Ability 1. Man of Steel. The grey skin presents a metallic color, covering the whole body. This is the head office. Tanky trusts his instinct very much. Although defeating Phoenix, his self-confidence was bursting. You can despise such a low-level mistake as the enemy, and make it once is enough. Superman is very strong, there is no doubt about that. So don't take it lightly, go all out. Apocalypse completed the defense only in a flash. Then, he raised his head to look at the cutting space, tearing through the atmosphere with fierce sword energy. I saw a flash of silver light, lightning and thunder, and thick dark clouds. All of them dissipated. The powerful force pushed the sword chi, tearing open all the energy shields of Apocalypse in only milliseconds. The bare-handed Superman wanted to hurt this mutant god. He might have to go through hundreds of rounds of fierce fighting. But after having the 10th metal enough to kill the gods, he only needs one chance. A chance to shoot. The sword light fell on the steel body of Danke, like a hot knife cutting through butter. It's so easy, so silky and smooth, without feeling the slightest obstacle. A broken arm flew up into the air. Then the violent air current was minced into meat. So close. Apocalypse, who was almost about to be dismembered, relied on intuition at the critical moment to abruptly move away from his body. If he hesitated just now, I'm afraid his whole body would split in half. This is fatal. What a terrible weapon. Tanky clutched his broken arm, and the wound was close to solidification. The cutting speed was so fast that he didn't even feel any pain. I've said it, Your Excellency N. Saberner. Luke held a sharp sword and looked at the Apocalypse, who had lost an arm. I hope you can rest a bit and learn to abide by the rules of the new era, instead of continuing to hold your backward, barbaric, and ignorant thinking. This will make you indulge in an arrogant personal world, ignore changes in the outside world, and cause unnecessary trouble. At the feet of Superman, there is Las Vegas with empty streets. I have to say that Captain America has done a great job. After taking over the power of the city government, he evacuated most of the urban residents through radio and television news. Of course, Mephisto also helped. Had it not been for the magic of the old devil, the people of the United States who had been shouting to go out on the streets during the blockade of the old devil would not necessarily be so obedient. I am the pharaoh of the ancient Egyptian dynasty, a great king comparable to the gods. Do I have to obey a short country with a history of only 100 years and abide by its laws? The sky inspired the natural ability, the flesh and blood squirmed at the cut wound, and a new arm was gradually grown. This is the terrible thing about the mutant god, he has too many abilities and too perfect. It is difficult to find the targeted weakness, and the next blow is fatal. The Phoenix can defeat Apocalypse because it has the fire of creation. This is the ancient power that can destroy time and space and erase dimensions. No, the law of the country is naturally a dead letter in the eyes of a strong man like you. Luke stepped forward, and the dark red cloak became a bright color in the sky. The tall and straight figure appeared taller in the face of the doomsday scene of lightning and thunder, as if propping up the sky. Mortals lack the power to restrain gods, so they seem to you very small, like dust. You can ignore the laws of this country, that's okay. But I think that the strong should respect each other. Your Excellency Unsaberner, you should at least respect my will and cherish the respect I give you. The voice was calm, without the slightest emotion, as if to state the facts. But when it reached Tanker's ears, it made him feel a little chill. Superman's sharp eyes are not inferior to the sharp sword in his hand. It seems that today, it is destined to be unable to end in a peaceful way. Tanky shook his head, The newborn's palms slowly opened, and he also had the ability to partially reorganize matter. The particles in the microcosm are moving according to his will. From scratch, a bronze war spear from the primitive period suddenly emerged. I have never taken the initiative to escape in any battle, because when fear takes over in your heart and drives you to expose your back to the enemy, you will only die faster, and there is no honor at all. Apocalypse clenched the spear, as if returning to his youth. He thought of hunting beasts in the desert, struggling to climb back from the cliff of death every time. Now, the Superman he faces is more terrifying than the beast. However, I am not that weak mortal anymore. Apocalypse shouted loudly, and a series of hideous lightning tore through the thick clouds. I am the Apocalypse, the great king, the who rules destiny. Accompanied by this roar, he raised his spear and took a step. The bright light flashed. The tall figure straddled the space and appeared on Luke's side. That grey face was full of killing intent, and the war spear infused with power pierced like lightning. The gods will die too. Luke smiled. It was not that he had never met a god. Seth, the of death, also from Egypt, was deprived of his authority. What's the apocalypse? He swung the sharp sword condensed by the 10th metal, drawing a swift line. The spear is divided into two, broken into two pieces. There were obvious cracks in the armor covering the chest of Apocalypse. Click.untilnovel.com completely broken. Forgot to say, I am actually a swordsman too. Luke grinned. He has swiped Death Knell's physical skill card, and he comes with the talent attribute of weapon proficiency. When it comes to the most barbarous and cruel cold weapon combat, I have never been afraid of anyone. Do you want to continue? Luke raised his sharp sword flat. Cold light flashed in his eyes. There are no other tricks. My round is about to begin. He learned everything and took a step forward. The transmission channel of the cutting space was formed instantly, and then another magic circle opened quickly above the Apocalypse. The silver sword light slashed down immediately and hit the opponent by surprise. Apocalypse is like a frightened prey, with a keen response and a high level of vigilance. He clenched a fist with his right hand and slammed it up. The metallized iron fist swung open the 10th metal blade. Squeeze the finger joints tightly, and cut a deep wound. If Apocalypse didn't realize it, he had already entered a state of combat. This bit of pain can't interfere with the firm will. The left hand was bluffing, and another war spear emerged. Raise your hand, sweep. The heavy force exploded the air and quickly slashed towards Luke's neck. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Apocalypse hit the target, but felt all its power hit the air. The figure slashed by the spear did not have the actual feeling of a physical body, but turned into a wisps of air currents of ethereal emptiness. Then, hundreds of Luke all over the sky surrounded the Apocalypse. Superman turned out to be a mage. Tanker's eyes widened, an expression of shock and disbelief. How can that be? Where in the world can a punch break the mountain and sink the earth? Crotch strip. Good afternoon. For the update. The long-term underworld work and rest make my dark circles look like a programmer in the next department. I am ashamed. A leader's installment payment from last month to this month. I am simply the author's scraps. I confess that when I was fishing at work, I shouldn't be in the water, but the code word and the plot. I lay flat and mocked, showing a soft belly with a piece of abdominal muscles, as an apology. By the way, some readers are too real. I was too sleepy yesterday and reposted the updated chapter. Then this chapter became the highest order I have ordered in 2 months, which is double the previous chapter. The mood is complicated. No wonder science fiction authors recently want to manually guard against theft. Chasing Me books are very cheap, don't lie to you, give it a try. Chapter 327. Come on, the ugly mutant big brother false mage, rubbing fireballs with hands, singing spells, fragile, afraid of assassins. The real mage, point lighting technique, all attributes add life value and defense power. Use fist to comb the earth. Apocalypse that has slept for thousands of years, but I don't know that the times have changed. The weak chicken mage who can only rub the fireball has no future. Under the worldview of the Marvel Universe, There are only a few bosses who can be used as output turrets and cast unrestrained spells. The other wizards who had done this, in the end, even the belt bones were swallowed by the Dimension Demon God because they could not pay the price. Taking into account that spells cannot be abused, the use of large swords, flail, and hammer to blast the enemy, and the skills of block, crit, charge, decapitation, and armor-piercing melee mages have gradually become popular. Karmatage, the basic condition for the 3 Sanctuary to judge a qualified mage is whether he has strong muscles and a burly physique. In their view, a big muscle tyrant like Captain America, he should be born with a big sword, put on his armor, and devote his life to the vigorous exorcism course. Of course, the premise is that he has the talent to learn magic. What? Learn spells? Just point a holy light to illuminate it. There is no need to waste energy in this area. I said, you should learn to accept the changes in the new era, instead of standing still and immersing yourself in your own illusions. Luke displayed the shape of Ekern, and the gloomy sky was instantly filled with figures. At first glance, it looked like he had surrounded the apocalypse alone. Layers upon layers of shadows revealing illusory light, while staring at the apocalypse. They made neat movements, raising their hands and waving sharp swords. The 10th metal brought a sharp silver-white light, tearing the space and cutting it downward. The apocalypse that was trapped in the siege suddenly felt like there was nowhere to hide. That's just a mortal's humble opinion. The world is a jungle, where the weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. Morality, law, feelings. That are all obstacles on the way forward. The shackles of biological evolution. Apocalypse roared, rolled his eyes, and several abilities were stimulated together. The frantically raging purple thunderlight almost illuminates the sky above. The fiercely rolling cold airflow gradually condenses, covering layers of hoarfrost, seeming to freeze everything. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and the powerful destructive sound waves vibrated the space. A series of screaming and humming broke out in the atmosphere, and people nearby covered their ears and lost their hearing instantly. All kinds of talent abilities were continuously used by Apocalypse. The entire battlefield is raging with energy, and within a radius of a radius has become a life-forbidden zone, and a little closer is fatal. The Earth is such a terrible place. Terrifying energy flooded this area, and the Phoenix, who was originally imprisoned in the lightning cage, wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Feeling the aura of destruction contained in every inch of space, it quietly dismissed the thoughts. Stay quietly in place, waiting for this earth-shattering battle to come to an end. I'm breaking into the battlefield now. I'm afraid it will not be crushed to dust. Phoenix was a little upset. If it hadn't been for Wu Fengjai, one of the strongest iron fists in Kunlun history, from a full-level big hammer to a novice village trumpet, how could it fail the apocalypse? And how could it fall into such a situation? I don't even have the qualifications to intervene. The only building in Las Vegas that has not been affected is the Hell Hotel, which is escorted by Mephisto, and the terrible aftermath of the high-altitude battle can cause no harm. Captain America stood on the top floor, looking out at the battlefield. The huge flame phoenix slammed into the lightning cage, but returned without success. The sparks that spill and fall from its body can cause a disaster if it falls on the ground. Even if the fire engine is dispatched, it will not be effective, and the high-pressure water cannon cannot be extinguished at all. You can only wait until the energy is exhausted and the flame goes out. In addition, the tall buildings near the battlefield were all shattered and turned into ruins. If the evacuation were not in time, casualties alone would be a difficult number to count. I said, "Can Luke win that gray-skinned weirdo?" Howard was a little nervous. He believed in the strength of Superman, but the enemies he fought with seemed not weak. I don't know. I still can't judge the balance of victory. Which side I intend to lean towards. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the battle between Superman and Apocalypse, but few could see clearly. Even the strengthened Captain America can barely capture the trajectory of the two figures. The avatars of the shape of Ekern disappeared one by one under the violent energy released by the Apocalypse. Luke, who appeared in his true form, kept swinging his sword, and the silver-white rays of light joined together and intertwined into a net of heaven and earth. But Apocalypse is not a general. He raised his right hand, shaking the space, tore open the narrow passage and quickly escaped. Then, from the open mouth, an energy light cannon that annihilated the matter was directly blasted out. Superman missed a hit, his eyes condensed slightly, and the terrifying heat contained in his hot sight was released. Boom, 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 boom. Above the sky, the bright light flashes. The skyscrapers below the battlefield are like melted ice cream, just missing a piece. Silently, it decomposes and annihilates into dust particles. This Supreme Mage is really violent. Compared to Howard and Steve, who couldn't see the direction of the battle wind, Mephisto, who was tasting the red wine and exuding the upper air, sighed in his heart. He didn't think Luke would lose, but he secretly rejoiced that he agreed to cooperate early and avoided another severe beating. "I'm so witty." The old devil thought so. In the battlefield, bang! There was a bang. The Apocalypse, who kept stacking armor, faced Superman's iron fist in front. The former is like a heavy artillery, directly pulling out a long parabola. After penetrating several buildings in a row, it fell to the hard ground and plowed a deep gully. The steel and concrete in front of him, like crispy biscuits, couldn't stop the strong force at all. "Look around. How bad did you make this city?" Luke descended from the sky, watching the Apocalypse struggling to get up. Shaking his head vigorously, Apocalypse recovered sober with a dazed expression. "Obviously two people are fighting. Why all the responsibility belongs to me? Considering that you do not have the financial ability to compensate for the loss, coupled with violent resistance to the law, it is of a bad nature." Luke strode forward, his aura rising like a violent volcano. The dark red cloak, the cold killing intent, and the flashing eyes. All this falls in the eyes of unknowing outsiders, and is completely standard villain. On the other hand, the Apocalypse below is a bit like a positive figure fighting hard if you ignore the value of the face. The two sides were separated by a certain distance. Superman pressed harder step by step, and Apocalypse struggled to get up. This picture makes people want to cheer up the latter. "Come on, the ugly mutant big brother. What are you going to do with me?" "Your Excellency." You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Apocalypse coughed up a trace of blood and sneered. He frequently uses multiple abilities, and his body is almost hollowed out. Thinking of this, the mutant couldn't help admiring Superman's battery life. In such a high-intensity battle, there is no loss of strength at all, which is simply amazing. "Shoot on the spot." Luke made a verdict. Apocalyptic enemies who are threatening and unable to communicate are best sent to hell. After the province is able to do anything, you have to clean up the mess yourself. He stepped out, the ground cracked, and the powerful recoil brought strong wind. In an instant, Superman approached Apocalypse. Chapter 328. Thank you for your sacrifice for the Earth. I haven't given up yet. A punch hit the door. Tanky's face seemed to have tons of TNT explosives exploded. His cruel words were only half spoken, like a grey cannonball shot through the car behind him, and rolled into a shop a block away. His hard body, strengthened by his natural ability, dragged a long and deep trace on the ground, and then smashed into the thick wall. Dust floats, obscuring sight. A few rapid coughs sounded, and Tanky silently pulled himself out of the wall. What a powerful fist! Although he had a body of steel, it contained an inch of strength, which still made Apocalypse's internal organs almost shifted, and every bone in his body screamed like falling apart. A trace of blood spilled from his mouth, and the whole person was shaking, about to fall. Continue fighting. Apocalypse instilled faith in himself and supported his scarred and exhausted body. He raised his head and saw that the tall figure appeared like a teleportation, instantly arriving. The rubble rolled frantically, spreading towards both sides. The metal boots were raised high, turning into a heavy whip leg to sweep the Apocalypse. Then, another uppercut. Bang! The mutant who was passively beaten lost control of his body and flew straight up. His head slammed through the ceiling layer after layer. Those solid metal materials, like fragile foam boards. When the terrible force dissipated, the apocalypse had already traversed the 37th-story building and almost rushed out of the atmosphere. He was floating in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, his grey face covered with blood. Should you choose to surrender or run away? In the dimness, Danke heard Superman's voice. The other party is very cold, there is no mercy in his eyes. It is not like the superhero he has ever met. When those people fight, they are always full of hesitation and sympathy, and they regard killing as a crime that they can't help but commit. Apocalypse could hear that the choice made by Superman was just a kind of joking and teasing. How can a real battle without relentlessness let the enemy go? That there is no honor at all. Apocalypse's voice was weak and gave an answer. He opened his eyes and caught the movements of Superman. He raised his hands in a hurry, trying to block this iron fist, then reorganized the situation and launched a counterattack. But he is too slow and too weak. The air-blasting fist smashed Apocalypse's arm bone, and the latter seemed to be hit head by a fast-moving train. Once again, the hard body flew out uncontrollably. Oh, a bit of a mistake. Luke watched the apocalypse fall downward, smashing a billboard in a hotel run by the mafia along the way. To some extent, this is regarded as one's own industry. If you do this, you will destroy your own industry. He shook his head, the dark red cloak tore the air, with a dull blasting sound, and flew towards the place where the apocalypse fell. Supervision passed through numerous barriers, but did not find the other person's figure. Well, ran away? Luke raised his eyebrows, looking at Danke. Unlike a mutant who would retreat strategically. At any rate, he was also the pharaoh of the ancient Egyptian dynasty, and he should not be as flexible as his younger generation. If you want to run away, you have already run away, so why wait until now? Superman let go of perception, and with the blessing of the pure white light of Emperor Wai-Shan, the dynamics of the entire city are under control. Among the mutants, there are not a few people with invisible talents. The moment the biological force field was fully opened, Luke discovered the location of the apocalypse. Above, he raised his head and found a roller weighing dozens of tons crashed down. The high-temperature rays shot out from the eyes, directly melting this huge metal object. The grey translucent figure gradually revealed. It is the apocalypse. He didn't seem to want to smash Superman with a road roller, and his fists lifted up, emitting a dazzling light. This is the ability of mutant sunspots to absorb energy and release it violently. Like two groups of small celestial bodies, suspended above Luke's head. The horrible energies blend with each other, like a huge ball of light. The heat it radiated turned the asphalt road on which Luke was footing into a pool of sticky mud. The silver-white flame carries terrible fluctuations, and the hot breath reveals the mighty power of melting gold and iron. Let's go together, Superman. The apocalypse was crazy, and drawed. All his power is used to absorb and release, like an extremely unstable human bomb. Once the countdown reaches 0, the entire city center will be razed to the ground, and the Superman at the center is self-evident. I thought you had any new tricks. The villain had nowhere to go, but the protagonist was dragged to death. There was no surprise at all. Luke shook his head, and the fiery power enveloped him, putting a certain degree of pressure on him. If only to avoid the desperate blow of the apocalypse. Superman has many ways. Considering the huge damage caused by the opponent's self-destruction, Luke vetoed those choices. Although he doesn't claim to be a hero, he doesn't like the restrained style of doing things. But as Yi said, when Superman stands on the top of the world, the forefront of mankind, it will be difficult to retreat. He must take on part of his due responsibilities, just as he uses his due power. This is an equivalent exchange. No one forced Luke, it was just that he had to. Just as qualified kings need to be responsible to the country, qualified lords need to protect their own territory. Do you know what despair is? Luke asked with his head held up. When you use all means, even at the cost of your life, to kill the enemy, you find that your efforts are just wasted. This is despair. Superman's voice is calm and cold. He glanced at the sky with the corner of his eye, and then stretched out a hand. Slowly and powerfully, through the fiery and violent giant ball of light. How is this possible? Apocalypse is still nothing new, talking about the villain's lines that trigger the death effect. He widened his eyes and saw Superman tear open the growing white ball of light. The high temperature heat enough to evaporate steel into water vapor, and the violent energy enough to burn any life to ashes, did not cause fatal damage to Luke. He was in the white ball of light covering half a block, as if entering the sun. The battle clothes were continuously damaged and then repaired. The flesh is constantly scorched and healed again. Now, do you feel desperate? Luke's face was expressionless, and the arm that burned only bones was tightly strangling Tanker's neck. I can't kill you. I can still drag so many people to bury you. The body was full of cracks, and the apocalypse that was about to burst shouted frantically. He didn't expect that the desperate force that burned his life was just enough to hurt Superman. That's it. Deeply desperate, full of apocalyptic heart. I said, you can't do anything. Luke pinched the apocalypse and quickly lifted off. The hard body of the mutant is like an alarm clock with a countdown of only 3 seconds. Until novel.com flying out of the Earth, and it may be too late to throw it into outer space. However, there is no problem in putting it into Phoenix's body. As the ancient force of the multiverse, it is connected to a different space called the White Hot Room. Even if the apocalypse blew, it would not endanger the Earth. The Phoenix, who was imprisoned in the lightning cage, saw Apocalypse and Superman getting farther and farther away from the battlefield, thinking of fleeing again. The wings fluttered, bringing up large expanses of fireworks, tearing open a bolt of lightning thick as a pillar. But before Phoenix could squeeze out, he found Luke flying over with Apocalypse that was about to explode. What does he want to do? It was puzzled at first, and then reacted. Don't come here. The Phoenix sent out a panic wave of mind. It finally recovered 10% or 20% of its strength. How could it be willing to go back to the starting point after thousands of years of hard work? Sorry, for world peace, for the safety of the Earth, you make a little sacrifice. Luke faintly replied in the way of spiritual dialogue. If Phoenix could make an expression, several question marks would surely pop up above his head. I'm not a human being on Earth. Why should I make sacrifices? And as a superhero, you should be the one who should do this. Phoenix wanted to say more, but Luke was too lazy to listen anymore. In a rude manner, the apocalypse was put into the opponent's mouth. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion did not occur at high altitude. Only a wave of invisible shockwaves scattered the clouds. Thank you for your sacrifice for the Earth. I will remember you. Luke observed a moment of silence for a moment. The Captain America standing on the top floor of the Hell Hotel was puzzled. Why is there such a big flame? Phoenix gone? HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 329 Can't eat enough to swallow the star. Incomplete. Phoenix'll go to your uncle. Before the Phoenix disappeared, Luke vaguely felt an angry heart wave. He smiled and shook his head. This must be his own illusion. Regardless of hardship, the power of the Phoenix crossed the starry sky and came to the Earth to save the people of Las Vegas from danger. It has such a fearless spirit. How can it be swearing? This is obviously unreasonable. Perhaps it means, multiple times you give me this opportunity. Luke nodded to himself. The power of the Phoenix descended on the Earth, from the Western Hemisphere to the Eastern Hemisphere. Passing by, it would inevitably cause disasters along the way. Now I give it a chance to save hundreds of thousands of innocent lives and complete the redemption. I am also grateful if I want to come to Phoenix. The perfect logical chain. I'm really a good person. Luke smiled contentedly. He not only indirectly saved Las Vegas, but also prevented a crisis. By the way, let the guilty Phoenix successfully redeem himself. It feels good to be a good person. What are these? Luke was about to fly to the Hell Hotel and hand over the task of cleaning up the mess to Captain America. He consumes so much that he will have to spend several days in the sun to recover. The skin and flesh of the burned arms are growing again. The broken suit was gradually restored as before. When the Flame Phoenix disappeared, Clusters of sparks suddenly appeared. They are somewhere between illusion and substance, as if they are crystal clear crystals. When Luke was stunned, several pieces scattered and disappeared, or turned into streamers and flew away. Shards. He quickly pinched a few pieces with eyes sick, and he felt warm and soft. Look carefully, there are flame-like patterns flickering and flowing. It's like taking a strong pill. Luke tried to absorb one tablet. Anyway, his physique is good, so nothing can go wrong. Fragments like flames crystallized into strands of power ripples into the body. Luke only felt a sense of joy, spreading all the way from the tail vertebrae to his brain. The energy that would have been restored after being exposed to the sun for several days was like a game character who knocked a blood bottle, instantly filling up. In addition, he followed that piece of Phoenix power fragment, vaguely seeing an endless white space, in which there is a huge cocoon. Countless energy threads are wound on it, intertwined with shining light. This is the real Phoenix power. It is a conceptual embodiment, will not die. It will not disappear. Even if he was severely injured by an iron fist and broke his body, he can still piece it together. Even if you get a body bomb from the apocalypse, you will at most just return to the white-hot room to recuperate and fall into a deep sleep. It actually only strengthened a little bit of physical strength, and there was no obvious increase. Luke retracted his gaze and said disappointedly, "This does not meet his psychological expectations, and the gap is relatively large." The power of the Phoenix is one of the three ancient powers of the Marvel Universe, which is one of the Pleiadians. Gingel gets a fragment, becomes the host, and directly becomes an Omega-class mutant. After being blackened, Professor Charles and Magneto almost destroy the world. For me, it doesn't seem to be of much use except for a few seconds. Luke held the remaining fragments and planned to throw them to the White Queen to see if he could become the famous Phoenix Apostle. The power of the Phoenix seems to particularly favor mutants. In the comics, except for Captain Marvel and Thanos' son Thane, the hosts are all talented mutants. If it is given to Captain America, Howard, there is a high probability of no effect. Thinking of this, Luke's interest in the power of the Phoenix diminished. It belongs to the kind of power that has a high upper limit, but it is difficult to directly increase it. The power of the Phoenix in its complete state is of the multiverse level, restarting the universe, or destroying the universe, confronting the court of life, single-handedly singled out the five gods. It's nothing to say. But the complete power of the Phoenix, like a full-fledged planet devourer, belongs to a pseudo-concept. It will never appear. The subject of the power of the Phoenix wanders the universe, looking for a host everywhere. The rest are staying in the incandescent space, guiding the emotion and spirit of life in the universe. The most powerful piano in the history of hosts, Girui, has never been close to completeness. Whether it is the Black Phoenix or the White Phoenix form, they only reach the level of the Heavenly Father to the single body. Rather than trying to collect the power of the Phoenix, it is better to gain reputation. Realizing that the contribution is not proportional to the gain, Luke gave up the idea of becoming a host. Of course, the main thing is that he doesn't know whether the Phoenix Nirvana rebirth will retain his previous memories. If it is retained, it is estimated that it will hammer itself to death. Where is that Firebird? When Luke flew to the Hell Hotel, everything was over. Howard finally let go, and started asking questions like a curious baby. It heroically completed the mission of saving the innocent citizens of Las Vegas, and then returned to its hometown. Luke leaned into the chair exclusively reserved for Mephisto, half paralyzed in it. It seems that he has been suppressing Apocalypse, but it really took a little effort to really solve the mutant god. Obviously I am a pacifist. Why do I have to force me to do it? Luke shook his head and sighed. As everyone knows, he doesn't like violence. Only when you are forced to do so will you make sense with others with your fists. Work with the city government to clean up the mess, and the task of counting the losses is left to you, Steve. Luke threw that tedious work to Captain America, and here is only him suitable. It seems that tonight's bachelor party has gone to a halt. Howard is a little regretful. He specially prepared a lot of exciting programs for Steve. What space roaming, 10-fingered piano, two heavens of ice and fire, etc. Guaranteed to be a new version of the ship that Captain America has never experienced before. I don't care about this, but should I postpone the wedding? I can't guarantee that everything in Las Vegas will be handled in such a short time. Steve deserves to be the spiritual incarnation of American soldiers, and his ideological consciousness is quite high. In order for the local residents of Las Vegas to restore order as soon as possible, he did not hesitate to postpone their wedding. If this conversation is broadcast in the form of a live broadcast, I am afraid that a large number of people will be moved on the public screen. That's not necessary. SHIELD agents will come in a team tomorrow. Luke didn't want to disturb the happy day of Captain America. He also looked forward to seeing the bitter wine of the Winter Soldier in his throat. The bachelor party probably won't be possible, so I can return to Brooklyn to make up another one. Hearing this, Howard winked at Luke vigorously. He had already made an appointment with Miss Succubus tonight. However, the Hell Hotel can host a charity party. The main body is rebuild the Casino City. Solicit donations. Howard, you are the initiator and the leader of donations. In order to let Howard, this color critic, experience the taste of being squeezed dry, Luke turned to Ad. After finishing speaking, he gave Mephisto a tacit glance that could only be understood. The old devil nodded calmly, indicating that he would suggest that the succubus stepped up. After the important things were explained, Luke found a room to lie down. Before falling asleep, he folded his hands together and whispered, "I hope the Howard is okay. It shouldn't kill anyone. Right? Probably. On the mountain peaks of California, the mutants who stayed where they didn't dare to walk around, waited until the flowers were gone, and did not wait for the return of the apocalypse. The great god has fallen. When the sun slanted westward, Caliban, who was able to sense his compatriots, suddenly fell to his knees, with a look of shock on his face. He cannot accept that the legendary mutant will fail and die. What? This is impossible. Some people don't want to believe it. The apocalypse is down. Some people cry with words. Then should we break up? You go back to your Cairo, and I go back to my Berlin. In the end, it was the little Eric who made the proposal to disband the team. He did not have deep feelings for Apocalypse, nor did he regard it as like others. Although Eric believes that the Black King Sebastian Shaw is the nightmare shadow of his life. But I have to admit that, while hating the other person crazily, he also absorbed part of his thoughts and concepts. Worship of gods is something that is ignorant, backward, and weak. What Eric thinks is how to have a powerful force comparable to the gods, and how to use this power to change the world. After he escaped from Auschwitz, he wandered around and lived at the bottom. This child, who has not yet become the Magneto King, has seen the suffering of too many compatriots and felt too many evil deeds of human beings. You will betray the great god, the great apocalypse. Caliban turned his head and stared at Eric, who was about to slip away, with a fierce light in his eyes. He is not loyal to Apocalypse, and he is indifferent. First, the news was too sudden, and Caliban was a little skeptical of his judgment. The second is that these mutants, who were able to gather through the apocalypse, are undoubtedly a valuable asset. Caliban has worked as a black market businessman, and has dealt with local warlords and private militants in Egypt. He is well aware of the necessity of pulling up a group of thugs and forming forces. www.mentalnovel.com. Therefore, it is impossible for the mutant compatriots to leave easily. As you said, the apocalypse has fallen. It's useless for us to stay here. It's better to disperse separately. Eric's slightly immature face showed a hint of seriousness. Oh, where can you go? No passport, no cash, no driver's license, anything that can prove your identity and live a normal life. You don't have anything. Caliban grinned gloomily and issued a series of questions. They crossed the country and traversed the big states, all using the Apocalypse's ultra-long-distance space transmission. Without the Apocalypse, these mutants lost their backbone, and they didn't know what to do for a while. We need to confirm the news of the great god, the Apocalypse's fall, and then think of other ways. Caliban consciously excluded Eric and prepared to isolate him. As for cash, the items to prove the identity. I was doing business in this area before, and it can be done. With the above necessities, Caliban effortlessly became the leader of the mutants. And Eric, because of his young age and weightlessness, was naturally ignored. In desperation, he could only follow the big army. In the direction of Nevada, a flash of light pierced the clouds. That piece of shards, like flame crystals, seemed to be the target of discovery. Flying down, rushed into Eric's body. The latter just scratched his neck, feeling a little hot, and didn't know what happened. This scene has been staged all over the world. For example, the mutant school in Westchester County. Another example is the deep-sea prison in Atlantis, a pale youth who is paralyzed in bed. The power of the Phoenix was broken up, but its apostles began to appear. Chapter 330 Hell Ahead. Weird XP. The fragments of the power of the Phoenix were looking for a suitable host, but Luke, who knew about it, didn't care. Even the of mutants, Apocalypse is not his opponent. Unless it is a black phoenix-shaped kin gel that travels through time and space and comes to find himself to fight, no one is worthy of fear. Besides, Superman and Apocalypse are in a battle, and they need to recuperate, although this is just an excuse for fishing. However, I have saved the world by myself, and it's not a big deal to be lazy for a while. As a result, Luke threw the work of cleaning up the mess to Captain America, and simply lay down in the luxurious suite of the Hell Hotel to sleep. It's a pity that this peaceful sleep didn't last long, and a quick knock on the door awakened him. Superman will get up too. Luke shook his head, looked through the wall to see the incoming person, and said helplessly. He slowly got out of the bed and opened the door slowly, like an old man with slow movements. The knock on the door became more and more urgent, seeming to be urging constantly. The more so, the slower Luke's speed. It took him 10 minutes to walk from the bedroom to the entrance of the hallway, and he almost didn't kill the people outside the door. You haven't slept all night? Luke was wearing a nightgown, and saw Howard standing on the wall. His legs soft, and two heavy dark circles in his eyes. The latter's clothes were messy and his hair was messy, as if he had been robbed. And there was only a pair of shorts left on the lower body, and there were several obvious scratches on the bare chest and arms. As far as this image is concerned, it is more in line with the color criticism of having just participated in the carnival party and having too many people exercise. First, let me in first. Howard spoke uncomfortably, stammered, with a trace of fear on his face. As if behind him, some terrible beast chased him. Luke gave a faint smile, then made room to help Howard, who was struggling to walk, into the room. After only one night, the other party seemed to have lost several kilograms, and the whole person felt weak. Are you kidnapped by some Middle Eastern thugs and thrown into the cave hungry for a week? Luke knowingly asked, and by the way, he thoughtfully handed a glass of milk over to supplement Howard's nutrition. It is no exaggeration, now he is a bit like a skinny ascetic. Compared to the original self, they are two people. It's terrible. It's hell. Howard drank the milk with a look of horror, as if thinking of some terrifying picture. He shrank in the corner of the sofa, like a helpless girl who had been repeatedly abused, with tears in his eyes. What's the matter with you? Do you need me to call the police? Howard Stark was brutally assaulted and severely traumatized physically and mentally. Luke let out a smirking laugh. I often walk by the river, so how can I not wet my shoes? On the last trip to Paris, the psychological shadow that the female vampire left on Howard was not deep enough. I don't know if the succubus lady this time made him understand the truth of a knife on her head. It's like this, Howard confided as he sobbed. He never expected that an affair would turn into a disaster. Set the hour hand back to 8 hours ago. Wearing a bag and spraying cologne, Howard came to the reserved room. He had already finished the arrangement. The rose petals were sprinkled on the bed, and the faint yellow light, supplemented by a few candlesticks, created an ambiguous atmosphere. Red wine, big meal, plus the charming incense in the room. The corner of Howard's mouth was drawn up, the mood was almost the same, and the next thing was, thinking of this, he only felt a slight warmth in his lower abdomen, and his energy was waiting to be released. Boom! Hearing a knock on the door, Howard couldn't wait to open the door and handed a rose with his right hand behind his back. "You are really lovely, Howard." The enchanting lady succubus took the rose, lowered her head and sniffed, and then threw it behind her head and hugged Howard, who was touching the beard. "So direct. Don't get into the subject without foreplay." Seeing Miss Succubus lift her leg and shut the door, Howard's heart jumped. He had never seen this scene. Generally speaking, shouldn't it be after drinking 2 glasses of wine, chatting a few sorrows, and gradually bringing the topic to this aspect, and then seeing each other frankly? That red wine? Howard hugged the overly active lady succubus, and looked at the 2 goblets on the side of the candlestick. "I don't like to drink that." Miss Succubus licked her tongue and refused. "Then eat steak." Howard retreated to the bed. Seeing the formation, he was more like the passive side. "You are so cute, sweetheart. I just want to eat you now." The next thing is the tearing of clothes, the sucking of each other's tongues, and the performance is a hearty improvisation. 20 minutes later, Howard leaned against the head of the bed with a contented face and lit a cigarette. A new experience, a new technology, a new feeling. In a word, feel comfortable. "Howard, are you okay?" The charming voice of the succubus lady's sister came into his ears. "Real man, how can you say no?" 30 minutes later, Howard was satisfied again and lit a cigarette. "Come again?" The succubus lady looked like a diners who had just eaten 3 points and continued to order. Once, again, and many more. Howard shouted weakly and voluntarily applied for a truce. Then he climbed out of the bed and rushed into the toilet. "Did you know? I didn't sleep, rest, or even finish smoking a few cigarettes for 8 full hours," Howard said angrily. "Don't the succubus of pay attention to a sustainable development?" To the back, he knelt on the bed, looking at the tempting front, but feeling like that can never be filled. It is desperate. "You can see that you have run out of ammunition and food." Luke cast a sympathetic look. How could you succubus be so easy to sleep in? It can only be said that Howard still has too little knowledge, lustful, and does not know the sinisterness of hell. "I reminded you that boys should protect themselves when they go out." Luke tried to squeeze a smile to make himself appear sincere. "I want to go back to New York, take a good rest and concentrate on scientific research." Howard's eyes were firm, as if he had suddenly realized it. "Don't sleep the succubus. I also specifically mentioned to Mephisto, let him do more other races, increase the characteristics of the Hell Hotel," Luke said deliberately, "such as centaur, female devil, female elf." Howard shook his head vigorously, and after 8 hours of hard work, he was numb. "The female colors are all pink skulls, and she can't shake herself in the slightest." "It seems that you have really found yourself this time." Luke smiled relievedly, and then said, "How about the female angel?" The expressionless Howard heard that even though his body had been hollowed out, he still couldn't resist his inner impulse, subconsciously showing a hee expression. "You don't have enough energy to spare, and you still think about angels?" Luke was speechless at once, and it was true that the old critics were indifferent. It was not that they changed their evils, but that they did not poke XP. Caliban. Eric has a high fever. In a motel near the California highway, a mutant ran over and said, "The guy who only drags you back." Caliban took a sip of beer. Novel.com and looked disgusted. Had it not been for Eric's rare talent and ability, he would have left the opponent long ago. Magnetic control, if placed in the warlord's chaotic Middle East, it would be equivalent to a big killer. "This ghost place, where can I find a doctor?" Caliban spat, unable to think of a solution for a while. "This team of mutants is too conspicuous, strangely dressed, and with different skin colors and accents. It is easy to attract the attention of local residents and the police." Therefore, he temporarily found a motor hotel, and then controlled the boss as a temporary shelter. A few hours ago, Caliban heard about the explosion in Nevada on the radio. "I can probably tell that apocalypse is really cold." Next, his task became, How to take these mutants out of the United States. It is not easy to avoid the sight of SHIELD and the investigation by the police. Anyone there? A Ford car stopped outside the motel. The couple with the child got out of the car, opened the door and said, "Is anyone, I'm sorry, I'm bothering you?" Seeing a group of strange people with different clothes and various skin colors in the hotel, the couple hurriedly backed out. "Are you doctors?" Caliban glanced at the nameplate on the man's salute, frowned and asked, I work at Monterey City Hospital in Los Angeles." The man nodded. "Then come in and do it." Caliban beckoned, and the strong man guarding outside the door carried the parked Ford sedan with one hand. Then, a few people gathered around and blocked the couple's path. Chapter 331 The movement of SHIELD towards the Sea of Stars. With his body drained, Howard returned to New York with Captain America to prepare for the upcoming wedding. Because of the mutant apocalypse in Nevada and the Flame Phoenix, Luke must first go to the White House to attend the meeting. Las Vegas economic losses and casualties are not a small number, and a credible report must be given. Besides, the international situation is tense. Any bit of trouble will arouse the White House's vigilance. It feels like coaxing a child. This is the true feeling in Superman's heart. In his opinion, the president in the White House and the generals of the Pentagon are like frightened children. It's better to step towards the Sea of Stars as early as possible. After opening the tour memory, Luke left the White House and flew to the headquarters building on the Potomac River. The casino suffered heavy losses. The National Guard has sent a search and rescue team, and SHIELD has not fallen behind. Several teams of agents led by Nick Fury were all on their way. Apocalypse is not alone. A large number of followers have gathered around him. Paige stepped on high heels and pushed open the door of the director's office. She sat down in the chair in a graceful posture, and then pushed the file in her hand. 16 mutants. This is not a small force. Luke, who was in the United States, just got off the plane. After attending the White House meeting, Luke opened the document and glanced at it. Apocalypse is cold, but his disciples are still wandering in the territory. For the time being, I don't know what specific ability and identity he has. The only thing that is clear is Caliban, who had met in Cairo. It was he who took the warlord's personal armament and exploded the sleeping pyramid of the apocalypse, triggering the battle that followed. The guy was later favored by Danke and accepted as a follower. According to the temper of the mutant god, whenever you meet a compatriot, you must give the opponent a hair and improve your strength. Presumably, the disciples and believers who follow the apocalypse have all benefited. They must be controlled. Who knows if they will cause any trouble? Luke closed the file and said softly, "He is currently pushing the mutant registration bill. At this critical moment, you can't go wrong and cause a terrorist attack in nature. Moreover, mutants do fall within the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D. As a huge institution, it is a special shelter for mutants. Except for the Cavill Youth Talent Academy of Emma the White Queen, the task force led by Stryker and other related medical departments are all under the control of SHIELD Bureau." That's right. In order to gather the wool of Congress, Luke especially applied for first-class medical facilities, medical staff and other facilities for those mutants with genetic defects. On the one hand, it can draw people's hearts and make those mutants living at the bottom more able to accept the management of SHIELD, and have a sense of belonging. On the other hand, anyway, the money is not paid by oneself, and it doesn't matter if you do something good. Send Logan and Victor out. They have nothing to do recently, and they have started some real men's mutual aid association, which made the school miserable. Emma has called me several times to complain. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. in Washington, D.C., Luke had to face a lot of work. First of all, Logan and Victor, two uncomfortable guys, used their identities as teachers to organize a real men mutual aid association. If you want to join the club, you must prove that you are a real man. For example, after smoking a cigar, Do 50 push-ups and other items in one go. It looks like a replica of the common fraternity in American universities. Mostly it is a test with a prank or joke nature. This unhealthy trend quickly spread across the campus. 2 days ago, Emma, the White Queen, became angry because of the excessive noise. Using mind control, Logan and Victor played a wrestling game in front of all the students. It is said that the scene at that time was out of control and almost caused disaster. They really unsuitable to be teachers. Peggy thought of the two tall and burly men wrestling together, so she couldn't help but curl her lips. The beast is still suitable for the battlefield. The school is not where they stay. Luke nodded in agreement. The main reason is that the Mutants Academy has only recently been established, and there is an urgent shortage of all kinds of teachers. Otherwise, how could it be that Logan and Victor, two illiterate guys who have been swearing all day long, could get into the teaching team? All right. It's time to kick them out of school and throw them where they should go. Luke shrugged and said, "Want to come with a critical vision of the apocalypse? The disciples and believers who follow the potential will not be too bad." The mutant led a lunchbox to leave and cut a wave of leeks for himself, which really brought good people. "I don't know if there will be Magneto." Mr. Director's eyes flickered, and little Charles had become his student. "What about Magneto?" "Collecting this pair of good friends is equivalent to mastering the future of mutants. Moreover, these two SSRs can also form a bond. Is there anything worthy of my attention in the near future?" Now that SHIELD has a big business, even with Peggy's share, Luke still needs to deal with a lot of work. Sitting in this seat is not only able to gather the wool of Congress and ask for funds, but also to shoulder certain responsibilities. He gradually realized the hardship behind the misappropriation of public funds by the director of the Salted Egg Hydra. Paige turned over the schedule and looked up and said, "Dr. Zola, plus Baron Straker, the two Hydra's heads are merged together. What are you going to do with it?" "Of course it is to use Hydra to deal with Hydra." Luke thought for a moment, then replied instead, "If you gather the Hydra, you can mention a Krypton spacecraft." He has been greedy for that task reward for a long time. Baron Strack and Dr. Zola, let them deal with the Hydra of other factions, and finally integrate their forces. Only in this way can we play the greatest role of the Tool Man. The most admirable thing about the villain is that it is efficient and suitable for dirty work. Then what about the vampire you brought back? She is in Boston, Chicago, Detroit, New York, and her family power is expanding rapidly. What will SHIELD deal with? Peggy asked somewhat tastefully. There is no conflict, right? Luke raised his eyebrows. He knew that the vampire family in North America had quietly developed the Hargai tribe, with deep roots that could hardly be shaken for a while. In addition, the two vampire families do not deal with each other, and it is easy to develop into blood feuds. There was a little friction at the beginning, and then your vampire destroyed several Huggy clan strongholds. She killed the same clan, more ruthless than the demon hunter. Paige gave a few pictures of the scene and continued. Silver bullets, holy water, ultraviolet searchlights, all kinds of methods were used, and the people in the Vampire Council quickly asked for peace. As the second in command of S.H.I.E.L.D., she knows many secrets. Carmitage, the three major sanctuary, vampires and werewolves, various families, even Wakanda and Asgard's 9 divisions. Luke didn't hide it, all mentioned. Selena is such a character. I heard that the underground world calls her the goddess of the moon. Luke didn't take it seriously. The Vampire Council in North America developed a huge Huggy tribe, which is related to many politicians. Metalnovel.com, but unless they are impatient and want to find some excitement, otherwise, it is impossible to provoke SHIELD and Superman proactively. For the expansion of the Covinus family, SHIELD has closed one eye and waited until the Magic Congress was fully established and the rules were set down. Luke successively handled all the work accumulated before. It feels like a student who is waiting until the last day of the vacation to catch up with summer homework regarding the trading of Atlantis, the placement of vampires and werewolves, the in-depth cooperation of the three sanctuary, the hotel chain of the Hell Group. All these matters need him to make a final decision. I'm obviously Superman, but I'm doing Batman's work, Luke said helplessly. Do you have a new plan? Peggy, who had been busy until the afternoon, gathered the papers on the table, suddenly raised her head and asked. Why ask like that? Luke was slightly surprised. Usually you hate these tedious tasks the most, and you usually don't bother to deal with it, but today you have laid out clear regulations and ways to deal with it. Do you want to travel far? As one of the people on the pillow, Peggy's instinct is very keen, and he can detect strange things. Don't worry, I won't leave silently like last time. Luke smiled faintly. There is still a while before he walks towards the sea of stars. No matter where you go, I will take care of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peggy was holding the pile of documents. Her red lips were slightly opened, and she said softly, the three of you tonight. Hey, don't walk so fast. It's not that you haven't tried it. Luke watched Peggy, who accelerated his pace, pushed the door to leave, and chuckled away. It's time to go to Steve's wedding. Chapter 332. Bucky. The bitter wine hurts in my throat. The wedding of Captain America will be held in Long Island, Manhattan. According to Steve's original intention, he did not intend to make it too grand. He prefers diligence and thrift to extravagance and waste. Whether rich or not, lifestyle has always been simple. It's just that the Brooklyn-born Captain America. I don't know how important a beautiful wedding is to the bride. What do you think of old Joseph's bar? Before going to Las Vegas, Steve asked Luke this way. It's simply a fill-in-the-blank question to make a proposition. Fortunately, Luke promptly prevented this bad behavior that might allow the bride to escape the marriage, and arranged the venue at the Long Island Manor, which Howard used for vacation. Did you know? If Margaret sees the venue you have set, it is a broken bar with at least 20 years of history, she will definitely jump in a car and leave. Luke walked in the manor on Long Island. He is an important member of the Best Man team today. By the way, there will be a cameo as a witness to Captain America. I just don't think it is necessary to get married when we get married. Please invite a bunch of unfamiliar guests. Even though he was already a colonel in the army and a high-level S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve still maintains a simple concept. Then, respectable Captain America, can your great ideas work with your fiancé? The corner of Luke's mouth turned up, and he asked with interest. Steve scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He remembered that during the quarrel with Marguerite, he didn't even have to eat hot food when he went home, and had to wash the dirty clothes himself. He even had to sleep on the sofa and completely lost the right to mate. The reason is that they discussed which band should be invited to the wedding scene. Margaret likes country folk, but Steve prefers jazz. After that, Captain America, who didn't understand women's minds and wanted to forcefully reason, was beaten into the cold palace. Howard and I agree that try to avoid reasoning with women. They are sentimental creatures and prefer romance and surprises. Rigid principles will only cause quarrels. Luke patted Steve on the shoulder and said earnestly, I don't want you to be kicked out of the house one day, living on the street, calling me to take him in. Captain America has a bitter expression. His relationship with Margaret is generally stable and should not be there. Malina, who accompanied Luke to the wedding, and Peggy and others, they had already gone to pick up the bride. There are only best men in the manor, such as Howard, Bucky, Luke, and Colonel Phillips who make up the number. Howard. Steve looked around and saw only the staff responsible for setting up the venue, but Howard, who was an activist in the past, was not seen. This is a bit abnormal. You must know that he started yelling as early as a month ago to hook up with the bridesmaid to complete the wedding sex achievement. His body hasn't recovered yet. Steve only knew that Howard suffered a serious illness and returned to New York to rest for a few days, but he didn't know the specifics. The doctor said that he was malnourished and excessively indulged, and he needs to be recuperated slowly. At this time, he is probably sleeping in the room. Luke smiled and said, Howard specifically asked me to bring a message, saying that he will show up later. and that he will not attend the banquet afterwards. Steve expressed his understanding. I heard that Howard was seriously injured because of problems in scientific research and overthinking. The reason why a genius can achieve success is that, in addition to the extraordinary talent, there is also hard work. Mindful of this, Captain America also changed his mind on Howard. Unexpectedly, beneath the surface of the other party's irregularities, there is still a curious heart to delve into science. Do I need to do something now? Steve stared in the direction of the gate of the manor, with a trace of tension and anxiety in his eyes. Today is his wedding. In his short and wonderful life, this is the most important day. Relax. It's not time yet. You go try on the groom's dress first. Luke reached out and hooked Steve's broad shoulders, and the two of them walked into the manor together. Evening falls, and the afterglow of the setting sun spreads over Long Island. Inside the manor, in the hall, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier filled every inch of space, and the folk band at the corner of the stage played happily, and the melodious and relaxed tunes flowed in the air. Hundreds of people have been crammed into the wide reception hall, and a steady stream of guests have received invitations, pouring into it. The entrance of the manor was full of cars, suits and shoes, and guests in luxurious dresses flocked in, as if they were attending a celebrity gathering. Colonel Rogers, happy wedding. The man walking into the hall held Steve's palm with a blessed smile on his face. After a few words of greeting, when the opponent left, Captain America lowered his voice and asked, "Who is he?" The Pentagon War Department's called Michael, or Jackson. Forget it. Luke, who was in charge of receiving guests, curled his lips and said with a smile, "He is just a trivial little person, but his father is very famous and has deep connections in the Senate." Then why, he will come to my wedding? Send an invitation letter to determine the number of people at the banquet. This is what Luke and Howard need to complete. If you filter by relatives, friends and neighbors, Captain America's wedding may seem deserted. His parents are dead, and there are no other relatives except Bucky. Even if you add the neighbors upstairs and downstairs, it doesn't make up enough double digits. The wedding must be big so that Marguerite will be satisfied. This is the best moment of her life, Luke said in the voice of the person who came over. By the way, the president and his wife will also come later. I gave them 10 minutes to give a speech. I also invited important figures on the two hills of the Pentagon's Navy and Army, and there were about 30 generals attending. This is politics. In the business world, Howard has sent invitations to Boeing, North American Airlines, and General Electric. I planned to invite some Hollywood stars. Marlena asked your fiancée. She especially likes Katharine Hepburn. Regrettably, she is making a movie with Elizabeth Taylor. The notice was too late to catch up immediately. Come. Steve was dizzy. He didn't know the big people at the top of the pyramid, let alone the so-called business tycoons and movie stars. Those are not important. The wedding scene is lively enough. The ostentation is big enough, and it will be on the headlines of the newspaper tomorrow morning. This is the key. With a business smile on Luke's face, he said faintly, after decades, your wife will still remember today. Steve, only if she is satisfied. You can enjoy the wonderful tonight. Captain America without a driver's license thought for a long time, but didn't respond. As the wedding progressed, the atmosphere became more and more lively, and the guests were eager to talk and laugh. As the protagonists, under the witness of the priest, the couple uttered oaths, exchanged rings, and concluded a sacred marriage contract. Humphrey, the invited winter soldier, looked awkward and sat in a corner seat. He is accustomed to the combat uniform, and he feels all kinds of uncomfortable wearing a suit. Untitled.com, especially the enthusiastic vision of the female guests makes Bucky want to escape from this place. However, Hydra gave him the task. It is to obey Superman and obey all orders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, he could only endure discomfort, turn his anger into appetite, and deal with the Boston lobster. The long table is full of top-notch delicacies from various countries. Howard probably emptied the wine cellar of the manor, and a faint smell of alcohol lingered in the hall. Tons. Bucky chewed on the tender lobster meat and sipped cocktails. Every time the waiter passed him with a tray, he must be swept away. Seeing this man gnashing his teeth and sullen his sorrow with alcohol, people who don't know may think he is here to grab a marriage. "You don't look very happy." Luke, who finished his wedding speech, leaned over with a glass of champagne. Holding his arm is the charming Malina. Peggy, as the second in command of SHIELD, it is natural to take on the communication work in this kind of occasion. "How is it possible? It's just an unknown getting married. It's not worthy of my mood swings." Bucky watched the newlyweds standing on the stage with sweet smiles, and his tone became complicated unconsciously. In the depths of his mind, there seemed to be some fragments of memory appearing, pieced together to form a complete picture. "The best friend is married, but I am not as happy as I thought." For some reason, a crack appeared in the closed heart, and then such a sentence appeared. Tons. Bucky finished the cocktail on the table in one breath, looked at Luke, and asked blankly, "Is there any vodka here?" Chapter 333 The First Apostle, Magneto. On the Long Island side of Manhattan, Captain America is holding a wedding, which is very lively. On the highway in Nevada, a jeep carrying Logan the Wolverine and his grumpy brother Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, drove towards California. The sparks of the cigar are looming, especially conspicuous in the dark night. The blue-gray smoke was spit out, and then it was blown away by the cold wind from the car window. "Logan, we have to find a way to get the place back. We must take revenge on that woman fiercely." The saber-toothed tiger in the front passenger's seat was piercing his nails, showing his ferocity. He lost face in the Mutant Academy, and engaged in a wrestling game with his hunk brother in public. Those pictures of shame, nausea, and spicy eyes, like deliberately enhanced memories, will pop out of my mind from time to time. The female headmaster who has a bad temper is a spiritually capable person. As long as she is willing, she can easily play us in the palm of her hand. Logan was holding that thick cigar in his mouth, and compared to the raging anger of his grumpy old man, he behaved very indifferently. "This is not to be a teacher for a few days." Wolverine became elegant and easygoing. "The main reason is that Emma Frost, the White Queen, is the younger sister of his girlfriend Silver Fox. If you make any deep hatred that is difficult to resolve, it will only affect your lifelong happiness. Look at what you are now, Logan." The saber-toothed tiger had a painful tone, as if hating iron for not becoming steel, full of anger. "You were bewildered by that woman, you lost your claws and you started to become cowardly. Cheer up, Logan. Don't forget that we are wild beasts in the jungle, natural hunters. Emotion is a rope tied to your neck. It will only strangle you slowly. I feel very dissatisfied with my brother who indulges in the gentle township and the irritable brother." He felt that since Logan hooked up with that woman, his brotherhood had faded a lot. "In the past, when we were free, we would go to the bar to drink, fight, and pick up girls together. But now, my brother rarely goes to places like bars anymore, and learns to refuse when he encounters active hot girls. What's more, he started to mow the lawn at home, go for a walk in the park, and participate in family parties between neighbors." "Is this still that unruly, fierce and wild Wolverine? It's just a domesticated husky." "You can't do this, Logan." The saber-toothed tiger talked hard, persuading Wolverine to find himself and not to be deceived by the female sex. "I didn't realize there was a problem." Logan held the cigar in one hand and the steering wheel in the other. "Kayla is a good woman, she suits me well. Every time I am with her, my heart will calm down." Those angry and violent emotions all disappeared, leaving only peace. "And Kayla is also delicious in cooking. Didn't you praise the pie she delivered last time that it tastes great?" The saber-toothed tiger's mouth crooked with anger when he heard his brother spread dog food. 10 fingers stretched out their sharp claws, and pulled out the leather cushion under the buttocks. If I knew that she made that pie, I would never eat it." The saber-toothed tiger turned his head, as if he didn't want to say a word to Wolverine. "Victor, The reason why you are angry is that you are ... What is that word? I remember General Cavill mentioned it be the way. Single dog. Brother, I have the opportunity to ask Kayla to introduce one to you. Do you like mutants or humans? The saber-toothed tiger sneered coldly. Unlike Wolverine, he was caught by a woman casually. Yes, I like the weak-skinned and fit-shaped one. By the way, there should be big for easy output. Victor set out many requirements, and his expressions were still awkward. This is not really fragrant scene. He thought he was much better than Logan. I will not be softened by the woman's body and the ridiculous feelings. Therefore, even if my brother introduces more women, he will not waver. By the way, we are a special task force of SHIELD. Why are we investigating missing persons? The saber-toothed tiger felt Wolverine's playful eyes, and his firm expression was a little uncontrollable. He coughed quickly and turned the subject away. According to the information given by the intelligence department, Tanky should have been to California before, and their disciples and believers are likely to flow along the highway. Logan remembered the situation that Kayla had analyzed for himself, and repeated it verbatim, considering the recent patrol routes and cases of abnormal situations in California, the surrounding motor hotels. SHIELD has reason to believe the couple who disappeared near Highway 1 3 days ago should have something to do with mutants. Well, let's do it. Victor suddenly became excited. He hadn't seen blood for a long time. I hope that the disciples of the apocalypse will not disappoint themselves too much. Near Highway 1, a motor hotel. Caliban was a little irritable. He picked up the beer bottle on the table and slammed it at the doctor's foot. He said in a vicious voice, "It has been so many days. The high fever still hasn't gone away. Are you playing tricks and wanting to delay time on purpose?" Snapped. The sound of beer bottles popping echoed downstairs in the hotel. The doctor shook his whole body. His face looked terrified. His legs were soft, and he almost knelt down. These days, he has seen the power of these mutants. Thinking of his wife and children, they were still in the hands of the other party, and they didn't dare to resist. Listen to me. His high fever does not go away. It does not look like a pathological fever. The hapless doctor stumbled. He showed the child named Eric, except for hypothermia and long-term fever. There were no other obvious symptoms. "Oh, you humans are always talking nonsense." Caliban was dubious. Had it not been for worrying that Eric would die halfway through the high fever, he would have taken the weather disciples to move the position. The owner of the motel, as well as the guests coming from behind, were all controlled and thrown into the warehouse with sundries. Wallets, documents, cars. These necessities are almost collected. It's just that Eric was unconscious and left here to fend for himself, which is tantamount to losing a big weapon. But continue to delay. If it is tracked by SHIELD Bureau, it will end up worrying again. Wait another day. Caliban shook his hand, suppressing his anger. "Eric, he is awake." It just didn't wait a few minutes. Someone ran over and said that Eric, who had been in a coma for several days, finally woke up. Caliban hurried upstairs. www.untilnovel.com. Seeing the skinny child opened his eyes, a ray of fire flashed. "Hurry up and call that doctor up to see if the fever has gone down. If you get well, go to see the doctor as soon as possible." Caliban's voice stopped abruptly, and he saw Eric suddenly float up, and an invisible force radiated. Then, like an earthquake, the entire motel began to shake. Those objects that contained metal flew up, flying around Eric. "Are you Caliban?" Eric tilted his head, seeming to sort his memories. He gently raised his hand, seeming to move an invisible thread. Caliban only felt the blood in his body hot, and there was a clear pain in his heart. "Someone told me that there is iron in the human body, which participates in the transport and storage of oxygen and forms hemoglobin." Eric's voice was cold, without the slightest emotion. "Your heart, liver and kidneys have the most iron." Hiss, sizzle. A puff of blood spurted out suddenly. In the red mist, those fine particles invisible to the naked eye condensed into smooth metal pellets. Zizzy, zizzy. Then, Eric clamped the metal projectile with 2 fingers. Under his control, the projectile spun quickly, emitting a cloud of silver-white sparks. Snapped. Lissing out. Hit Caliban. The fragile human body is like a foam board, which is directly penetrated. The strong kinetic energy is like a bombardment, causing the flesh and blood to be turned into rot in an instant. I am Phoenix's apostle. Eric's eyes became brighter, and the house above his head broke open. He flew slowly, floating in the sky. The master of magnetism, Magneto. The second crotch article of the month. The 2 leaders make it even more difficult for me to be a handicapped rookie. I never knew that adding it was such a difficult and challenging task. Whenever I think of the tentacle monster, Code Geass, who spelled words together in a group and finished typing 4D words in a few hours, I couldn't help crying. Whenever I think of the confident face at the beginning of the month, but the promise of full attendance that I have never fulfilled, I am even more ashamed. Keek, talk human. Long-term work and rest in the underworld make me only one step away from the underworld. Recently, even the astringent pictures in the group have been unable to awaken my passion, as if entering the time of the sage. Even Chahadilau is dull. I went to bed early today, and the update will be until tomorrow afternoon. As for what the leader owes, I have formulated a rigorous and serious October plan, and I will definitely be able to pay it back. Sellecute, ask for forgiveness? Chapter 334. The Second Apostle, Charles. When Wolverine and Sabretooth arrived at the motel, a piece of ruins came into view. Is this being washed by a bomber? When working as a sandbag at SHIELD, Logan learned a lot of new words from the young director. Looking at the ruined walls of the motel through the car window, he couldn't help feeling so. The collapsed brick wall and the cracked ground seemed to be pressed down by a hand and raised the house to the ground. It is hard to imagine that human power can cause such violent destruction, like a natural disaster. Logan got out of the Jeep, raised his hand to lift off the yellow cordon that blocked the scene, and showed the license to the police. The silver eagle emblem reflected a dazzling light under the noon sun. SHIELD does something. Logan, who was wearing a thick cigar, stepping on his leather boots and wearing a leather jacket, said lightly. He dressed up like a federal civil servant at all, but had the wild temperament of a gangster. Rough looks and full-faced beard, Wolverine is often classified as a dangerous type. Of this guy is not a good person at first sight. SHIELD. The young policeman who reached out to stop the intruder hesitated, and did not let go of his hand holding the holster. Let them in. It looks like we have nothing to do here. The slightly older policeman pulled away his colleagues and said with a smile, SHIELD, led by Superman, is not a secret department. Or, to be more precise, its existence is not deliberately kept secret. Any enthusiastic citizen who follows Superman and reads the news frequently should have heard the name of SHIELD. Sorry, the rookie who just joined the job is a bit too nervous. The older policeman sent his colleagues away, and then briefly reported the situation. We were notified by the highway patrol at about 4:20 yesterday afternoon. The exact time to arrive at the scene is probably close to 5 o'clock. As you can see, the motel was severely damaged. Fortunately, there were not too many casualties. As for the boss and the guests who stayed in, they were all locked in the warehouse behind and left after recording the confession. There are 2 wounded. They came from Los Angeles on vacation. The man is a doctor in Monterey, the woman is a nurse, and an 80-year-old son. Fortunately, the collapsed house only brought some minor injuries to this family, and did not endanger life. Before sending them to a nearby hospital, we also made a simple transcript. The older policeman handed Logan the document clamped in his arm, who glanced at it and handed it to Victor. The 2 of them were dizzy when they saw the densely packed words. They could only look at them for a while, and then caught them under the armpits. A mutant made it. Logan let out a puff of smoke. He looked at the policeman and asked roughly, "How are you sure?" The doctors and his wife said that the innkeeper imprisoned in the warehouse as well as the guests passing by can testify. They saw a strong man who could carry a car, and a blue-skinned man with beast hair. Therefore, it is preliminarily judged that this is a criminal group of mutants circulating in the country. The older policeman said seriously. In the ruins of the motor hotel, broken organs and tissues of the human body were also found. According to speculation, it may be a battle caused by the infighting of mutants. Logan and the saber-toothed tiger have not received criminal investigation training. They usually rely on the intuition of the beasts. They listened for a while, thinking that the state police are quite professional. By the way, the above information and conclusions were all summed up by the officer. The elder policeman pointed to the collapsed ruins of the motel. Someone bent over and pulled the rubble of the brick wall, as if looking for something. He is also an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. You may know him. Logan narrowed his eyes and looked over. The other party was a tall, dark-skinned man, dressed in a neat suit, with an eagle emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. on his chest. As if feeling the gaze of a Wolverine, the latter showed white teeth and walked over. "Hello, two people." The tall man patted his palms and dusted off his body. "My name is Nicholas Joseph Fury, and you can call me Nick or Fury." Wolverine, saber-toothed tiger. I've heard of two big names. The ace players under Major Striker. Speaking of the latter sentence, Nick Fury deliberately lowered his voice so that no one else could hear it. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. is taking this case very seriously. Victor the saber-toothed tiger snorted coldly. His attitude was not friendly. The grumpy man doesn't like humans, which is normal. The mutant task force under S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been alone. Although on the surface, there is a leader of William Stryker, but it was Commander Peggy or the director himself who really gave the order and gave the task. Apart from participating in several joint operations at the Pentagon, the task force rarely cooperates with the military. On the one hand, the tasks they perform are very difficult and extremely dangerous, and ordinary troops cannot provide help. On the other hand, there is the issue of trust between the two sides. On the battlefield, the buck must be handed over to teammates. Compatriots may be able to do it, but it will not work if they are replaced by humans. Regardless of whether it is admitted or not, racial estrangement will always exist, and it will take time to resolve. I have sent the report to Washington, D.C. Mr. Director is probably still attending the wedding of Captain America. He has previously explained that it is best to deal with the disciples of the apocalypse in a low manner to reduce the impact. Nick Fury deserves to be the driver who drove Superman, and he has a good idea of the boss. So, I hope to cooperate with both of you. I will mobilize the police in California to conduct small-scale searches and rounds up. The task of fighting is left to you. Maybe it was Nick Fury's good attitude, but Logan did not refuse. The task he and Victor received was also to contain the disciples of the apocalypse who were wandering in the territory to prevent them from making trouble. Wolverine looked at his grumpy brother, exchanged his eyes and thoughts, then nodded and said, "No problem." He removed the cigar with his right hand and pressed it on the palm of his left hand. The sparks burned the skin and made a zizzy sound. Logan, who had extinguished cigarette butts, twitched his nose to show off his olfactory expertise. "There are too many people, the smell is too mixed, it's hard to tell." After a while, Logan answered. In terms of tracking prey, the two mutant brothers with wild instincts are considered top experts. There are about 30 people, some of them are human, and some are mutants. Victor also used his nose to search for information. He shook his head and moved his neck, and said to Logan, "According to the old rules, I will go here and chase the escaped disciple of the apocalypse. Then I will go here. The residual smell should be lighter. It should be a person." Wolverine looked up at the sky, thinking that the guy he wanted to track would not be a birdman. "Wish all good luck." Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the mutant brothers talk so well. "Right, add a message. The magnetic field in this place is chaotic, the signal is extremely poor, and strong pulses similar to electromagnetic radiation have erupted." He took out a pocket instrument, which was a gadget from Howard's laboratory. It can detect electromagnetic signals. If you want to track down the guy who razed the motel to the ground, it should be able to help. Logan studied the usage and took it into his arms. The direction the grumpy brother is going is mixed and difficult to distinguish, obviously because of the large number of people. In the other direction, the smell is extremely weak, and it is likely to be the murderer of all this. For some unknown reason, these disciples of the apocalypse had internal strife, causing conflicts, and then parted ways. Cavill Youth Talent College, Westchester County. You said, what is the relationship between Miss Frost and Superman? The mischievous Ruiwin jumped in front of Charles and surprised her brother, who was reading seriously. The latter put down the book and replied angrily, compared to the gossip circulating in school, Ruiwin, you should be more comfortable with your homework. Dim sum. Where is the dim sum? Ruiwin's thoughts are obviously no longer on the same channel as Charles. I mean, you should do your homework, not discuss the scandal between the principal and the school manager. Charles clutched his forehead and said helplessly, but I'm very curious. Every time Mr. Superman comes to school, he stays in the principal's office for a long time, and he can't even see them during dinner time. Ruiwin's little brain has shown amazing observation power in other aspects. It's suspicious, isn't it? Charles shook his head and continued to read, indicating that he was not interested. In his view, Superman is his idol, and Miss Frost is also a respectable adult. They stay in the office. www.mentalnovel.com may just study academic issues. Charles. Ruiwin, who didn't get a response, turned around Charles like a chirping duck. The latter listened very irritably, and his mind was fluctuating, trying to stop the naughty sister from messing around. Boom! The spiritual power that radiated was attracted to the flame crystals flying high in the sky. With a swish of the fragment, it slammed into Charles' brain, causing a huge shock in the spiritual world. Charles only felt that his head was about to burst. He is uncontrollable, radiating spiritual power outward. Buzzing. The terrible explosion suddenly echoed in everyone's ears at the school. This is Charles. When the White Queen staying in the office was disturbed, she entered the diamond form directly, shielding the violent impact of mental power completely beyond the ability level of his age. This shouldn't be. Emma stepped on high heels and quickly rushed to the classroom. Ruiwin leaned recently and passed out. Charles covered his head with his hands, and tried hard to withdraw the exuded mental power. But he couldn't do it, suddenly magnifying his mental powers by dozens of times, like a wild horse running out of limb. Not to mention control. Even driving is a luxury. It's okay, Charles. The White Queen walked a little hard, as if breaking into the center of a storm. As she spoke in a gentle tone, she cut Charles' neck cleanly. The mental shock that engulfed the entire school, creating chaos, subsided. What on earth is it? The White Queen looked at the fallen Charles, frowning slightly. Chapter 335. Looking for alliances. Apostle candidates. The power of the Phoenix shattered and scattered all over the world. Eric of California, Charles of Westchester County. This pair of good friends destined to be connected once again in this unexpected form. However, in addition to the two of them, there are other apostles who took this opportunity to rise again, such as someone who has completely failed and is paralyzed in bed is the loser of life. It's pitch black. I can't see anything. The special tight-fitting diving suit outlines the slim curve of the woman in the cabin. The long waist-length hair like seaweed was dangled, giving her an indescribable mysterious beauty. This is the case in the underwater world. The captain's eyes locked on the woman, like magnets attracting each other. He was reluctant to move his eyes. This is one of the waterways leading to the capital of Atlantis, Posidonia. It takes about 40 minutes to reach the outer city. The group of undersea people only allow humans to move around the port. The woman felt the captain's undisguised fiery eyes, as if she was about to melt herself. She didn't care, but straightened her chest, making the lines even more exaggerated. Is that so? You are so knowledgeable, Stefan. The woman covered her lips slightly, smiled charmingly, Her amber eyes seemed to be able to speak. The prolonged tail sound made the heart of the man in the cabin beat fiercely. Hiss! This charming charm that cannot be placed. Those crew members hurriedly lowered their heads, for fear of irritating and scolding the captain. They didn't know who this woman was. She went down to the submarine with the captain. It stands to reason that the trade channel to Atlantis does not allow strangers outside the military to enter without authorization, whether it is a merchant ship, or a submarine in and out. All members need to review the pass, otherwise they are not allowed to enter. But the highly experienced Captain Stefan did. He seemed to be possessed, trying hard to win the favor of women. For this reason, even at the expense of a bright future and career. At the beginning, the crew did not understand. But later, they saw the woman with their own eyes and couldn't help but change their minds. If you can get the favor of the other party, it's worth even being sent to a military court. The captain's obsession is like a terrible disease that spreads quickly. All the sailors fell in love with the mysterious woman, even if they just looked at themselves. It was a great happiness. Oh, man. The woman fluffed her hair, satisfied with her charm. Even the nobles of the Senate of the Roman Republic, the Emperor of Persia, the Emperor of England, they all fell under their feet. These ordinary and mediocre ordinary people are addicted to her smile and can't extricate themselves, which is also normal. In this world, the only one who can resist me is probably that Superman. The glamorous woman named Celine has a complicated mood, and it is one of her biggest regrets that she could not sleep with each other. If you can go to bed with the strongest man on the planet, it will definitely enrich your experience and posture. Sooner or later I can conquer him and become a demon god. The Black Queen Celine turned to think confidently. She is different. That bright flame-like crystal gave this mutant witch new powers. Phoenix's apostle. The Black Queen spread out her palms, and the illusory flames swayed and swayed. She felt the call of this force 2 days ago. At that time, Celine was in London, England, thinking about how to establish a sect, defraud the soul, and hold his own ceremony of becoming a god. Fragments of the power of the phoenix came to the door voluntarily. She didn't hesitate too much, and immediately accepted the gift. Compared to Eric, Charles passively became the Phoenix Apostle, and the Black Queen was much more direct. The reason is also very simple. Celine had heard of the power of the Phoenix. This is one of the benefits of living long. A long life can accumulate many insights and gestures that are unimaginable by ordinary people. That was the powerful force that once burned Apocalypse to half-bodied. I need to find other people. The Black Queen rolled her eyes twice, and her thoughts returned to the present. This is the main reason she went to Atlantis. The mutants on Earth who are eligible to form an alliance with themselves are basically cold. Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club was blasted with a punch by Superman. Mr. Omen, Nathaniel Essex, also died in Superman's hands. With that, Kang also happily sent away the Master Conqueror of time and space travel. Phoenix Power is particularly interested in mutants. The Black Queen remembered the former king of Atlantis, Namor, who was brutally broken. She had heard of that fool from Sebastian Shaw. IQ high ground is firmly occupied by angry emotions all the year round, coupled with easy control. Single brain circuit. These seem to be in full compliance with the negative evaluations of the pig teammates, but they have become positive factors for the Black Queen to choose each other. I just need a guy like this. Celine had a match, but no match. Trying to please his captain in a perfunctory manner, her charm talent was strengthened by the power of the Phoenix, and ordinary people couldn't resist it at all. Even if the Black Queen ordered the men in the submarine to die for themselves at this time, they would only kill themselves with a dog-licking contented smile and a happy smile. That one roll. Maybe it was because Captain Licking was too noisy. The Black Queen frowned and scolded. Okay. Captain Licking Dog was not angry at receiving such insults, but smiled knowingly. This is the test of the goddess to herself. And it is also a special treatment that only she has. The captain left contentedly, and Atlantis was in front of him. Arrived. The submarine passed the numerous audits of the Marine Corps and anchored to the port in the outer city. The Black Queen wore a diving suit and an oxygen helmet, and opened the submarine's cabin valve. www.untilnovel.com. The waterway leading to Atlantis was divided into maritime trade routes and underwater transportation routes. The sea is mainly responsible for the supply of various minerals, and the underwater communication is more secret. It is a way used by various big countries to contact the robe nobles in the royal city, Atlantis. The Black Queen looked up and saw that the magnificent city walls and splendid palaces stood on the underwater islands. Airships shuttle back and forth along dense air routes extending in all directions, constructing a neat and orderly urban traffic. After a while, Selene, who was clearly dressed, entered the underwater prison in the western part of the capital. As a powerful witch, and a mutant strengthened by the power of the Phoenix, it is not difficult to sneak into this prison of Atlantis, and its own guarding force is very average. The Black Queen seems to enter her back garden without even doing a bit of disguise. Namo. Selene looked for the target. It is often used to imprison death row prisoners and severely sentenced prisoners. The former Sea King, who was accused of crimes against humanity, attempt to destroy the world, collaborating with extremist racial elements and other crimes, is detained here. Compared with the Imperial Palace in the royal city, the damp, dark and turbid prison cell is undoubtedly an unbearable harsh environment. But for Neymar, if he can continue to live, it is already the long-distance running nobles who have shown compassion. This still depends on his serious injury, and he can't even stand up. The loss of public opinion, loss of power, and loss of all Neymar poses no threat to the rule of the robe nobles. Keeping him is conducive to shaping the benevolent image of the nobility. Otherwise, those hypocrites would never mind sending the failed king to the guillotine. Chapter 336. You are strengthened. Hurry up. In the deepest part of the prison, inside the thick alloy door, there is a figure crawling on the ground. The torn clothes and the shackles on his hands and feet all made it clear that he was a prisoner with a felony on his back. Still alive. The prison guard glanced through the bars, then walked away. Their daily work is simple. Just make sure the prisoner is alive. There is no need to consider food, hygiene and other aspects. It's another bad day. Neymar moved slowly, like a reptile with its bones removed. Atlantis' cell is slightly different from the world on the ground. Beds and sanitary facilities are placed in the corners. The remaining 1/3 of the space is placed with a nutrition cabin similar to an oversized fish tank. Long-term dehydration is a terrible punishment for the Atlanteans. Their bodies must be rehydrated after leaving the sea for a week at most. Prisoners held in prisons still have the most basic human rights. Only when you make a mistake, you will be punished by the lack of water. One day, I will return to land. Neymar crawled hard and rolled into the nutrition cabin. The liquid inside is quite turbid. Obviously it has been used for a long time and has not been changed for a long time. But at this time, I didn't pay much attention to it. Half of the body is immersed in the nutrient solution, and every cell is eager to draw water. Neymar's manic mood also gradually calmed down. Close your eyes and breathe lightly. A tingling and fractured spine appeared, and it became a little better, no longer torturing his spirit. After accepting the military court and the double trial of Atlantis, Neymar was thrown into this cell like rubbish. As said by the robe nobleman, he lost the crown of glory and supreme power of the king, and became a prisoner no one cares about. It's like falling from the clouds into the mud. All this is because Superman. He will never forget the heavy pressure that the upright figure put on him. Painful howl, weak struggle, and then return to darkness. The self-confidence that Neymar has accumulated over the decades has completely collapsed under Superman's iron fist. His memories may bring anger, despair, or hatred. The poor king who had lost everything turned his body subconsciously. The intense pain hits the brain again. His tough face, full of decadence and frustration, became extremely hideous. It shouldn't be like this. Neymar remembered what his father on land said, that he was born to rule the ocean and become the king of Atlantis. But now, he can only stay in a narrow, dark cell, killing lives day after day. This is undoubtedly the most terrible torture for the strong and ambitious. Crunch. The heavy and sturdy cell door opened suddenly, and a ray of light penetrated in. This smell is really unpleasant. The coquettish female voice rang, causing Neymar to look up. In the dark environment, he can't see his face clearly, and he can only roughly judge that the body curve is very strong. Namo, against the light, the Black Queen, hiding in the shadows, stared at the unshaven, stinky, beggar-like man. She couldn't help but hesitate. This image really did not resemble the Lord of the Seven Seas, the King of Atlantis. "Who are you?" Neymar asked nonchalantly while lying in the nutrition cabin. Since his imprisonment, many nobles in long robes have come to visit, mocking and making fun of their situation. "Someone who can save you." The corners of the Black Queen's lips raised up, and she walked a few steps closer, releasing a signal of kindness. "Are you a mutant?" Nemo frowned and asked. By the light, he saw clearly the appearance of the visitor. "There is no blue skin of Atlantis. Beautiful, coquettish, like a deadly black mandala." "Yes, we are the same kind." Selene bent slightly and said in a charming tone, "Your people have abandoned you here, and the robe nobles described you as a cold-blooded executioner and an inhumane butcher, doing all they could to discredit you. Your image, your majesty. Atlantis is no longer the homeland you guard. It is united with the major kingdoms in the terrestrial world. This goes against your will and violates the traditions of the past generations." After a failure, Neymar became calmer. Before he fell into a trough, there was one thing beyond doubt. Sebastian Shaw deceived and used himself. Neymar frowned slightly, and the Black Queen's bewildered tone revealed a familiar feeling, just like Sebastian Shaw. "This is a liar." He made a judgment. "Just put it straight. What do you need me to do, and what can you give me?" Neymar sullened his face, trying to restrain his inner excitement. No one wants to stay in a cell, endure the messy environment, and just live his life. Freedom, this is what every prisoner in prison once possessed, lost later, and now desires so much. The arrival of the Black Queen gave him a glimmer of hope. "I hope you can step out of the shadow of failure, overcome your inner nightmare, and find yourself again." The Black Queen showed his chips, a flame crystal emitting brilliant light. "The power of the phoenix. She has already received a portion and cannot continue to absorb it. The phoenix needs an apostle, and Selene thinks Neymar is a good fit. He is a mutant with great talent and great potential. It's just more unfortunate. When he first debuted, he met a powerful enemy like Superman, and suffered a series of miserable defeats and lost everything. Atlantis can easily heal your broken spine. Let your body heal, and stand up again." The Black Queen aroused Neymar's anger, striving to keep the opponent's IQ down, and then becoming her own puppet. "But they don't. Those robe nobles let you live without dignity, hiding behind the scenes and laughing wildly. I'm willing to give you the opportunity to revenge and take back what belongs to you. But only if you need to sign a contract." Selene threw out a piece of parchment with a flame pattern. She was a witch, and she was no stranger to the devil's set of hell. This contract www.mentalnovel.com contains many traps that are difficult for ordinary people to notice. As long as the name is signed, the Black Queen will be able to take away Neymar's soul easily when the matter is done. Give full play to the usefulness of tool people. No matter before or after death, you can glow and heat. Perfect. How can I trust you? Neymar glanced at the contract and asked vigilantly. To be honest, he didn't quite understand the obscure, slurred, and lengthy words and sentences above. The Black Queen stretched out her hand, and the life energy she had drawn from her daily was poured into Neymar's body. Like a medical miracle, Neymar, who suffered a spine fracture and paralyzed his lower body, unexpectedly became conscious. He supported the edge of the nutrition chamber with both hands and stood up abruptly. The atrophic muscles swell slowly like a balloon filled with water. This is the power you lost. The Black Queen smiled slightly and continued. I can make you stronger. Neymar's face was uncertain, his head lowered, as if thinking. The silent environment stretched time, and after a few deep breaths, the young king with nothing took over the contract in Selene's hand. "Bite your finger and stamp it. Brand your own name on the contract." "Very well. You made a wise choice." The Black Queen smiled with satisfaction. She handed the fragments of Phoenix's power to the other party, and then said, "Next, it is time to talk about the part of fulfilling the treaty. I need you to deal with the person and restrain his actions." Namo, who was gradually regaining his strength, blinked, and asked in a deep voice, "Who?" "Your old friend." The Black Queen spit out the name gently. Superman. Chapter 337. Learn from failure unprepared. When he heard the name of Superman again, Nama's tense face became loose. For him, this is a taboo and nightmare that he does not want to mention. Poseidon's trident, the king's majesty, power and status. Every important thing was lost one after another, as if destined. That person is his nemesis. Every time you hit the opponent's hand, nothing good happens. "Can I refuse?" Nama twitched the corners of his mouth and said coldly. He finally stood up again, but he didn't want to be interrupted by others and lose the ability to walk. "Namo, you are actually afraid?" The Black Queen frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. Such an ally is not worthy of being his own toolman. According to the news she got from Sebastian Shaw, Nama should be an impulsive and irritable character who never gives up easily. Now he is healed from his serious injuries, and his strength has gone up to a new level, which has been greatly improved. The flame of revenge in his heart should be flaring. The power of the Phoenix is the conceptual embodiment of the emotional energy and spiritual soul of the universe. As long as the selected qualities, certain aspects of emotions will be greatly affected. For example, the Black Phoenix is the negative personality produced by King Grey after witnessing the death of his relatives. If Nama's heart is full of hatred and wants to avenge Superman at all times, then he will agree. "I just don't want to do meaningless things that are doomed to fail." Nama easily broke free from the shackles, and said in a deep voice, "Have you ever seen someone confronting Superman, who can survive with sound hands and feet and survive without injury?" "Madam, I am very grateful for your appearance, and I am willing to pay a certain price in return for your kindness. However, this does not mean that I want to die. There is only one life, and freedom is precious. I have lost these, so I cherish it even more." This answer made the Black Queen a little embarrassed, and Nama seemed to be less foolish than before. After thinking about it, she could only take out the soul contract and said in a bewitching tone, "You have a misunderstanding, Nama. I'm not asking you to fight Superman to the death, but to attract his attention and hold him back. To tell you the truth, I learned the secret of becoming a long time ago, and I need a sufficient share of the soul as a sacrifice. It's not easy to achieve this step. If the ceremony of becoming is held rashly, once Superman arrives and stops it, then my efforts will be equivalent to abandoning all previous efforts and my efforts will be ruined." Sun's beautiful face became pitiful and pitiful. Nama's eyes flashed, and his cold expression loosened. "How long do you need?" the former king of Atlantis asked. "The opening of the ceremony of becoming will cause an astonishing movement." The Black Queen pondered for a moment and replied, "The location is chosen in London, and Superman is staying in Washington, D.C. recently. Considering the distance between the two, you probably stopped Superman for about half an hour." Nama glanced at the soul contract with the finger seal, and felt jealous in his heart. "What about after that?" he asked. "When the Black Queen becomes the Dimension Demon, how can she escape? Do you want to tell Superman that this is just a misunderstanding, a joke?" "I am afraid that the other party will not hesitate to blast his own head. I will take you to a safe dimensional world." Avoiding Superman's edge, the Black Queen seemed to have planned for a long time, and confidently said, "There is no doubt that he is the most powerful man on this planet, and there is hardly any opponent. However, if I can be promoted to the Dimension Demon God, I can leave the world and open up my own dimensional world. No matter how powerful Superman is, it is impossible to find us." Selene made a vowed guarantee, even though she herself had no idea about the matter. But in any case, let Namor fool into boarding the ship. She is tired of relying on the life energy of others to continue to survive. Becoming a dimensional demon and gaining the power of immortality is the long-term goal of the Black Queen. Therefore, at the very beginning, she and Mr. Omen reached a cooperation and put the hope of success on Danke. Mr. Omen is greedy for Danke's body, and wants to obtain that powerful and incomparable natural ability. The Black Queen plots the soul of the apocalypse, trying to make up the share requirements of the ceremony. But this plan failed because of the emergence of Kang the Conqueror and the chaos of Superman. In desperation, the Black Queen can only choose the method of quality not enough and quantity to make up. There are 8 million people in London, England, who use the black magic of Westhorn to carry out national refining, which can fully meet the conditions she needs. Deal. Namor, who showed a tangled expression, hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. There are not many paths for him to choose. If you refuse the Black Queen and provoke the other party to tear up the soul contract, then you will be the one to suffer. Just before that, I want to take a look at the world on land and breathe fresh air. Namor raised his head and said, he hasn't seen the sun for a long time. No problem. The Black Queen breathed a sigh of relief. She also didn't want to tear her face with Namor and force each other with a soul contract. Reaching a consensus with each other is naturally the best result. Potomac River, SHIELD Headquarters Building. 2 days have passed since the wedding of Captain America. The former took his newlyweds to Scotland for their honeymoon, and Bucky, who seems to recall something, also acts as a light bulb in the Topison world in the name of a bodyguard. Seeing that the weather is getting colder and colder, the season for White Albums is approaching. Luke is deeply curious about how Captain America balances the relationship between his wife and his friends. It's just that he is busy with official duties and has no reason to join the 3-person honeymoon trip. He can only put away the evil taste. The apostle chosen by the power of the Phoenix. Just after returning to Washington, D.C., Luke received bad news from Westchester County. An accident occurred in the Mutant Academy, and Charles' psychic abilities suddenly got out of control. Many lower-grade students fell into a coma and were injured, and he himself is the same. He hasn't woken up yet. In addition, the disciples of the apocalypse who wandered around California were arrested and taken into custody. Only one boy named Eric remained, still at large. Logan the Wolverine went to track, and Victor the saber-toothed tiger arrived behind. The brothers capsized in the gutter and suffered a rare fiasco. It is said that he was beaten with no power to fight back. Seeing the report written by Nick Fury, Luke smiled, not surprised. The Edmund alloy in the body gives the brothers an indestructible body with unimaginable destructive power. But it has also become a major weakness for Theme, especially in front of Magneto. It is simply natural restraint. There is no chance of winning. Change to someone else, such as Agent Zero in the task force, or someone with psychic ability like Silver Fox. Luke shrugged, and the young Magneto didn't get a special helmet that shields telepathy. www.untilnovel.com. It is not difficult to deal with. As for Charles, let Imado try psychotherapy to guide his emotions. That kid is very clever and should soon learn to control the power of the Phoenix. The power of the Phoenix only stimulates the host's original emotions and affects their hearts. If the will is firm enough and the psychological quality is good enough, he can completely control that power in turn and use it for himself. Any other things? In Luke's view, these are all trivial matters. The Marvel Universe with superheroes can only be called a major event if the Earth explodes and the universe is destroyed. In charge of running errands, William Stryker nodded his head. Mutants Task Force was managed by him instead of Luke. Therefore, related work is also reported by him. Mr. Chief, do you remember Namor Mackenzie? Stryker was sitting awkwardly, and said a strange name that was gradually forgotten in the corner. Namor, isn't he in the underwater prison of Atlantis? Luke raised his eyebrows, seemingly interested. Atlantis is Trident of the Sea King, as well as the world-destroying weapon Continental Shelf Oscillator, are still displayed in the secret warehouse of S.H.I.E.L.D. A few hours ago, He passed a message to SHIELD through the mutant office in Boston. Stryker's face was a little weird, and he whispered. He said he would report a female mutant named Celine and prepare to carry out a large-scale, genocidal massacre on London. Report. Namer, who is a secondary disease, finally learned from the lessons of failure. What about others? Luke asked. Chapter 338. You have an accident. Please come with us. 20 minutes later, Luke, who flew to Boston, walked into a seafood restaurant. He saw Namer, who had met again after many days. The other party was sitting in the corner by the window, with long eyes, staring at the port outside the window, seemingly indulging in memories. Before going ashore, the former king of Atlantis took care of his terrible appearance. Wash away the rotten stench and put on new clothes. The dry hair like weeds and the greasy beard tangled in a ball were also shaved. All in all, he no longer looks like a sloppy tramp. It's just that between the eyebrows, there is still a drooping breath. Namo Mackenzie. Luke sat down opposite, snapped his fingers, and motioned to the waiter to serve a glass of craft beer. In addition to delicious dishes, this seafood restaurant is also a paradise for beer lovers. There are more than 60 kinds of craft brews in the shop, attracting nearby sailors and crew members. Superman. When Namer said the name, his tone was bitter. He remembered that the two had met for the first time, that each other was just a general of the Land Kingdom, and he is the master of the seven seas, the king of Atlantis. The identities of the two parties are not equal, not to mention the differences. And now, he is the escaped prisoner of Atlantis. Superman has become the third pole of the world, fighting against the powerful existence of superpowers alone. There are so many fate in life. It made Namer feel complicated inside with emotion. I'm glad you made such a decision. Luke picked up the beer and drank it. This seafood restaurant has long been booked by SHIELD agents. The waiters at the front desk and the welcoming guests at the door are all their own. The real boss and staff were shivering in the back kitchen. They thought it was a gang negotiation, and silently prayed that there would not be a rush to break too many tables and chairs. Are you trying to say that you are happy to see me becoming a whistleblower, coward who betrayed my allies? Namer laughed at himself, raising his head to pour beer. He has always been good at reading comprehension. First of all, whistleblowing is not shameful, but it depends on the situation. Luke shook his head, reaching out his finger and tapping on the desk. According to the information you provided, the Black Queen Celine is planning a large-scale, genocidal massacre against the citizens of London. Then there is no doubt that she is a frantic lunatic, a butcher who has lost her humanity. And you, Namer Mackenzie, chose to denounce. You saved 8 million innocent lives, and you are a commendable hero. Namer was taken aback for a moment, as if he didn't expect that his behavior would be confirmed by Superman. As a former mortal enemy, he was mentally prepared to be ridiculed. As for allies, I think you and Celine haven't reached a deep and profound revolutionary friendship yet. Luke smiled but looked at Namer. Although the Sea King in the comics is worthy of the name, he often hooks up with women. In addition, he specializes in the corner of superheroes, and likes to mention the glorious nickname of married man. However, his instinct told him that Namer and the Black Queen shouldn't get on a bedsheet. The former king of Atlantis did not look like a master of prostitution who didn't recognize anyone when he lifted his pants. If there is a relationship, it is impossible for him to report Celine. Besides, the Black Queen's juicing skills may not be inferior to the succubus. Even with a strong physique like Namer, once you experience the sensation of deep inhalation, your legs will feel soft and your complexion will turn pale. Are you comforting me? Namer smiled bitterly. When he stayed in prison, he had imagined countless times when he returned to the land world, in what form he would meet with Superman. Tit for tat? Condescending? Or fail again? The only thing I haven't thought about is that it is so. The enemy of hatred can comfort him with words and let him not have a psychological burden. No ridicule, no irony, and no suppression. All this involuntarily made Namer suspicious. Is it too dark and narrow-minded? That's why Superman was so speculated. In fact, the other party is as open as the outside world sees. Don't get me wrong, Namer, Luke chuckled. He didn't know the fatal brain supplement of the former king. He finished the big glass of beer and said lightly, "We have no personal grievances. The unpleasant things that happened before are just different positions. I am gratified that you have learned enough experience from your failures and started to think independently and understand what can be done and what cannot be done. This world is what I leave for those who follow the rules. After you learn this lesson, you won't cause any more trouble in the future." Although Namer is notorious in the superhero community, he has nothing to do with him and suffers from severe secondary illness, so that the Avengers and SHIELD don't like him. Especially hooking up with other wives and sending green hats makes most men stay away. But those are all Namer that may appear on the timeline in the future. Luke didn't have much prejudice against the young king who had suffered a failure before him. At most, it is to use a righteous iron fist to influence the opponent and make personality corrections. Well, the chat ends here. Luke waved his hand. Now Namer is a complete loser and poses no threat to himself. Tell me, where is the Black Queen? I can ask SHIELD to negotiate with Atlantis and not pursue your prison escape. Boston. Luxury hotel. The Black Queen put her arms around her chest and squeezed out a deep gully. She frowned slightly, with an inexplicable ominous premonition. Namo, why can't I sense his existence? Celine was a little anxious, pacing back and forth. She believed that she had a soul contract in her hands, and Namer would not betray the alliance. Superman is his mortal enemy. No matter what kind of mentality, he can only stand with himself. When I become a dimensional demon, I will tear up that soul contract and get a powerful soul for nothing. The Black Queen made up her mind that she was not a philanthropist. She would give away fragments of Phoenix's power in vain. Rescuing Namer and forming an alliance is just to get useful tools. Give me enough time, I may not be able to become like Scythorn and Damam in the future. The sky was still bright, but it did not prevent Celine from starting to look forward to it. The ritual of becoming is an amazing secret she accidentally obtained from the Dark God book long ago. Untitled.novel.com. But considering her personal ability and its dangers, the Black Queen has never implemented it. The long life made her tired of the boring feeling of locking her soul in a mortal body. Becoming a became the only goal of the Black Queen. Sublimation, transformation, and immortality. Celine took a deep breath, as if seeing the moment he succeeded, he didn't need to succumb to anyone again. It is enough to be on an equal footing with the Supreme Mage, Scythorn, the Lord of Dark Dimension. Boom. The knock on the door interrupted the beautiful fantasy of the Black Queen. Where did you go? Opening the door and discovering that it was Namer, Celine couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I have reminded you again and again, don't just run around. You are now a wanted criminal in Atlantis, and the land-based shield may also launch a large-scale search. It's all about being cautious. Don't provoke Superman ahead of time. The Black Queen spit out a series of words of blame. Namer was silent. He stood at the door and did not go in. What happened to you? Celine realized something was wrong and took 2 steps back. Black Queen, your incident has happened. Come with us. A hand appeared on Namer's shoulder, and then showed a tall figure. Someone reported that you planned a large-scale, genocidal massacre. This is a crime against humanity, genocide and other charges. I hope you can actively cooperate with the investigation. We will not wrong a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Celine looked at the tall man who appeared at the door, biting his lip firmly. Superman. She squeezed the name from her throat. Chapter 339. I am a righteous person and never accept temptation. In a luxury hotel suite in Boston, the scene was a bit awkward. Namer subconsciously avoided the angry eyes of the Black Queen, even though Superman called his reporting behavior just, legal, and nothing wrong with a hero. But facing the complex eyes of allies mixed with anger, incomprehension, and unbelievable, this young Atlantis king with insufficient mental quality is still somewhat ashamed and guilty. After all, in the ups and downs of Namer's life experience, this kind of betrayal is still done for the first time. You really surprised me. The Black Queen gritted her teeth, full of hatred. The black mist in his right hand rolled, and a soul contract suddenly appeared. Then, the text on the surface was distorted and changed, like the lines of flames. A scent of sulfur permeated, densely packed words, forming a distorted face. Those who violate the oath be punished. Gloomy, evil voices spread throughout the room, and a sense of cold swept out, and people couldn't help but shiver. Our name showed pain on his face and covered the position of his chest. His heart seemed to be held tightly by a powerful hand, and he wanted to take it out and crush it. Sorry, Naaman's soul. I can't give it to you for the time being. Luke, who walked into the suite, slightly curved the corners of his mouth. Today's gate of hell, I'm afraid I can't open it. I promised him to ensure his safety. Luke stretched out his hand, and a luxurious scepter inlaid with agate and gems emerged out of thin air. That is the manifestation of the privilege handle of the Grim Reaper. He used his scepter to aim at Naaman, who was kneeling on the ground, his soul separated. The mark dedicated to the of death is like a stamp stained with ink, which is stamped on the surface of Naaman's soul. The devil contract ignited by the fire of seemed to be blocked by invisible power, and it was instantly extinguished. Human, you have offended the Supreme Lord of Hell. You have taken away everything that originally belonged to Mephisto. The distorted, hideous flame face seemed to be a little dazed, showing a humanized expression of astonishment, and then turned threateningly. My name is Luke, remember this name. In this case, when you return to hell, you will be able to explain clearly to Mephisto. If the Supreme Lord feels dissatisfied, you can ask me for it personally. At that time, I will be waiting in the world for his presence. Luke's face was calm, and the luxurious scepter that symbolized death shot a sharp light, smashing the flame face directly. Naaman, who is only one step away from death, is like a drowning man who has successfully landed, panting for breath, experiencing the feeling of the rest of his life. You are, however, in his eyes, there was an incredible look of shock. Compared to the fact that his soul almost fell into hell, Naaman cared more about the supernatural power shown by Luke. Grim Reaper. The Superman who caused himself to suffer cruel defeat turned out to be a powerful existence with rules and authority above mortals. Don't show the surprised expression that only a supporting role can have. It will make me feel like the protagonist in a third-rate novel. Luke put away the luxurious scepter. He has used the power of death to stamp the soul of Naaman, the young king of Atlantis. His future destination will be his own underworld. If Luke wants Naaman to report in early, it's just a trivial thing that can be done with a single thought. This is the power of the gods. They can use their supernatural powers on mortals as they want under the framework of the world's rules. Reaper. You are actually a Reaper. The Black Queen who witnessed this scene looked desperate, and even the thought of running away disappeared. She worked hard to plan and strive for the grand goal of nearly 1,000 years, which turned out to be something other people did. Seeing the overly young face of Superman, Selene was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The opponent has been dead for less than 30 years old, and he has already ascended to the throne of God. He has lived for nearly 1,000 years, and is still a tiny distance away from the immortal dimension demon god by a fingertip universe. Why? The Black Queen's chest rises and falls, and it is difficult to calm down. Madam, do you have anything to defend against the multiple charges just now? Luke walked in front of Selene, his tall figure resembling a mountain, exerting heavy pressure on the opponent. I want to fight for leniency. The bitter-hearted Black Queen opened her seductive red lips. But after all, she didn't even excuse her. Her charm ability is completely ineffective for Superman. As for using beauty to seduce, or deny it, weave lies. These are little tricks that can't get on the table. In the face of evenly matched and similar opponents, it may still be useful. But Superman obviously wouldn't eat this set. Compared to Liang Xiangsu, the Black Queen is more inclined to choose Luke to destroy flowers. Very well. You are also a smart person. Luke nodded in satisfaction. It seems that there is no need to dispatch today. Superman's righteous fist. As he advertised, he is a pacifist who uses love to influence villains and uses his fists to educate bad guys. If it is not necessary, Luke is actually too lazy. No, it should be that he does not want to abuse violence. In view of your good attitude to plead guilty, plus the crime has not been committed, Luke looked righteous and said loudly, "As director of Aegis, I decided to put aside the original plan of kill on the spot for the time being and adopt a backup plan of lighter punishment. However, you still have to pay the due price for your wrong behavior." The Black Queen felt the cold and murderous retreat, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not only did she sweat on her forehead, her clothes were soaked behind her back, and her legs were a little. "Your Excellency Superman, I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. has an institution that specializes in accommodating mutants, and you have also established a school." The Black Queen clamped her straight long legs and leaned against Luke calmly, her charming face rippling with spring. "I can take my sins and make merits, play to my strengths, and redeem the mistakes I made in the past." Luke frowned, glanced at Namor who was silent, and reprimanded, "Madam, please respect yourself." S.H.I.E.L.D. has always emphasized the principle of integrity. MTLnovel.com. As the director, I lead by example, never messing up the relationship between men and women, treating everyone equally, and never cheating for personal gain. Facing Superman's righteous reprimand, the Black Queen smiled, a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Luke to be so shameless. Not to mention the peachy scandal with the sorceress at the beginning of Superman's fame. It is the rumors in the streets and alleys, what is related to the iceberg beauty commander of SHI personal life. Recently, because of the in-depth contact between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Three Sanctuary, the underground world began to circulate, the secret affairs that Superman and the Supreme Master Yi had to talk about. There is no way, once the Wind Critic is killed, it will be difficult to clean oneself again. It's like Howard Stark had a meal with a certain Hollywood actress, and the next day the newspaper would publish less news of shocked New York rich man finds a new love, behaves intimately in and out of the hotel. Even less scrupulous roadside tabloids will write content of thousands of words in detail. The price I mean is your freedom and life in the future. Luke didn't know the secretive slander of the Black Queen. He recited the spell silently, calling for the blessing of Emperor Wai-Shan. Then, raising his right hand and pulling it lightly, he dragged out the other person's soul. This is an insurance to ensure your safety, and it is also a shackle that restricts your movements. Luke used the Death Scepter to spot the dark, full-bodied soul of the Black Queen. Selene, who had not reacted at all, saw that Superman used the pure white light of Emperor Wai-Shan proficiently, and couldn't help being more sure of his inner guess. Chapter 340. Collect 7 Dragon and summon the dragon. Put the souls of Namor and the Black Queen into the world of Hades, and Luke flew directly to the mutant school in Westchester County. A former opponent who has lost his threat, a mutant witch who is full of thoughts about becoming a god. To be honest, Superman didn't take them to heart. As for the final disposal, was branded with soul and thrown to SHIELD Bureau. Occasionally guest appearances of thugs and temporary workers can be regarded as waste utilization. Can solve the problem smoothly, then there is no need to solve the person who created the problem. Using the classic quote of Mr. Secretary, even a piece of toilet paper has its use. Reasonable allocation of human resources. Squeeze. Oh, no, it should be a compulsory homework for superior leaders to send blessings to every employee. For example, the people of Atlantis are always unwilling to make concessions on technology sharing, such as underwater fleet, water membrane technology, energy extraction and so on. These are cutting-edge technologies urgently needed by mankind, and lack of research, which can make the world take a big step and change the solid cornerstone of the future prospects. Starting, SHIELD has conducted several negotiations, but the gang of robe nobles are more difficult to deal with than Namor. Is always the perfunctory official rhetoric, and the attitude is quite smooth, and I can't fault it too much. Forcibly seizing and interfering in the internal affairs of Atlantis is detrimental to the positive image of Superman. For the sake of technology, throwing a bag of washing powder into the Atlantic Ocean, then suspecting that Atlantis possesses dangerous weapons of mass extinction, and launching a war. This is too fussy. Now with Namor, Luke can send the latter back to Atlantis, turned to support the forces in the country, support the restoration of the royal power, and replace the senatorship system controlled by the nobility. Regardless of success or failure, I believe that the elites of Atlantis will understand the consequences of doing the right thing with SHIELD, and retreat to compromise. And the Black Queen Selene, not to mention the talents of mutants. The research level of black magic alone, she far surpasses most mages. The Magic Congress needs talents like her. JPG. Strengthen his camp and weaken the enemy's power. This is Luke's standard of doing things all the time. Fighting, killing and killing, can only solve most of the problems, not all of them. I am really a kind person with a benevolent heart. Luke, who was flying high in the sky, thought so. As for the Phoenix power absorbed by these two people, he didn't take it back either, because the process is more complicated. The fragments have already been integrated into the body, forming a solid connection with the host's life. Want to strip them, either blow their heads with a punch, or waste a lot of energy and time. Luke was too lazy to bother. He just sent a task to let them collect other Phoenix power fragments. Don't say that 2 Phoenix apostles are added together. Even if 5 are combined together, they won't be Superman's opponent. Luke didn't have to take that effort to extract the power of their Phoenix and use it for himself. Besides, the biggest fragment of the main body still fell in his hands, preparing to give the White Queen an unexpected extra surprise. At the Sky Eye Club next door, there is a suicide squad that gathers villains and villains. Luke is like a human-shaped supersonic vehicle, pulling out sonic clouds like sharp cones. Then I will get a copycat version. There should be no problem. Compared with Amanda Waller, it is controlled by a miniature bomb implanted in the human body. He can even omit this step, directly stamp the soul of the team members. Even if the mission fails and unfortunately died, they can directly return to the world of the underworld. Worked for Superman before his death, and continued to be a toolman after his death, continuously glowing. Life is a person of S.H.I.E.L.D., and death is also a dead person of S.H.I.E.L.D. He will dedicate his entire life, and even the next, to Superman. Luke couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Namor and the Black Queen, who would live a life of dedication and death in the future. In this way, the authority of the death is simply a wonderful weapon for capitalists to give blessings. Boom. With full flight, Luke quickly crossed the city and arrived at his destination. The whole person was like a cannonball, falling on the tarmac of the school playground, throwing up large patches of fallen leaves and dust. 81.8.1z.go may have been badly affected by mental shock, and the bustling school in the past seemed a bit deserted. In order to prevent Charles from waking up and losing control of his talents again, the White Queen as the principal temporarily moved the students to a nearby town. Emma, your face is not pretty. Luke first went to the principal's office and asked about the specific situation. The White Queen sitting behind the desk seemed to be unhealed, her eyes full of fatigue. I tried to get into Charles' consciousness before and soothe his uneasy and anxious negative emotions, but the child's huge potential, coupled with the unknown power, made me shocked. Emma's voice was weak. Put his hand on the tabletop and propped his forehead, as if he was going to fall asleep at any time. The spirit is very sluggish, and it seems that the injury is not light. I have said many times, don't just enter the conscious world of a mentally capable person. At the slightest injury, it will be assimilated and swallowed. Luke looked solemn and said seriously. He walked up to the White Queen and quietly took out the main fragment of the Phoenix power. I'm just worried about Charles. He is my student and I have to take responsibility. After this period of adaptation and learning, Emma gradually entered the role and devoted herself entirely to education. Even if the mental impact can be shielded in the diamond form, she will still actively choose to enter Charles' world of consciousness for spiritual healing. This is a qualified principal, a qualified teacher. I understand your mood, but you should consider the consequences before doing something. Luke said a few words, there is no blaming in it, and there are more elements of concern. The White Queen nodded obediently, indicating that she would pay attention next time and would not commit another crime. Don't look at her usually as cold as an iceberg, but in front of Superman, she can be said to be enthusiastic. By the way, Emma, before going to visit Charles, I have a gift for you. Luke opened his palm, and a brilliant and beautiful flame crystal appeared in the sight of the White Queen. This is? Emma's eyes became blurred, as if she was completely attracted by the power of the phoenix. The illusory flame that twists and floats makes people addicted. The energy fluctuations radiating from it are more like a kind call. The culprit who caused Charles to lose control is also the best gift for mutants. Luke released his control, and the fragments of the power of the Phoenix took the initiative to fly towards the White Queen. Compared to Superman, this ancient force prefers mutants. After a while, the flame crystal stuck to Emma's forehead, disappearing as if it had melted. Like a flood of gates, pouring into the body of the White Queen. Subconsciously, she turned into a diamond shape, with a bright and dazzling light on the surface. Charles is too young to lose control of his talents. Untitled.novel.com. Luke stroked the White Queen's cheeks. The diamond in his hand felt cold. You are different. This power can make you the most powerful spiritual ability in the world, and you can control it. Superman's voice seemed to be hypnotic, and the White Queen felt a drowsiness rushing to her heart, and her consciousness gradually relaxed. She seems to be immersed in warm water, nourished by the gods, sometimes gathered and sometimes divergent. It's time to see Charles next. Luke carried the White Queen into the restroom of the office, and then walked into the medical room on the ground floor. Charles was lying in a transparent cabin, and due to the uncontrollable mental fluctuations in a coma, he only slightly oscillated around the surroundings. 1, 2. Gather all the Phoenix apostles, and summon the power of the Phoenix. Luke counted the apostle candidates that had been discovered, shook his head and smiled. He uses magic to let his soul go out of his body, communicating the power of the Phoenix in Charles' body. In the spiritual horizon, the shrinking flame Phoenix saw a stranger break in, and immediately spread its wings to launch an attack. The mental shock swept through Luke's soul like a torrential rain. Give me peace of mind. Luke used the pure white light of Emperor Wyshan to transform into a huge palm, and slapped it fiercely on the flame Phoenix. Snap! The power of the fragments was like a plucked chicken being pressed to the ground, and he cried too lowly, and didn't dare to move anymore. Chapter 341. Speaking so quietly, I still want to be the monitor. The power of the Phoenix did not harm the host. Charles' natural ability suddenly got out of control, mostly because he couldn't control the sudden powerful energy. Luke slapped the flame Phoenix of the spiritual world on the ground, solving the problem in the simplest way. Sure enough, when the dominant power of the Phoenix became pitiful, weak, and helpless, Charles' mind regained control of the body. The child lying in the transparent cabin slowly opened his eyes. The splendid firelight gradually faded away and disappeared. Mr. Principal. Charles saw Luke with a surprised expression on his face. What happened? I just remember. The head hurts, as if it was about to split, and then I heard a messy sound. It seemed that many people were talking in my ear. Mossy student. Charles has a confused look on his face, like an alcoholic who wakes up after a hangover and finds a fragment of memory. The pictures in my mind are fragmented, and there is no way to put them together. He only remembered that he was chatting with his sister Iwin, and then he passed out. There was a slight pain in the back of his head, as if he had been knocked on a sap. It's okay. Luke opened the transparent cabin as a protective measure, touched Charles' little head, and comforted. Charles, you treat the things that happened as a nightmare. Now that you wake up sober, the terrible memory will never hurt you anymore. As an honorary school manager and a positive person, Luke patiently provided Charles with psychological counseling to prevent the future bald professor from falling down on the bad routes. If the latter is like the young King Gel, because of a blow, he was blackened, and a negative personality appeared, it would be a headache. From the micro level, the Phoenix Girl manipulates the movement of molecules, crushes and annihilates matter, and accomplishes the goal of destroying the world. But if Professor Bald, the most powerful brain, is occupied by an evil personality, manipulating the world's human consciousness, and staged an American version of Yuri's Revenge, it couldn't be easier. Don't remember the past, it will only bring pain to yourself. You should look farther and try to look forward. Luke carried a bowl of hot chicken soup for the soul and stuffed it to Charles' mouth. As we all know, whether it is a superhero or a supervillain, they have more or less psychological problems. Heroes need to experience growth, accept hardships and trials. The villain took the wrong path because of a miserable childhood and unfair treatment. Therefore, Luke believes that the most necessary department for S.H.I.E.L.D. should be the Psychological Counseling and Rehabilitation Center. To this end, he also specifically sought out the Congressional Budget Committee and applied for a huge amount of funding as the initial funding for investment and construction. Just considering superheroes, most supervillains will have basic settings such as genius brain, multiple degrees, and per capita mental master. He had no choice but to give up, and instead spent the money on improving the personal life of Director Aegis and purchasing a house. As for those supervillains with psychological problems, Luke thinks that it may be more direct and effective to continue to adopt the personality modification education of Justice and Iron Fist. Where is Ruiwin? Charles drank the chicken soup for the soul of Mr. Principal, feeling that his heart was purified, and the haze was wiped out. When I passed out into a coma, I seemed to hear her calling my name. Luke smiled. He didn't expect that the future bald professor would still be a sister-in-law. Rywin is okay. You should rest first. In a few days, Miss Frost will prepare for the squad leader campaign. You are the best performer among the lower grades. She is very confident in you. In the Mutant Academy, there are not many classes currently available. It is roughly divided into lower grades who just started school, and older seniors. Charles' talents and personal qualities are very good, and it is reasonable to be appreciated by the White Queen if he is also a spiritual ability. By the way, a new classmate will be welcomed in the lower grades later. I hope you can bring him and build a friendly relationship with him. Luke has a weird smile. When Magneto is in school, I believe Charles and him will collide with him. Basic love. No. The friendship between classmates should be cultivated from an early age. New student. Charles was curious. A few days later, Magneto King Eric, who was packaged and sent to New York, was finally signed for by S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. The sender is Agent Zero of the Special Operations Team, as well as Namor and the Black Queen. They teamed up to arrest Eric, who had fled. Rubber bullets, anesthetic injections, and 2 Phoenix Apostles. It was easy to deal with Magneto, who was still a child. Not obedient. Emma, this is normal, and this is true for children in the rebellious period. The voice of the White Queen complained from the mobile phone. Emma claimed that the child named Eric was the most stubborn and difficult to communicate student she had ever met. Luke smiled. Compared to the good boy Charles, Eric, who was sent to the Mutant Academy, looked very troublesome. Magneto, who has been insecure since he was a child, has tried to escape twice in a row. Although all ended in failure, this behavior caused strong dissatisfaction with the White Queen. In addition, Eric often had physical conflicts with his classmates. On the first day of enrollment, Charles, who took the initiative to hand out the olive branch of friendship, was beaten into Panda Eyes. The reason is that Charles inadvertently mentioned keywords such as the genocide and concentration camps. Eric himself happened to be a Jew, and was imprisoned in Auschwitz along with his parents. Charles is simply a minefield, and he uncovered the scars of others at once. You can use Eric's competitive spirit to give him a sense of belonging to the school and mutants. Luke helped with the move. He has little experience in the education industry. I don't know how many stubborn villains, how many bad guys who went astray, faced with Superman's persuasion. All of them wept bitterly, reflecting on their crimes. Isn't the junior class going to run for the monitor? You let Eric participate, arousing his not to admit defeat, and let him integrate into the collective atmosphere. Luke speaks eloquently and confidently. Yes, no matter whether there is support from anyone, just let him do it. As long as he takes the initiative, he will take off his psychological defenses and feel the beautiful friendship between his classmates. In fact, he wanted to use Charles Affectionate to influence Eric, who was rebellious in the second. After all, the bond between the professor and Magneto's friends will never become obsolete in any parallel universe. By the way, remember to make a video and send me a copy at that time. Luke smiled, looking forward to the tit-for-tat between the two. Mutant Academy, running for monitor. Hello everyone, I'm Eric Lanchel from Class 1. Eric stood on the stage and introduced himself. His real name is Max Eisenhart. During World War II, in order to escape the capture and purging of the Third Reich, all the family changed their names and surnames, and this was how Eric Lanchel was born. Inaudible. The voice is so small. I speak so quietly. I want to be the monitor. Ruiwin sitting below booed. She glanced at her brother Charles' Pandu eyes, grunted, and showed dissatisfaction. As an active element of the lower grades, plus a lively and lovely beautiful sister, Ruiwin has a lot of appeal among the students. With her taking the lead, the others echoed. Again. Say it again. Totally inaudible. Eric held the speech he had written, lips tight, and looked at Charles, who hadn't said anything, with a hostile look. It must be the ghost of this guy. He remembered what the principal, Miss Frost, said. As long as you become the class leader, you can lead mutants in the future. Being selected by the power of the Phoenix, he is fully qualified to become the savior of the suffering compatriots and bring them a better future. Squad leader, just the first step. There are more difficult challenges and tests behind, waiting for myself. As Luke said, the best way to deal with adolescents in Secondary 2 is to do the same with him in Secondary 2. Eric believes in the mutant savior argument. Both his parents died in a concentration camp. Since childhood, I have suffered all the bitterness and sorrow, as well as the rejection and cold eyes of others. Then he got the adventure and the power of the Phoenix. Isn't this worthy of being the main character? My name is Eric Lanchel. MiddleNovel.com, and I am a freshman in a class. I have the confidence to lead everyone. The distracting thoughts in his heart were fleeting, Eric said in a louder voice. His gaze has been staring at Charles sitting below. This rich man, who has combed his hair shiny and dressed in suits and leather shoes, is his biggest competitor. Good. Very energetic. Charles didn't notice that he had been regarded as an opponent, but took the lead in applauding to resolve the embarrassment of the new classmates. Hypocritical. Eric, who walked off the podium, didn't buy it. Not to mention the Mutant Academy, where the destined friends collided. Luke, who was in Washington, D.C., received a message from Carmitage from another universe. The content is very simple. World, danger. Supreme Master, come back quickly. The sender is Stephen Strange. Passed by Shandy. What's the matter? How long have I left now? Luke frowned slightly, tapping his fingers on the desktop. Personally, he doesn't want to be a firefighter and save the world if nothing happens. That's what the Superman on the set next door would do. But Luke sat in the position of the Supreme Master, enjoying the generosity of Emperor Wai-Shan. It is indeed a bit unreasonable to be picky at the critical moment. Still, wait and see, maybe Strange can solve it by himself. Luke considered that the work of the Phoenix Apostle and the integration of Hydra was not finished, and there was no time to get out. So the pure white light was lit, and a message was returned. The Supreme Master you called is busy, please contact me later. Chapter 342. I'm dead. I have something to burn paper. Using Shandy as the middleman of the message, Luke threw this perfunctory message to Stephen Strange in another universe. If the other party is still reluctant, continue to harass yourself. He was ready to reply. I am dead. I have something to burn paper. Stephen Strange shouldn't be frantic and disturb the peace of a dead person. The reason why Luke was so relaxed was because if there was a huge crisis that Karmatage couldn't handle, Emperor Waishan would have dragged himself over. This group of dimensional demon gods can take it lightly, which proves that the matter is not urgent to the point where the Earth explodes and the universe restarts. Theft and burglary are not under the control of the FBI, and domestic violence does not need to be dispatched to S.H.I.E.L.D. Similarly, trivial matters should not alarm Superman. Luke turned his seat and looked at the Potomac River outside the French windows, thinking so. If Strange wants to become a qualified Supreme Mage, he should learn to face troubles and solve problems by himself. After his thinking diverged for a while, he continued to get busy with his work. As a powerful existence that has gradually become the third pole of the world, Luke is indeed very busy, and he needs to deal with many things. Otherwise, take a trip in the name of a business trip. It is not impossible to meet the superheroes of other universes. Marvel Universe No. 91. This is Superman's private certification, not official information. Karmatage, Central Hall. Strange's soul jumped out of the tripod of all things, and he was puzzled by the message conveyed by Emperor Waishan. The Supreme Master is busy. Call me later. What should the Supreme Superman do? Could it be more important than saving the world? Strange was a little puzzled. After hesitating for a moment, the soul returned to the cauldron of all things again, sending out a distress message. After a while, I got a reply. I am dead. I have something to burn paper. I was busy just now. Now I'm hanging up. Is the speed of death a bit too fast? Could it be that the Supreme Mage hinted that his soul had accidentally fallen into hell, waiting for rescue? Strange's soul returned, slowly opened his eyes, and ended his meditation. He was puzzled. A worrisome appeared in his eyes, and then he looked at the eye of Agamotto enshrined at the top. This is a token that can only be held by the Supreme Mage, and Luke did not take it away before leaving this universe. Because the infinite gem can only work in the universe, he left it to Stephen Strange and allowed the other party to use it. In this way, Strange, who possesses the eye of Agamotto, can deal with Karmatage's various problems on his own, without bothering himself. The abacus is well played. But there are accidents in everything. It is through the eyes of Agamotto that Strange spy on the terrible events that will happen in the future, and will send a cross-universe message to Luke for help. Superman didn't respond. So what should I do next? The young mage wearing a cloak of magic floating was a little confused for a while. He scratched his bright forehead. Since he took the path of a melee mage, Strange's hair became thinner and thinner, and it was useless to search for all kinds of secret recipes for hair growth and nourishment. Later, because he couldn't bear the troubles of daily hair loss, he shaved his head in anger and joined the strong team. This is just a space-time illusion that I saw. Even if I tell it to the Avengers, they won't believe it. Strange was very worried. He practiced the spell with the eyes of Agamotto yesterday, but he seemed to have received apocalypse, and he spied the fragments of the future. The earth fell, and the Avengers died one after another. The fairy palace collapsed, Odin fell, and Asgard's blood flowed into a river. As if the legendary dusk of the gods suddenly descended. But how can I stop the crisis by myself? Strange walked out of the central hall. Luke, who took over as the Supreme Mage, was not in the universe, and Karmatage's everything was in charge of him and his big brother Mordor. The latter mainly manages the Three Sanctuary, that is, the business of maintaining the human world and destroying creatures. The former dealt with Karmatage's internal work, and overall it was relatively easy and leisurely. Let's talk to Lao Wang. Strange came to the mage's residence. His nose twitched, and he smelled the aroma of hot pot. He opened the door and saw that old Wang was fighting a wine with a one-eyed man. On the table, the bottle of Red Star Aguta was staggered. Pharaoh's words were vague, like a big tongue. He would fall down at any time. Looking at this situation, it is obviously coming to an end. Tons. Continue to fill up. The one-eyed man drank in one gulp and motioned to Pharaoh to pour another glass. Sol, why are you here again? Strange looked speechless. He recognized that the other party was Thor. the of Thunder who had visited with Superman before. Loki has returned to the fairy palace, you should go to Asgard to find her. Seeing Strange entering the house, Saul was very happy, and enthusiastically invited the other person to sit down for a drink. Just caught off guard, I heard the name of Rocky. This burly figure, strong muscles, conquerous powerful eyed man's smile solidified, as if he was thinking of something sad. A few minutes later, Strange, who was sitting next to Sol, looked helpless. He had to endure the other party was like a grudge, crying about how his sister Loki abandoned him and plunged into the arms of another brother. I was so good to Loki, I even gave up the opportunity to return to the universe, and left Asgard's people behind. I have to run over to take care of her. Saul shrugged his shoulders, drank Red Star Agutu, spitting out a strong scent of alcohol. But what? I didn't get anything. She left me without a word, and said that she had only one brother, and that would be the future king of Asgard, the one who stayed in the fairy palace. Strange, you say, except that has one more eye than me. What else is better than me? He probably has one more dad than you. Novel.com. A mother, a younger sister. Strange thought silently. Considering that this answer might further stimulate Thor, who was emotionally broken, he wisely chose to remain silent. You are Saul, and he is also Saul. Why do you take your own jealousy? Be angry with yourself, and be jealous of the other yourself. Strange comforted. Am I jealous of him? Thor slammed the table, shaking the bowls and chopsticks and the oil dishes to pieces. I am so much stronger than that reckless, selfish, and ridiculous bastard. I am so mature, wise, and wise. Do I need to be jealous of him? Strange realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly explained, yes, right, Thor, you don't have this need at all. After speaking without conscience, he subconsciously caught a glimpse of the three-layer swimming ring inside and the three-layer outside of Saul's stomach. I thought, Thor, the of the universe, is also a handsome macho with 8-pack abs. Unless Loki was blind, how could he be a fat house? Sol, why don't you go to the fairy palace and ask Loki to make it clear? Strange asked softly after cooking a few slices of beef. I tried, but Heimdall shut me out. Saul looked particularly frustrated, turned his grief and anger into appetite, and ate his head. He said that Odin closed the passage of the 9 realms and did not allow any outsiders to enter Asgard. This is an unprecedented precedent. Even if the war with the Dark Elves and Frost Giants broke out, Asgard has always maintained the smooth flow of the 9 realms. Strange, who was eating the beef shabu-shabu, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that in the time and space illusion he had seen, the first step in the crisis was to close the gate of the fairy palace. Chapter 343 Past History, Hidden Truth. Casually comforting Thor, who was heartbroken and injured, Strange hurriedly returned to the central hall and took away the Eye of Agamotto enshrined on the stone platform. Then, quickly stepped into the Karmataj's great library. He caught a flash of aura from Saul's words just now. Odin closed the gate to Asgard and sealed off the inside and outside of the fairy palace, obviously foreseeing the coming of the crisis in advance. Reminiscent of the scenes seen from the illusion of time and space, Strange couldn't help but infer that what might happen in the future are all because of Asgard. In the name of Hogs, in the name of Oshatu, in the name of Agamotto, the all-seeing eye. Turn on. Strange held the eye of the supreme artifact, Agamotto, in both hands, placed it between his brows, and chanted a lengthy mantra in his mouth. The metal shell superimposed with countless forbidden spells, like a miniature labyrinth that was heavily covered, slowly opened, revealing the green gem with emerald light. Strange took a deep breath, and there were waves of slight ripples all over his body. The rough stone of time fell into the center of the eyebrows instantly, as if the third eye opened and closed. This is the all-seeing eye. The super spells recorded in the book of Emperor Wai-Shan. Asgard. Strange showed pain on his face, gritted his teeth, struggling to support. He is not as powerful as Yi, and he can use the Eye of Agamotto at will. Even with the strength of Emperor Wai-Shan, Strange still felt like carrying a mountain on his back. Not only is it difficult to walk, but also feels extremely difficult to breathe. The crisis comes from Asgard. From the fairy palace, Strange looked back in the past. Countless streamers flashed past his eyes, and the broken picture looked like floating bubbles. He didn't dare to look more, for fear of being dragged in accidentally. There was a mental explosion and a collapse of consciousness. Even the Supreme Master cannot carefully go back to every corner of history and observe every bubble fragment. All-knowing and all-powerful, that is the supreme power that only God is worthy of. Mortal delusions often do not end well. The frost giant. Strange had seen Odin, the king of the gods, at his peak, riding an 8-legged horse, and fighting against Lorf, the king of frost giants, in a decisive battle in Norway. The Golden Legion of Asgard is like a torrent of steel swept by a boom. The faint blue frost giant slammed away with a fierce weapon condensed by frost. The two sides were inextricably fought, and it was difficult to distinguish. That's not it. Strange continued to look back, and soon reached the time node of the Dark Elf. Odin, the king who once led Asgard against Jotunheim, is still only a prince, under the protection of his father King Bor's wings. Well, who is he? Strange narrowed his eyes. He stood on the upper reaches of the long river of history, observing a wave thrown up downstream. At that time, an army of dark elves ravaged the 9 realms, intending to turn the entire galaxy into chaos. The Boar King of Asgard joined forces and united all forces to form an allied force of the 9 realms to fight Malkis. The Dark Elves led by the latter are powerful, invincible, and have no opponents at all. Malekith, whose heart was swollen, didn't pay attention to other races at all. Therefore, he took the huge risk of becoming the public enemy of the 9 realms and carried out his own terrifying conspiracy. Only then has Asgard's resistance and the tragic war afterwards. Beside King Bor, 2 majestic and extraordinary young men stood on the left and the other on the right. The one on the left, with a blonde shawl, has a tough face. It is like a marble statue carved with a sword and axe, full of masculinity. Vaguely, it could be seen that Thor, the of thunder, resembled him somewhat. The one on the right stands on top of the serpent's head. The black hair is waist length, holding a warhammer. Cold temperament, cold eyes. King Bol has 2 sons, and Odin has an older brother. Strange seemed to have discovered some secret, approaching him as if dragging a progress bar, controlling the original stone of time. The woven ring turns backwards. The past history suddenly stopped looking back and started to move forward. Sure enough, the scene Strange expected appeared. The king's heir is not Odin. King Bol chose his brother, he said to himself. Big beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his robe was gradually soaked. The emerald green light of the original stone of time rippled with violent ripples layer after layer. Strange seemed to have no idea, and continued to watch the changing scene in the bubble. Asgard, in the fairy palace. The people of God's domain gathered outside the palace, preparing to welcome the new king. Odin's brother, the black-haired young man, took the scepter from his father. Wearing a golden helmet belonging to the king, wearing a battle armor, majestic and majestic. Later, he led Asgard to become stronger and became Odin, the Lord of the 9 realms. But just standing in the crowd, watching this scene silently, Strange understood it, and continued to drag the progress bar. As soon as the picture turned, the black-haired young man who became the king turned against his younger brother Odin. You can't kill me, even if you sacrifice one of your own eyes. Even if you get the almighty power of the Rune of Rune. Amidst the ruins. Untitled.novel.com. The black-haired young man fell to the ground in embarrassment, a large amount of blood emerging from the wound. As the winner, Odin said nothing and couldn't see the emotions in his heart. I will curse you, my stupid brother. I will revenge against you and let Asgard's blood flow in a river. Facing his brother's vicious words, Odin was expressionless. Raise Gungnir's gun with both hands and stab it hard without hesitation. Boom! The bubbles burst suddenly. Strange's soul consciousness seemed to be caught in a rushing river. There was a thunderous roar in the ear, and the light and shadow in front of him kept receding until it was dark. Is he dead or not? Strange showed anger. as if he encountered a dog with a broken chapter while reading a novel. Almost able to solve the suspense, but the story behind it came to an abrupt end, which is simply irritating. Odin's brother, the king of Asgard. Strange clutched his chest, calmed his beating overloaded heart, and ended this historical retrospective. The original stone of time that turned into the third eye, turned into a magic weapon again, and the emerald green light converged like flowing water. Strange, who had regained some strength, began to search for ancient books about Asgard. He stayed up all night, immersed in the vast history, trying to harvest clues. When the fish belly turned white in the east, the sun broke free from the horizon, shining the first rays of dawn. Strange rubbed his flushed eyes, a solemn expression appeared on his face. He found the hidden history of Asgard and the truth hidden by the king Odin. Oki, Ka, god of fear. Strange murmured, and said the forbidden name. Chapter 344. Fear comes. The gods retreat. The hour hand moved back to one day ago. You want to find the secret fortress of the Red Skull? The Baron Zemo of this universe looked at the person in front of him with a strange look. Looking from the bottom to the top, it was a pair of military boots. Dark leather trousers wrap the slender thighs with vigor and strength, and outline the perfect line. A belt tightened the slender waist, making the original hot figure even more exaggerated. Pistols, grenades, daggers, all kinds of strange weapons hung on it. Continue to move your eyes, you can see the full headlights ready to come out. There is no doubt that this is a beauty who can make men's hormones boil. If Baron Zemo hadn't seen that face, the skin seemed to be completely peeled off, leaving only the crimson flesh and bones, which looked terrible and abnormal. Not to mention sexual interest. Even if ordinary people look at it more, they will be frightened to make their legs weak and scream loudly. Why is really terrifying, terrible. Such a maverick and terrifying appearance reminds people of a villain who was active during World War II. Red Skull, the rival of Captain America. One of the leaders of Hydra. Yes, I can feel the gaze of fate, and there is a force calling me and guiding me. The woman with a red head said confidently. Her name is Cynthia Schmidt, the daughter of Red Skull. Your father has been dead for so long, can you still give you a hint in your dream, so that you can recover the great cause of Hydra and continue to fight with Captain America? Baron Zemo sneered, with a bit of irony. Red Skull is one of the leaders of Hydra, but his daughter is not. If you want to lead Hydra, you are not qualified enough. Of course not. My father, he never really cared about his daughter. Cynthia shook her head and sneered. He always wanted a son, a blonde, blue-eyed, tall and strong Aryan, to inherit all his inheritance. Baron, you probably don't know, when I was born, my father's first thought was, kill me. He didn't hesitate to kill the baby in the swaddle. Later, it was his deputy, a woman named Susan, who stopped this cruel and ruthless great leader. There was no emotion in Cynthia's eyes, neither hate nor tenderness. Susan raised me up. The education I have received since childhood is that the weak are not worthy of the qualifications for survival and must become stronger, stronger than anyone. My father died. He was defeated by Captain America. Hydra lost the leader. In order to gain power, I did not hesitate to make myself like my father. There was a chill in Baron Zemo's heart, and he put away his contempt. A woman can abandon even the beauty she cares about most, and there is nothing she can do about it. But you also lost. Your sister of sin was wiped out by the Avengers, and it was hard to get his life back. Baron Zemo put his arms around his chest, and he was still the biggest villain in this universe, and he jumped out from time to find something to do for the Avengers. My father was right. Strong people are qualified to live. He is too weak to lose to Captain America. Cynthia grinned, her eyes filled with enthusiasm. But he made me, a stronger and more perfect than him. Red Skull. Baron Zemo's throat rolled twice, and he saw a familiar shadow on Cynthia. What's your plan? After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to ask questions. Hydra's current situation is not good. During World War II, Captain America defeated the Red Skull and also disintegrated part of the organization. After a long period of cultivation, Baron Zemo and his party regained their vitality. Unexpectedly, the Avengers were set up quietly, and those superheroes drove themselves into the dark ditch again. Hydra urgently needs a new leader, a new force. If Cynthia shows enough ability, then Baron Zemo doesn't mind voting for her. I learned of a past that was buried in the past, an unknown secret. Cynthia said meaningfully, Baron, I need your help. My father is like a mouse digging holes everywhere, with his strongholds all over the world. And what I want to find is a book of skulls and crossbones with Atlantean skins. It is stored in an underground fortress in Egypt. Baron Zemo thought for a long time, and he had a map of the Red Skull in his hand. There are many hidden strongholds that were secretly built during World War II. Some have long been abandoned, and some are still in operation. And what Cynthia said, the underground fortress in Egypt, Baron Zemo happened to know. I hope you won't let me down, Miss Red Skull. Baron Zemo put down his hands and said, dot. Dot. A few hours later, a fighter plane landed in the Egyptian desert. Baron Zemo found the specific location, opened the underground fortress, and an unpleasant smell of decay and staleness hit his face. Organizations, valves, air circulation systems, all of these can operate normally. Cynthia walked behind and watched Baron Zemo open stone gates. It's a miracle that it has not been dug up by tomb robbers so far. Egypt has a large number of pyramid tombs, and it has always been the favorite place for tomb robbers. It's not that they didn't, but they were all dead. Baron Zemo kicked off a bone under his feet and entered the interior of the underground fortress. I saw tattered hung everywhere on the wall, which was the symbol of the Third Reich. On the most central step, there is a sarcophagus. Enshrined on it is a book covered in blue and dusted with dust. This is what Cynthia is looking for. This is human skin. Baron Zemo was also the first time he came back to this underground fortress. The Red Skull built a large number of secret strongholds during his lifetime, and he could not verify each one. Bingo. Made of human skin from Atlantis, it's part of the ritual so that the spell inside can take effect. Cynthia blew away the dust, picked up the book, and turned to the middle page. What's written in it? Baron Zemo asked curiously. The power to rule the world. Cynthia laughed aloud. The pages she opened were densely packed with strange and obscure text. Dot. Dot. Then set the hour hand back to February 1942, Germany at that time. Why haven't we done it yet? Is it because we don't have enough sacrifices? The cold-faced Red Skull asked with his hands behind his back. Clouds enveloped the sky, and a few thunder lights flashed by. Then there was a dull sound, and the pouring rain poured down. On the lawn of this manor, blood is used to outline complex lines on the ground, which come from the Atlanteans tied to the cross. Several people dressed in long robes with their faces hidden under their hoods, like priests, were constantly chanting mantras, raising their hands, as if begging for something to the heavens. Quickly, quickly, Mr. Schmidt. The priest replied, it took me several months to slaughter an entire tribe of gypsies for this long extinct and unknown language, and then risked offending the Sea King and took a team of Atlantis. Sri Lankan. The Red Skull's voice revealed serious impatience. The reason why I do this is only because the Thule Association said that I can get the power to rule the world from it. Now, please tell me, where is that unbelievably powerful force that is as powerful as a god? The hooded priests clearly felt the icy killing intent, and their faces were completely scared. They are all members of the Thule Association, which is regarded as the predecessor of Nazi. As early as 1918, it was founded by Rudolf von Siebertendorf. At that time, Hans Horbeig's universal ice theory was very popular. The origin of the universe came from the collision, explosion, and recombination of many ice stars. Correspondingly, the earliest biological species born on the Earth were Atlantis and ugly humanoid creatures. This novel and avant-garde view is most popular among young people in European countries, especially the aristocratic youth with higher education. Later, Rudolf von Siebertendorf, who founded the Thule Association, combined this theory with the theory of racial superiority. and concluded that Aryans are descendants of Atlantis and are born with extraordinary blood, while Germanic people are the descendants of Aryans. The reason why the Thule Association is the predecessor of Nazi is that many high levels of the Third Reich have participated, and even the comes from the flag of this association, which represents the victory and belief of the Aryans. The Moustache Führer himself was a firm supporter of Rudolf von Seybertendorf's views, so that he did not equip his soldiers with adequate cold-proof equipment in the war between Germany and the Soviet Union in 1941. Because he believes, as a descendant of Aryans from the extremely cold land, German soldiers must have inherited the abilities of the frost giant and can resist the severe cold. As a result, in the Battle of Moscow alone, the German army froze to death of 170,000 people. Of course, this is a rumor that has been circulated and cannot be verified. It is impossible to distinguish between true and false. But the Moustache Head is really obsessed with all kinds of supernatural powers, and even believes in the real existence of werewolves and vampires. It's here. That power, it will fall from the sky. The hooded priest, who was about to kneel down in the two battles, said in ecstasy when he saw the dazzling electric light galloping through the haze clouds. As soon as he heard this person's voice, there was a thunder as thick as a snake, tearing the night sky straight and falling down. It didn't fall in front of me, but flew to other places. The Red Skull said coldly, "Tell me the position, priest." The lightning flashed along the low altitude just now, and the Hydra leader indeed felt an indescribable terrifying force. Otherwise, he would definitely regard the hooded priest in front of him as a liar and hang all of them. Antarctica. It fell in the land of glaciers. The priest held the magic book made of human skin and said loudly, A month later, after a long journey, the Red Skull finally found the place where the thunder fell. A large hole suddenly opened on the snow-covered hard ice cover, and the heat of friction melted the shell and condensed into frost. The Red Skull stood on a high place, looking down. A few seconds later, he said angrily and disappointedly, "I thought the so-called power to rule the world would be an army, or a god, but it is a hammer. A broken hammer that cannot be pulled out or used." The Red Skull slammed a hooded priest's neck and roared, "Tell me, what should Hydra do with it? Smash the head of Captain America?" "Mr. Schmidt, it is extraordinary. My soul can feel that the terrifying power it contains is enough to sweep the world." The priest tried his best to defend, and said quickly, "We just need time to understand it and control it." Well, after taking a few deep breaths, the Red Skull quickly recovered his calm. He glanced again at the hammer that he couldn't even pull out, and then drove away. Until the problem is solved, no one from the Thule Association is allowed to leave this glacier until someone can pick it up. Time goes back to now. Antarctica. This is the Thule Association of Adolf Hitler, the last habitat of the gang of magic sticks. The daughter of the Red Skull, Cynthia, walked into this glacier after 70 years. She took Baron's ammo and violently opened the door of the fortress. There was no one inside, only a corrupted bone. The long period of time destroyed everything, together with the ambitions of the Third Reich and the great plan of Hydra. All were buried, not to mention the people of the Thule Society. Boom! The bomb blasted open the metal gate of the guard room. My father ordered the Thule Society to stay here to study the warhammer that fell from the sky with the thunder. www.untilnovel.com. No one has ever picked it up. Red Skull tried it, but it didn't work. It is said that even the head of state himself came once. The Moustache tried to pry the ice and dig it away, but failed. Cynthia walked into the guard room slowly, a frosty white air filled. In the intense coldness, she saw the frozen warhammer. It is so perfect. It is so powerful. Then why do you believe that you can own this hammer? Baron Zemo, who was wearing a cold-proof suit, asked doubtfully. Red Skull failed. Could his daughter be able to do it? Because I have seen it in my dream. A big snake surrounds this warhammer. It says I will be the queen of this world and will use this hammer to kill Captain America. And then, Cynthia talked almost dreamily, only the frozen warhammer in her eyes and nothing else. The big snake also said, "Fear comes, the gods retreat." The daughter of the Red Skull, Cynthia, held the warhammer in both hands and read the ancient text on it. "Only the true venerable can wield the hammer of Skadi." The dazzling electric light burst out suddenly, as if a frenzy swept across. Baron Zemo closed his eyes subconsciously, and the power of terror echoed in the guard room. The foothold at the foot was trembling. The hard ice cap opened and cracked, and the entire fortress was crumbling. "Fear comes, the gods retreat." The hoarse voice came from Cynthia's mouth. She holds the Skadi warhammer in both hands and is dressed in a green metal armor, like a Valkyrie who has descended on the world. At the same time, the fairy palace of Asgard, Odin, the king sitting on the throne, let out a long sigh. Chapter 345 came across and hit the gun. Human sorrows and joys are not interlinked. This sentence comes from a famous saying from the Heavenly Dynasty. Together with Roman Roland in the West, he called it a must-have vocabulary for writing. Because, when you don't know who said a sentence, or prepare to quote a sentence, but can't remember the original author, then write their names, and you will be right. When Strange of Universe 91 was feeling a headache for Asgard's family ethical relationship, the 1024 universe to which Superman belongs is calm. The citizens of New York lived and worked in peace and contentment and spent a period of peaceful days. There are no masked heroes, no evil villains. The only thing to worry about every day is probably the international situation on TV news and newspaper headlines. However, because of the existence of Superman, the world that should have been shrouded in the shadow of nuclear war is more sunny on the surface. Facts have proved that the triangle is the most stable structure. The antagonism of the two poles may lead to a terrible nuclear war. Two gamblers at a poker table can't wait to put out all the chips and become the final winner. But after the third pole, the situation is different. The two superpowers can only develop silently. Whether it is an arms race, or Warsaw Pact or NATO, they all belong to repeated trials on the edge of danger. Because they couldn't determine which side of the most powerful man on the planet he was leaning on, it is not wise to rush out all the chips. This year's Nobel Peace Prize should be awarded to me. Sitting in the office of S.H.I.E.L.D., Luke remembered the embarrassing award that had a weird yin and yang element, which was much higher than gold. Its popular candidates are either war madmen, such as the moustache head, either the British Prime Minister, such as Winston Churchill, either the President of the United States, from Hoover to Roosevelt, and then from Truman to Eisenhower. Quoting the comments of later generations, it is rare to see international awards like the Peace Prize that directly put politics on their faces. However, Luke changed his mind. I think it's possible that I'm on the first floor, and the foundation that awards the award is in the atmosphere. Because sitting in the seat of the President of the United States, as long as you are not idle, throwing laundry detergent into other people's homes, actively launching wars, and provoking conflicts, it is considered to have made a great contribution to world peace. Therefore, the first person to reach the sun, no one knows better than me. The 10th level of the accordion teacher Quinn was nominated. In fact, it is regarded as popular. I don't know what happened to Strange. Since Luke responded to 2 messages in a row, Strange seemed to be in arrears with his mobile phone and never harassed himself again. This makes him think on the bright side, the crisis may have been resolved, or the universe may have exploded. Either way, it means there is nothing to do with yourself. A mature Supreme Master must learn to face it alone. Luke smiled faintly and cheered Strange silently. Then, I opened the report on the table and glanced at it. This is about the progress of the Hydra integration operation. Baron Strack and Dr. Zola, they reached a consensus, formed an alliance, and began to suppress other factions. In the face of Superman, he can only make promises, which can be replaced by Whitehall or Mrs. Viper. Everyone is an old acquaintance and old friend, so naturally they have to fight hard. Speaking of it, Hydra pulls its hips in a foreign war, but it has a good way to fight a civil war. Especially after Baron Strack joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he changed his mind and became a new man. He showed amazing combat effectiveness and enthusiasm for work. In less than a month, With the help of SHIELD, several secret strongholds of Hydra were destroyed in succession. By the way, a series of safe houses and intelligence networks distributed in North America, Eastern Europe, and Neon Island countries were also unplugged. Outstanding efficiency and outstanding ability are fully qualified to be selected as the top 10 employees of SHIELD Bureau this year. That's great. Later, you can ask Howard to be a pennant of the Hydra Nemesis and award it to the Baron. Luke was quite satisfied. My plan is very effective. Sure enough, only Hydra can deal with Hydra. According to the efficiency of Baron Straker, it will not be long before his Krypton spacecraft will arrive smoothly. This has to be replaced by Captain America, and it is estimated that there will be no progress in 3 or 5 years. The villain does not have to worry about means and reputation. But superheroes are different, and there are many things to consider. The plan may cause casualties, property damage, compliance with international laws, violations of SHIELD rules and regulations, etc. Luke diverted his thoughts while working on the documents. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the cut void. Magic sparks are beating endlessly, and the transmission channel is generated out of thin air. A bald mage in a white robe appeared in front of him. Master Guyi is coming here. What's the point? Luke narrowed his eyes and asked softly. The Supreme Master of Karmatage has always been doing everything in the Three Treasures Hall, and it is no good to come to the door on the initiative. If he guessed correctly, the high probability is for Strange in another universe. Entrusted by others, I would like to invite you to take a trip. Guyi was straightforward, and did not go around in circles. I didn't want to bother about it, and didn't want to cause you trouble. I hate to owe favors, especially the kind that is hard to pay back. However, the situation is critical and the situation is severe. I can only ask you for help. The Supreme Mage shook his head and smiled bitterly. If it hadn't been for Emperor Wyshan's signal, she would not have visited Luke. After all, Superman is not dumb. He doesn't need to pay back what he owes. It seems that Emperor Wyshan must give me the task of saving the world. The corner of Luke's mouth evoked, and the Supreme Mage's words meant that he was the only one to be a firefighter across the universe this time. I don't know what difficulties the guy Strange has encountered that cannot be solved, and he needs to summon himself. Before you promise, I have a question. Luke tapped his fingers on the tabletop and asked, you are also the Supreme Master, you are also the #1 thug of Emperor Wyshan, this kind of work should be left to you, right? Guyi glanced at the other party. What a thug is too ugly. Since everyone is a colleague, the bald mage didn't care. In what you can understand, the Federal State Police will not interfere in the work of Interpol. Guyi explained. Otherwise, why did Emperor Wyshan want you to be the Supreme Mage of that universe? Only in this way, you are qualified to step in. Countless parallel universes, countless boxes of different sizes, intervening at will, going in and out, will cause terrible disasters. Afterwards, Guyi added, don't show a helpless look. It's not shabby to work for Emperor Wyshan. You didn't sign the contract to sell, so you don't need to check in everyday.mtlnovel.com. I am more free than me. Perhaps because of colleagues, Guyi's attitude is more open and bright than before. From her words, it is not difficult to hear the sadness of the social animals. Well, then, treat it as a business trip. Luke nodded, and the position of the Supreme Mage was not so easy to sit on, which was already in his expectation. As Guyi said, his relationship with Emperor Wyshan was a normal transaction because he didn't sign the deed. Really reluctant, no one can force oneself. Help me bring another one for me. Forget it, I guess he has retired on vacation. Guyi shook his head and smiled. Her heir hasn't been born yet. The Supreme Master condensed his distracting thoughts and raised his hand. The dazzling white light shrouded it, directly opening a portal across the universe. Boom! The complete space is shattered. Luke only felt his eyes opened and closed before leaving Universe 1024. There were noisy voices in the ears, someone calling, someone screaming, and a burst of gunfire and gunpowder smoke. The ruins at the feet exude high temperature, like flowing magma. A stream of white smoke evaporates and rolls, blocking the line of sight. Roar. Sonic shock. Like the roar of a prehistoric creature, sweeping away the billowing smoke above the ruins. A huge figure filled Luke's eyes. He is like a titan, full of mighty power. Holding a metal warhammer in his right hand, he roared up to the sky, venting his inner emotions. "Get out of here!" The Titan giant looked down at the stranger on the ruins, and without a word, a metal warhammer slammed it down. He is eager to kill, desire to destroy. He is! Stonebreaker. Chapter 346. Sledgehammer 80. Small Hammer 40. Before Superman arrives. East River in Manhattan, isolated island prison. It is used to detain the most dangerous supercriminals in the world, and it is also the headquarters of the Thunder Agents. Since the emergence of SHIELD and the establishment of the Avengers, various masked heroes have emerged in an endless stream. Some were born poor, because of accidents or adventures. They embarked on this legendary road. Some have a golden spoon in their mouths since they were born, relying on genius minds and strong financial resources to become superheroes cheered by the crowd. Regardless of the reason, there are more and more righteous people in this world who execute lynchings and fight criminals. Correspondingly, supercriminals are springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Generally speaking, the Avengers are only responsible for international disputes and world crises. They have no time to deal with the gangsters in the neighborhood, the gangsters in the city, smugglers who sell arms, international criminal groups who buy and sell human beings, etc. If there is market demand, there will be job opportunities. At this time, street heroes appeared. Daredevil, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, The Punisher. They are the more famous street heroes. These people once teamed up to form the League of Defenders. The main scope of activities is the Hell's Kitchen in New York and the surrounding areas. The target of the attack, except for the boss Jinbin of Marvel Universe Novice Village. There are also gangs entrenched here, such as hand-in-hand associations. Later, the membership changed several times. Some new people join, and some old people leave. As one of the defenders, the black hero Luke Cage was recruited by the government not long ago to replace General Ross and become the leader of the Thunder Agents. This is a special operations team similar to the Suicide Squad next door. Luke Cage specifically selects criminals from the isolated island prison, and then he is led by himself to complete those dangerous, shady, and secret missions that cannot be disclosed. Red Tank Kane Marco belongs to this team. In this universe, he is the nominal brother of Professor Charles Bald. To explain roughly, the father of the Red Tank took a look at the wealth of the professor's mother, and the professor's mother appreciated the demeanor and technical work of the Red Tank father. The two of them were lonely, and they hit it off and reached their stomachs, and walked directly into the palace of marriage. Therefore, the Red Tank and Charles became unrelated brothers. It is worth mentioning that he is not a mutant. That is the setting of the movie universe. The power of the Red Tank comes from Storak, the demon of dimensionality. During an archaeological operation, he discovered the beacon of crimson dominating the universe. The ruby gave Kane Marco infinite power, giving him a huge size and an indestructible hard body. That amazing defensive power can even resist Thor's Mjolnir, and Wolverine's Edmund alloy claws. It's just that the strength of the Red Tank is sometimes strong and sometimes weak, depending on the mood of Ceto Luck himself. This also led to his unbalanced record, sometimes strong, sometimes pulling his hips. In the peak period, he can face the Hulk head, but when he is weak, even the Punisher can sling him. Red Tank, you have a new mission. From Kane Marcos' point of view today, it is no different from usual. Like other criminals, he stayed honestly in the isolated island prison, enjoying TV, newspapers, and fried chicken and beer. Then, his boss, the dark-skinned, very resistant muscular hunk, will give himself a task. Successful completion will give you a chance to let go. or meet some additional requirements, such as the sumptuous food of the chef of the Michelin restaurant, stripping scene with pole dancers in the red light district, and so on. As long as it is not too much, it will basically be approved. I need new fitness equipment, and the dynamometer sent last week broke again, the red tank said muffledly. He is like a meat mountain, nestled in a special sofa, watching Chaplin's Modern Times. After becoming the thug of Ceto Luck, Kane Mark's body shape has changed dramatically. He is 2 meters tall and weighs nearly 2,000 pounds, just like a little giant. No problem, I will report your request, the guard of the isolated island prison said with a smile. Among the supercriminals in custody, the red tank can be regarded as the kind of talkative. The guard opened the iron door of the cell and stepped on the herringbone ladder to remove the suppressor from the opponent's neck. It's waiting for the assembly, so hurry over. Red tank reluctantly looked away and turned off the TV. The body that resembles a hill moves its feet, stepping on the hard concrete floor, giving people a feeling of shaking the ground. Take the elevator, all the way up. Above the island prison, in front of several off-road vehicles, stood the dark-skinned Luke Cage, the crossbones of Hydra Brockerumlow, and other unknown guys. In terms of uniforms and personal appearance, they shouldn't be a good person. Red tank, this time. As the leader of the team, Luke Cage was about to dispatch a task when he heard a thunderous explosion. Everyone looked up and saw a bright flame falling down in the night sky. It was as if thunder blasted the ground, and it was as if a meteorite rubbed the atmosphere. Activate first level defense. Luke Cage's complexion changed drastically. He just wanted to raise the energy shield in the prison to prevent the violent impact of external forces. The dazzling firelight smashed down with an unstoppable force. Boom! Shocking noise shakes Manhattan. The dong raises waves of several feet high. The entire isolated island prison, like a bumpy ship, was almost overturned. When the gunpowder dissipated, Luke Cage's dizzy consciousness gradually became clear, and the humming and vibrating eardrums made a vague sound. He shook his head vigorously and struggled to get up from the ground. Red tank. Above the isolated island prison, the only one who stayed still was the guy who looked like a titan. Luke Cage waved to him and motioned to the other person to walk into the center of the explosion to see what it was, almost sinking the island prison. The red tank nodded, and the small eyes exposed in the helmet flashed with a trace of vigilance. A hammer. Kane Marco saw what fell from the sky, not thunder, nor meteorite. A heavy, blunt hammer. Why does the sky drop a hammer? The head of the red tank couldn't understand this question. Ceto Luck gave him a brute force comparable to Hercules, and took away his small IQ. By the way, compared to the Mad Hulk, the red tank is slightly stronger in that he can communicate normally, instead of smashing anyone in sight with his fist. Hammer. The more Kane Marco looked at the hammer, the more he felt that he was out of control and wanted to take it as his own. It's for me. For no reason, the red tank had this idea. He reached out, touched, squeezed, and then raised it. An unprecedented tyrannical force filled the body, which made it difficult for the red tank to restrain, and gave birth to a tyrannical impulse to smash everything and destroy everything. The hammer held in his right hand seemed to be alive, talking to him, constantly urging and commanding myself, peace. Stonebreaker. In the red tank's mouth, he spoke strangely obscure syllables. If Thor was here, he would definitely be able to hear it. This is a language derived from the Lune script used by the Asgardian king Odin. I want to destroy this world for the snake. The consciousness of the red tank was in chaos, completely occupied by the dark figure, and even the deep ruby light of Storak retreated to the other side. He raised the hammer and slammed it down at a figure that appeared in front of him. Boom! The terrorist power carried by the hammer is enough to completely sink the isolated island prison. But it can only fall on the top of that person's head, and it can't make any progress. It seems that there is an invisible wall blocking it. The powerful force that shattered all things, all along the body of the man, blasted into the ruins under his feet. The Godao prison trembled suddenly and sank downward. Cracks appeared in the hard shell of the mixed vibrating gold, which then expanded to become a dense cobweb. Luke Cage, who had just stood up, was shocked and unstable, and fell to the ground again. Okikya, one of the 8 venerable sky hammers. The young man who didn't know when he appeared said lightly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It turned out that Strange asked him for help because Odin's brother, Ka, the god of fear, was awakened. Smash you, smash you. The red tank saw the man safe and sound, as if he had been severely provoked. He repeated these words and waved the hammer again. The orange light envelops the hammer, forming the power of thunder as thick as a python. The atmosphere oscillated and made a bang, and the high-temperature thunder and lightning of melting gold and iron was released. The young man who broke into this place didn't change his face. His feet floated in the air, slowly rising. The seemingly small fists collided with the hammer that shattered everything, bursting out a terrible aftermath. The ripples that spilled out rolled outward like a tsunami. Above the isolated island prison, there seemed to be a level 12 typhoon. Invulnerable, Luke Cage, who had amazing defensive power, was overturned in an instant. His strong muscles www.untilnovel.com felt sore, as if being hit head-on by a high-speed train. Watching the burst of bright light, a dangerous battlefield that is inaccessible. A touch of fear arose from the black hero. The solid shell of the isolated island prison has been melted in half. Where the red tank stood, it sank several meters deep. If it is not thick enough, I am afraid it will be torn and penetrated. The most unbelievable thing is the man who clashed hard with his fist and the hammer of the stone crusher, unscathed. Can't see any discomfort. Crush everything. Shatter everything. You are not worthy of this hammer. Regardless of the shocked look of the red tank, Luke swept his gaze straight across, cutting through the opponent's right hand. A hard body that even Edmund alloy can withstand, like a hot red knife to cut through the butter. Smooth and silky. The hammer fell firmly into Superman's hands. Although it struggled, it couldn't escape Luke's palm. He picked up this hammer and hit the red tank on the head. 40. Boom. A loud noise. The steel helmet of the red tank fell to pieces in an instant. 80. It's another heavy hammer. The 7 orifices of the red tank are bleeding, and the whole person is like a charged cannonball, tearing and piercing the isolated island prison, falling into the Hudson River below. With Ceto luck, I guess I won't die. Luke looked down and looked at the red tank that had been woken up. It sank like an iron block to the bottom of the river, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. Sheltered by the power of the Crimson Ruler, the opponent would not be killed by him with 2 hammers. Superman casually threw the Stonebreaker's hammer that confuses his mind and corrupts his spirit to the ground. I looked around and asked, who can take me to meet the Avengers? Chapter 347. 2 Prophecies, Sol's death. The thick gunpowder and explosion of fire on the isolated island prison tumbling and rising, reflecting half of the night sky. Manhattan, which was affected, is still brightly lit, and the faction is relatively old. The New York residents of this universe have already passed the Zetarian fleet invasion, the Sinister Six-Man and Spider-Man street battle, the Avengers vs. the Hulk. They are accustomed to the masked weirdo flying overhead, and they are also accustomed to the doomsday scene where the sky is falling apart at every turn. According to TV news reports, bank robbers rushed to the police and terrorists detonated bombs, and there was no way to make a wave of waves in the hearts of New York residents. They have never seen anything. Probably only the citizens of Tokyo from the Neon Island country can be compared. The remote island prison blasted loudly, singing and dancing along the East River in Manhattan. The bolder one has already raised the phone and started to record the video and uploaded it to personal social software to attract fan traffic. I hope SHIELD will arrive soon. Luke Cage looked at the almost paralyzed power facilities and the defense system. His dark face could not see the joy or anger. By virtue of his racial advantage, he perfectly concealed his emotions on the surface. Although the Thunder Secret Service is affiliated with the Pentagon, Godao Prison is a private prison of SHIELD, which is used to detain dangerous criminals. After the toss of the red tank, Huge amounts of money are needed to rebuild and recover. The criminals who took the opportunity to escape didn't even know how much trouble they could cause. When the accountability comes down, it is estimated that it will be a headache. Excuse me, what is? Luke Cage, who had been in the black community since childhood, approached. He was very eye-catching and witnessed Superman blasting the red tank into the bottom of the Hudson River with a hammer of 40 and 80 with one hammer. I understand that the other party is a big boss who I can't afford to offend, and he must be careful when speaking without taking a hardline attitude. A passing supreme mage. As Luke, Superman wanted to answer that way. But before he opened his mouth, dozens of teleportation portals suddenly appeared behind him. Magic sparks outline lines and cut space. Carmitage, 3 Sanctuary. Luke Cage's face changed, his eyes serious. I saw wizards wearing retro robes walking out of the transmission channel on the left, and a group of wizards wearing armor and carrying flail and axe on the right. Although the style of painting is not uniform, there are many people, creating a strong atmosphere. Why did they come here? That hammer is a magic item. Luke Cage as a government spokesperson and superhero, coupled with the advantage of skin color, and the increasing political correctness in recent years. His status has improved significantly, mainly to act as a mascot and attract the attention of the brothers. Some time ago, the Avengers were also accused of dissatisfaction from many civil organizations because of the lack of black members, women, and groups in the group. Think this is a form of discrimination, especially Captain America. In this universe, after Steve Rogers abdicated, his friend Bucky took over. The people who eat melon think that the shield that symbolizes the United States should be handed over to a black man. They launched a vote for this. The candidates were Sam Falcon, Panthers, Blade Warrior and Luke Cage. Later, it was Iron Man who spent money to reduce hot searches and overshadowed the matter. I have to deny that with the advent of the new century and the popularity of the internet, politics has gradually become a problem that superhero groups cannot get around. Therefore, even though it is only a second-rate street hero, it cannot be compared with the top traffic like Iron Man and Captain America. But Luke Cage can still become the leader of the Thunder Secret Service, replacing General Rose, and sharing information with SHIELD to a certain extent. Like Carmitage, he basically knows the existence of the 3 Sanctuary. The status of those mages is supernatural, and they seldom concern themselves with the affairs of the world. How could they happen to appear in the isolated island prison? Luke Cage was a little puzzled, and then under his gaze, the mage shrouded in a veil of mystery walked up to Superman. "Welcome to the Supreme Master. Return to Carmitage." Hiss. The loud and neat voice brought out the ultimate embarrassment. Luke couldn't help his mouth twitching, and took a breath. He looked at the triumphant Strange, and Mordo, who didn't say a word, and came up with the answer. I thought to myself, is this guy the crooked-mouthed Dragon King who has seen too much? Stop it. Luke hurriedly reached out and interrupted, for fear that Strange had also prepared an embarrassing line like the 3-hour period has come. Please take over Carmitage. Strange, are you coming here? He beckoned and motioned for the other person to come forward. Sovereign Mage, are you surprised or surprised? Strange smiled, seemingly quite contented. He deliberately asked Thor, the of Thunder in another universe. The guy who was gradually becoming fatter said that Luke pays attention to pomp and it is best to prepare a welcome ceremony. Please, can you perform normal operations on the whole point? The Supreme Mage is not the Mafia boss. What is the point of calling such a group of people over? Luke wanted to pick up the Stone Crusher's hammer and smash Strange into the bottom of the Hudson River to accompany the red tank. But seeing the bright forehead and shiny top of the other party, I couldn't help but feel soft. After all, he is leading Strange and embarking on this path of the strong. Strictly speaking, he can also be regarded as a mentor. How could he be cruel to his apprentice? This is not an example. Luke waved his hand to signal that everyone was gone. Don't be crowded here. In other words, you really came in time. He teased that the Carmitage mage who suddenly appeared was a bit like a policeman who came to wash the ground after the rush. Before, The red tank almost demolished the isolated island prison, but he didn't see Strange or Mordo coming forward. When Luke took action to solve the problem, they just arrived. Worthy of being a square camp, even being late is so similar. There was a traffic jam today. Strange scratched his bare forehead and said embarrassingly. He immediately received the news that Luke had crossed the universe and appeared in New York. But with the hammer of the stone crusher in hand, the irrational red tank was not easy to provoke, so naturally it was handed over to Superman. Back to Carmitage, or seeing the return of the Supreme Mage, he hurriedly offered the eyes of a Gamoda hanging around his neck with his hands. Go and meet the Avengers first and discuss countermeasures. Luke took over Carmitage's Supreme Artifact with a calm face. Through the fight with the red tank, he probably understood what happened. The of Fear, cool, the Serpent, is the brother of the King Odin and the original king of Asgard. It is said that the three goddesses of destiny had two prophecies that made the strongest man who conquered the 9 realms uneasy. One is the dusk of the gods. At that time, the flame awakens, the world is shattered, and the people of Asgard will be buried in the void. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. The second is the death of Sol. Odin couldn't kill the serpent Kerr, so he could only seal it in the atrium world, which is the deep sea of the earth. Before that, his brother imposed a curse in the name of the god of fear, and that power finally condensed into a prophecy. Cool, the serpent, will be killed by Thor, who will also die under the sap of fangs. I am afraid, this is also one of the reasons why Odin blocked Asgard and closed the fairy palace. He has only one son, Sol. Luoji had just picked it up. His bloodline was impure, and it was impossible to inherit the throne. The eldest daughter is rebellious and disobedient, and is also a war madman, who will only bring the country to destruction. Although Thor's brain is full of muscles and reckless in doing things, Odin really can't find other suitable candidates. In addition, he is getting older and has practiced 2 tuba consecutively, which is really beyond his ability. The 8 hammers forged by the of Fear, they have found their masters. Strange reminded the people who inherited the supernatural power of fear under the command of the Serpent Cure are collectively referred to as the Venerable Skyhammer. Each of them can compete with Thor. As strong as me, there are 7 more. JPG. Not to be afraid, Luke assessed the combat power displayed by the red tank and curled his lips. Had it not been for Asgard's prophecy, he would have flown under the deep sea long ago and taught Kerr, the serpent, to be with his fist. Even Odin can't kill, and Superman is mostly useless. The so-called prophecy is more like a certain rule. It's hard to violate and hard to avoid. Similar routines, Greek mythology, Nordic mythology have. For example, the father killing of King Oedipus is the coming twilight of the gods. Chapter 348. Yes, because I am the Supreme Master before SHIELD came to clean up the scene and clean up the mess. Strange directly drew a transmission channel and took Luke, the Supreme Mage, to the door of the headquarters building of the Avengers. Carmitage's mage never needs to make an appointment to see anyone. Strange murmured when faced with the standard procedure of the lady at the front desk. It is an illegal act to break into a military area or someone else's house without permission. The contemporary Supreme Mage Director of Aegis Superman, give a serious law to Strange cop. Otherwise, because he rushed into the Avengers base in the future, he would be regarded as a suspicious element and shot to death on the spot. Carmitage's mage should also develop good habits. Knocking on the door is a sign of politeness. Luke remembered the Supreme Mage of another universe. Every time he met with him, he appeared directly and never walked through the front door. What should I do with that hammer? Strange smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. Since learning to teleport spells, he was about to forget the feeling of walking through the door. Before leaving the island prison, Luke Cage habitually wanted to attribute the Red Tank's Stonecrusher's hammer as military property. Later, I saw that the Carmitage had a large number of people, coupled with the lofty status of the Supreme Master. Only then did I wake up and let it go. He was worried that if he continued to persist, he might be smashed into tomato juice by the Supreme Master. Naturally, I keep it temporarily. Luke's eyes flickered, and he said seriously, The 8 sacred hammers forged by Okikul are filled with runes of fear and supernatural power. Ordinary people can hardly resist its attraction and calling, and will only become evil minions in the end. I don't feel relieved when it is in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers. Strange nodded suddenly, agreeing. So that's it. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the Supreme Mage was thoughtful. The respect in my heart is a little bit more. Watch well, study hard, you still have a long way to go. Luke glanced at the bright head and said earnestly, the above answer, full of justice and compassion, is not that he just opened his mouth and ridiculed casually. It is recognized that Captain America is determined and will never be corrupted or tempted. Faced with the hammer that fell from the sky, they were almost hit. This shows how dangerous the fierce supernatural power of Okikul is. Mr. Stark and Ms. Hill, they are in a meeting. Please wait a moment for both of you. The name of the Supreme Master is very loud and easy to use. In less than half a minute, the lady at the front desk changed her formulaic attitude. Quickly deliver coffee and arrange a separate meeting room. No problem, we can wait. Luke smiled faintly. Presumably S.H.I.E.L.D. had noticed the change. The awakening of Cool, the serpent, caused 7 hammers to fall from the sky and fall everywhere in the world. Remove the Skadi's hammer held by Cynthia, the daughter of the Red Skull. The red tank that had just been beaten by him, the Stonebreaker's hammer that the opponent got. There is also the Breaker's hammer, the hammer of the Soulbreaker, Soul Eater's hammer, the hammer of the Seabreaker, Destroyer's hammer, the hammer of the Fallen. Together, there are 8 magic hammers. They will automatically select qualified hosts. Anyone who touches will lose self-awareness and become a slave to the power of fear. What? Does it work for Superman? The hammer is not a universal object of the almighty universe. It is difficult to affect Luke. Just like the infinite gloves of the movie universe, even if Thanos scrapes his fingers, he can't obliterate the existence of Superman. The timeline of this universe is a bit strange. Luke picked up the coffee cup, and the last time he came here was when Karmatage was holding the Supreme Mage contest. After completing the mission, he took the position of Yi somehow, and left the 91st universe. Did not have any contact with the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D. Until this time, Luke deliberately asked some questions from Strange's mouth. For example, the founding time of the Avengers, the emergence of Iron Man, and the more famous superhero groups. He found that it was different from the movie universe, and it was closer to the plot of comics. The most obvious example, even though they are also called Peter Parker, Spider-Man is not a high school student. He works for the Daily Horn, and his girlfriend is Mary Jane Watson. There are also many other problems, like Captain America Steve Rogers has retired, and his friend Bucky took over the S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s story changed from Nick Fury to Tony Stark. I hope this is only Asgard's family affair. Don't pull out any cosmic gods, Luke said silently inwardly. Cool, the snake, is comparable to Odin at best. Heavenly Father's opponent. Superman is confident that he can break his wrist. But if you provoke the Monoverse, multiverse-level bosses. Sorry, goodbye, excuse me. JPG. This is not a question of whether you can win. Emperor Wei-Shan used the position of a supreme mage to let Luke deal with some Earth crises for them, which was very reasonable. But the same bargaining chip, replaced by the big event of the universe restart, is a proper squeeze. As we all know, Superman never gives people free work. Unless you add more money, Luke can't continue to do it. Plaza, follow me. About 3 minutes or so, just in time to finish a cup of coffee. S.H.I.E.L.D. Commander Maria Hill walked over with a graceful figure, twisting her waist. 2. Please go to the meeting room upstairs to talk in detail. Holding a tablet, she first looked at Strange, as if confirming her identity. Then, his eyes moved to Luke. Waiting for a moment, Maria Hill did not get the answer she wanted. The tablet computer connected to the S.H.I.E.L.D. database could not search for Luke. Agent Hill, S.H.I.E.L.D. suspects my identity? Luke asked with interest. Don't get me wrong, this is just a routine process. Maria Hill was surprised. and then replied. She was clearly facing Luke. How could the other party know what she was doing? Shield actually suspects the Supreme Mage. Is this questioning Armitage's sincerity and position? Strange became bold and stronger, already Luke's number one horseman. Hearing Maria Hill's secret moves, she couldn't help showing a hint of anger. Sovereign Mage, in my opinion, this SHIELD bureau does not go. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, and he felt that Strange was becoming more and more dog-like. He waved his hand and motioned to the latter to shut up. When I see Iron Man, there will be Captain America. The elevator goes all the way up and reaches the upper floors. Luke and Strange were invited into a spacious conference room. Most of the people sitting in it were familiar faces. Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye and others. I thought the Supreme Mage would be an old man with white hair and beard. Not surprisingly, Tony Stark was the first to speak out. No matter which parallel universe, he always likes to take the lead in expressing himself. This may also be inherited from the Stark family. Sorry for letting you down. Luke smiled slightly, and did not become restrained by the solemn atmosphere in the conference room. Instead, he walked up to the holographic world map and looked at the marked red area. SHIELD is very efficient. It counts the hammers that cool. A serpent has fallen everywhere so quickly. He spoke lightly, and the keywords in it made Captain America Bucky frown. Oki, Kerr? The latter looked at Luke www.metalnovel.com and asked, does Armitage have any information worth sharing? There are some. But before I say those, you should send someone to Brazil to stop Bruce Banner. Luke pointed to a red area on the holographic map and said in a standard voice of a stick, Dr. Banner, he is indeed in Brazil. Foreign objects out of the sky, one of them also fell in Sao Paulo, Brazil. But who can hurt Hulk? He is the strongest guy in the Avengers. Hawkeye wiped the arrow, leaning against the corner and said, for Luke, the Supreme Mage who does not know the origin, the Avengers did not show trust. On this planet, there is indeed nothing that can hurt Hulk, but he himself is the most dangerous time bomb. Luke smiled softly and clicked on the map. The great serpent Kerr's hammer has found Bruce Banner, and he will soon become like the Red Tank. As soon as this statement came out, the conference room immediately became tense. Captain America Bucky hurriedly called Bruce Banner, who was on vacation in Brazil. The frivolous Iron Man smiled even more. Is this your guess, or is it a fact that is destined to happen? Tony Stark looked at Luke, who had shocked the crowd with a strange look. I am a scientist, and I don't believe in the prophecy of the magic stick. Luke cleared his throat, imitating the tone of Batman on the set next door. He put his arms around his chest and said calmly, I just know that there is no other reason, Mr. Stark. If you have to say a reason, it may be because I am the Supreme Mage. Chapter 349 No World Breaker. The more angry the stronger the Justice League next door. Every time it encounters a crisis, as usual, everyone will seek Batman's advice. As a result, the Dark Knight, either in detail, or in brief, gave multiple plans such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He is the brain and think tank of the Justice League. When Superman goes offline and the Flash sacrifices to the sky, the task of saving the world must be placed on his shoulders. After all, there is an accepted fact in the entire set. Superman is just the son of the editorial department, and Batman is the real father of the editorial department. The scene of the Justice League meeting was roughly like this. Flash, what should we do? Wonder Woman, Superman, what do you think you want to do? Superman, Batman, you have the final say. Other people. Speaking of Batman, whenever Superman, or other members of the Justice League, when they asked Batman why he did this, the Dark Knight of Gotham will answer in a low voice and calmly, because I am Batman. This is a universal line that applies to any scene and anyone. Why beware of Superman? Because I am Batman. Why not kill the clown? Because I am Batman. Why be wary of every member of the Justice League and study their weaknesses and flaws? Because I am Batman. Each. Remember, Every time, as long as Batman said this line, no one would continue to ask. And everyone's face will show an expression of approval with "well, it makes sense." It seems that no matter what, as long as you put it on Batman, everything will automatically become reasonable. Because I am the Supreme Mage. As soon as the words came out, the Avengers in the meeting room looked at each other. Afterwards, everyone nodded at the same time, expressing their approval. Does the Supreme Master have the ability to predict the future? Or do you already know that this crisis will happen? Seeing the teammates, they seemed to hear some irrefutable answer, with a clear expression on their faces. Tony Stark suppressed the urge to nod and continued to ask questions. This shows that universal lines are not valid for Kong Jing, because, no matter what you say, they all have to lift the bar. This is instinct and difficult to change. Luke ignored it. This is the second trick learned from Batman. When someone questions, never answer. Continue to stay cold and turn to other topics. Captain, have you contacted Dr. Bruce Banner? Luke asked lightly. Bucky, who took over as Captain America, shook his head, his face more solemn. As we all know, when Bruce Banner is emotionally stimulated, he will stimulate another existence in his body, incarnate the Hulk. The Hulk, that is a big guy with huge destructive power and unable to communicate normally. After a long period of psychotherapy and meditation training, Bruce has been able to gradually control and is no longer that dangerous time bomb. S.H.I.E.L.D. also changed its strategy, turning control into cooperation. Dr. Banner is going on vacation with his girlfriend, but I can't get in touch at the moment. Bucky said solemnly. Relocate the branch stationed in Brazil, and send more staff to Sao Paulo. At critical moments, even irresponsible guesses must be regarded as possible facts. Only in this way can more damage and more losses be prevented. No, Captain. Tony Stark took off the Bluetooth headset and ended the conversation with Jarvis. The Hulk, has already appeared in Sao Paulo, Brazil. He lost control and broke into a slum, causing a large number of innocent deaths and injuries. Iron Man draws a holographic projection out of thin air, projecting the clear picture captured by the Stark Industrial satellite into the conference room. It can be seen that a strong giant with green skin, holding a hammer in both hands, roaring to the sky. Under his feet, there were innocent people running hurriedly and screaming. The second venerable sky hammer. Luke stared at the Hulk, the other hand holding the breaker's hammer, venting his inner anger wantonly. Even his girlfriend Betty could not stop it. Captain, there will be more venerable Skyhammer appearing in the future, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau should formulate a response plan, Luke reminded aloud. At this time, no one doubted the authenticity of the Supreme Master's ability and identity. What should we do? Asked Captain Bucky. Your Excellency Supreme Master, ... Today, for Bruce Banner, it should have been a relaxing and happy vacation. He sat next to the tent, watching his cool-dressed girlfriend, bent over, and slapped his face with the clear water of the river. The beautiful curve full of temptation makes Bruce's eyes hot. He hasn't waited for him to consider taking the sky as his seat and the ground as his bed. The heartbeat detection instrument in his right hand screamed "Diddy" and issued a warning without hesitation. Realize that I have a fast heartbeat and intense emotions. Bruce quickly looked away to calm the commotion in his heart. After a while, he recovered his heart like still water, like a wise sage. Everything is so dull. Bruce, is your watch ringing? After washing her face, Betty turned her head and asked with a smile. No, it's just a set alarm clock. We are going to the city today to replenish food and daily necessities. Bruce concealed. If there is an extra Hulk in the body, what is the inconvenience? Except that you can't lose your temper casually. You have to control your emotions. The worst part is that he lost the right to mate. Imagine that Bruce is rolling the sheets with his girlfriend. As the movements became wilder and wilder, breathing became more and more rapid. His heart beats faster, his face is flushed, and his blood is running. Then, body muscles swell. Hulk appears. Not to mention whether Betty, as a fragile human, can withstand the output of the Hulk. Just getting bigger and the indescribable parts swell with it is enough to create a bleeding case. Because of this, Bruce has been abstinent for a long time, and even quit crafting. Iron Man often made fun of him with this, and marveled at his perseverance by the way. After all, rebooting is a difficult challenge for mankind. Bruce, the look in your eyes just now looked very hot. Betty stood up and put her arms around her boyfriend's neck. She didn't seem to know that such a hot posture could easily turn a soft seat into a hard seat. Betty, we can't. Bruce refused intentionally, but he was physically honest. It's okay, you keep breathing and control the speed of your heartbeat. Betty seems to be very experienced, teasing slowly, without directly releasing the turbulent enthusiasm. A man and a woman were rubbing their ears and temples, intimate and lingering, and suddenly heard a loud bang that shook the earth. In the forest, not far away, thick smoke and firelight appeared, which seemed to be an accident. Crash! Bruce, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help pushing his girlfriend away and rushing towards the place of the incident. I saw lava-like crimson luster flowing in the huge pothole. The hard ground cracked and melted into semi-crystalline. A plume of smoke rose, and the flames skyrocketed. Hammer. Bruce, who rushed to www.mtnovel.com, saw a pitch-black hammer in the center of the pothole. As soon as he touched his eyes, it seemed like glue had been glued, and he could no longer move it away. It belongs to me. A firm idea emerged in his heart, as if the hammer should belong to him. Bruce, stay away from it. The nervous call from his girlfriend made Dr. Banner sober for a moment. However, he still did not stop. The heat and steam in the center of the pothole had burned Bruce's skin. The arms and face were flushed, like a cooked lobster. But he didn't notice it at all, until he reached out and grabbed the hammer. The breaker. The rune full of fear and supernatural power was imprinted in Bruce's mind. A strong light flashed, covering the forest. Then, Hulk appeared out of thin air and roared up to the sky. The anger that filled my heart, for some reason, became more and more hot, as if to burn Hulk to ashes from the inside out. Vent. I need to vent. Hulk bent his legs and jumped sharply. It seemed that there were springs under his feet, and his huge figure rose from the ground. Boom. The next moment, it appeared on the top of the mountain in the distance. The Hulk is like a crazy monster, rushing into the bustling city of Sao Paulo. On the other side of the earth, in the deep ocean, the daughter of the Red Skull holding Scarty's hammer, she dived quickly, her eyes full of enthusiasm. The hammer forged by the power of fear is like a beacon to guide the direction. Great God of fear, Almighty Father. Oki, Kerr. Cynthia muttered to herself, calling the name of her master. This world needs your return. Chapter 350. Fat House Thor. This number is abolished. Brazil, Dubai, the California coast, London, Illinois, the east coast of Manhattan. These places have been affected to varying degrees. SHIELD Headquarters, U.S. Captain Bucky led Falcon Sam, as well as senior officials such as Maria Hill and Sharon Carter to board the command center of the Sky Mothership. According to the Supreme Mage, Kul the Serpent is an Asgardian, the brother of the King Odin, and the uncle of Thor, the of Thunder. He had forged 8 dread hammers, except for the Stonebreaker's hammer held by the Red Tank, which had fallen into Luke's hands. There are also 7 magic hammers scattered all over the world. In Sao Paulo, Brazil, Hulk the Hulk became the second venerable sky hammer under the command of the Serpent Kerr, and lost his self-awareness. In the latest news, Hulk ran rampant, vandalized and disappeared among the reckless jungle. The special operations team sent by SHIELD had only time to clean up the mess and deal with the interrogation of the Brazilian government. Facing the crazy Hulk, there is no way. The Punisher, one of the members of the Defenders League, together with his partner Daredevil, tracked them all the way, but no other messages were sent. In the next few hours, similar incidents occurred in the United States, London in the United Kingdom, and Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. The UFO fell down and then attracted a suitable host. The targets chosen by the Dread Hammer are some superheroes, such as Dr. Bruce Banner, and some are super criminals, such as the Red Tank. Bucky looked calm and analyzed calmly. Gunsmoke and war are igniting everywhere in the world, and a global crisis is brewing. As one of the leaders of SHIELD, and the successor of Captain America, he decided to activate the Sky Mothership of SHIELD to provide effective support to battlefields far away. Since this crisis is related to Asgard, why don't we seek Soul's help? Falcon Sam asked in a deep voice. The Avengers have already been dispatched. Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and other veterans led several special operations teams of S.H.I.E.L.D., while sorting out the chaos, while fighting against the venerable Skyhammer that appeared one after another. Sol, he's not on the Earth and can't be contacted. Bucky looked serious and continued, the Supreme Mage said that Asgard has closed the passage of the Rainbow Bridge and we can only rely on ourselves. When Falcon Sam heard this, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Obviously, there is quite a criticism of Asgard's withdrawal behavior. In the past, when it was calm, Tantan assumed himself to be the ruler and protector of the Nine Realms, and put on an expression of arrogance that he would not respond. As a result, at the moment of crisis, he disappeared, retracted into the fairy palace, and closed the door tightly. Such performance is really contemptuous. Where is the Supreme Master? Maria Hill interjected. He can defeat the venerable Skyhammer Red Tank alone, and he also captured the Stonebreaker's hammer. This powerful strength is enough to help S.H.I.E.L.D. through this crisis. The Avengers of SHIELD had no advantage over the venerable Skyhammer of Cool. Iron Man was on the east coast of Manhattan a few minutes ago when he was violently beaten by an absorber holding the destroyer's hammer. Hawkeye and Black Widow also encountered problems. The elite soldiers of the Special Operations Team could not stop the devastating venerable Skyhammer. Those hammers filled with the power of fear at the time of forging. Not only can the host's strength be greatly improved, but it also has various effects. For example, applying a halo of fear can cause people to fall into insanity. Release energy shock. The power is comparable to naval gun missiles. You can even use magic to turn flesh and blood into petrified statues. Generally speaking, unless it is like Luke, hexagonal warrior with full physical resistance and magic resistance and no shortcomings. Otherwise, it is indeed very difficult to single-handedly fight against venerable Skyhammer. Considering such a tough enemy, in addition to the offline red tanks, there are 7 more. Captain America. Bucky couldn't help but feel a headache. The Supreme Master has other important things, he said. It will appear when we need it most. Bucky, who took over his friend's job, rubbed his frown. When you need it most. Maria Hill was puzzled, meaning it was not critical enough now? Carmitage. In a residence. He is Thor. The strong and brave Thor. Luke turned his head and stared at Strange, who was standing in the doorway. In the room, there was a greasy and fat house lying on the bed with a beer belly, like an October pregnancy. The snoring sound was thunderous, shaking the walls on all sides, and all kinds of food scraps and empty wine bottles were scattered under the table. The hair seemed to have not been washed for several weeks, and it was tangled in a bunch of braids. Yes, he has been frustrated lately, Strange said awkwardly. This Thor has been eating and drinking with Carmitage for a while. If it weren't for the Supreme Mage Luke's sake, Senior Brother Mordor would have driven him out long ago. In the holy place of the mage, a tramp-like guy wanders every day, which is really unsightly. Unexpectedly, Sol will eventually embark on the path of a fat house. Luke shook his head. A little funny. While staying in the movie universe, Thor died tragically because of his younger brother, old sister Bento. Father died, mother was assassinated, half of Asgard's population turned into flying ashes and other human tragedies. As a result, he has been degenerate for a long time. www.mentalnovel.com and is addicted to Fortress Night and fried chicken beer, and has a tendency to be blessed. Later, Saul followed him to a new universe numbered 91. He found that although his brother was gone, he still had a younger sister. Instantly resurrected with full blood, rejuvenated. Has he not returned to his original universe? Superman closed the door and listened to thunderous snoring. If I want Odin from the movie universe to come alive, it is estimated that Saul will be to death. This number is obviously out of practice. He was trained as a wise king since he was a child, but he became Asgard's #1 fat house. If Odin had a choice, he might regret why he didn't shoot Sol on the wall. I went back before, and later for Loki. He ran here again. Strange said he was helpless. As a former doctor, he just wanted to ask Asgard's orthopedic technology. What about Loki? Luke grasped the point. She went back to Asgard and Sol went back. The Rainbow Bridge has been closed and Odin ordered no one to enter or leave. Strange said everything he knew, and Asgard's performance was abnormal in this impending crisis. Odin still loves his son, reluctant to take risks with the future king. If Luke is interesting, he raised his head and looked towards the horizon, as if colliding with a pair of invisible sights. Strange, you wake up the fat man and put the earth aside for the time being. Cool. The serpent is the of fear. He wants to restore the powerful divine power during his peak period, and he must let the venerable Skyhammer under his hand create chaos and killing, spreading fear. Before solving the big snake's minions, I will first go to Asgard to meet the Almighty Father, the God King of the 9 realms.